going to hell, and you live in hell.
Let him who has understanding reckon the number of the beast. For it is human. It's my number. 666.
On the end. We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and oceans. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender.
Well, let me tell you, Holocaust demons, something else. Americans are getting rocked from sea to shining sea. Judgment is on your ass, and you're naked before the world. So it don't mean nothing to me, because all of the blood of the prophets is on your hands.
No, two, for the mere fact that you are doing it, this is your purpose and your meaning. You just got to take the shit more serious. What I'm trying to say is sometimes we hear, but we don't. That's the one that's dead, laying out like the body of Osiris. And there's the ones that's dead, but they're dead physically, as far as this physical body does not make them, they're not able to do the things that they once used to do when they were gods. But you are not dead mentally, because you are rising up. And for the mere fact that you are trying to understand, you're trying to get this knowledge, trying to get this, and you're trying to understand the meaning of it all, that means your spirit is going through a ritual. You just take any adventure story. And you know, they had to go and they had to fight this particular person, they had to fight this particular person, and at the end of the movie, they get what they're supposed to get, and they are glorified. That's what's going on with you now as your struggle. So we had the mystery system that was in the last days. You had the mystery system. But the mystery systems are now closed down, and now your initiation that you become God is in your struggle. So for the mere fact that you are catching hell and going through this struggle, it's a form of initiation. But you must understand that what I'm saying to you is that the ones that the whole world is looking towards at this particular time, first of all, they're looking for the black people on the earth, the last realm of the sphere of the Kabbalah. Let me put this up. For those people know we go for the long haul. For the ones that have to leave, we give you knowledge, you get full up, and you know you leave, and if you miss, you always can come back and get the tape. For the ones that want to stay, people know who's been to the lectures and all. We don't let out early and all, you know, and stuff. But the point is what I'm trying to make here is the realm, you got to understand the concept of the God that you are searching for is yourself. And the God that everybody is dependent on at this particular time is a few people in Atlanta, which is you. A few people in New York, a few people in Philadelphia, a few people in Chicago, a few people in all the major cities, which is less than 1%, and a few people scattered out in the rural areas. And those are the light bringers that you're talking about, the great old ones. So you have to understand this concept. The other concept you got to understand, a God, whatever you do as a God, there is no chastisement for it. I'll explain to you. You got to stop thinking like a human and start thinking like a God. You see which one? The crayon? Stop thinking like a human. You got to start thinking as a God. G-O-D, generator, operator, and destroyer. Is it not written in your law that ye are gods? John chapter 10, verse 34, 35. You know the whole deal. You have to start thinking this way because, okay, here it is. You have to start thinking this way because I'm telling you, the reason, what is the hold up is that the actual gods do not realize they're gods. There's a good movie you need to get. There's a good movie you need to get. You need to get a movie called A Never Ending Story. You thought it was a child movie. And he gets this little book and he goes through this adventure. And at the end of the movie, midway the movie, they say, hell, coming to find out that the little boy that was reading the book of all these magnificent heroes, the other boy on the other side who was going through all the trial was him. And they said, and at the end they said, well, hell, our world is falling down because he doesn't believe in himself. It's all about you. That's the key. You can't, that's the key. This is the real knowledge. There's a mystery of the world, and the mystery of the world is look for no God to save you but yourself because it's within you. It's within you. It's just that the devil came down about 2,000 years ago, basically, when we get into this, and he made you start worshiping him so you would not cultivate the energy within you. And that's your slavery and your real bondage. And this is the key what we have to deal with here. Because, I mean, we go through, we see things on TV and we see this shit and we say, when is this shit over with? But the key is, in the 60s, we didn't have this knowledge. In the 70s, we didn't have this knowledge. In most of the 80s, we didn't have this knowledge. You see what I'm saying? We only had a few people talking about it in the past years before that, and we all thought they were crazy. But now, we have the knowledge. As a matter of fact, some people saying, you know, they say things like, too much knowledge is dangerous to the untrained ear. That's not true. What is happening here is this. The knowledge is here. Now, there is no more secrets. There is no more secret societies that's holding back knowledge. You see, the white boy understood that they would keep people dead long enough until they would be so dead until there will come a time where they would be so much immersed in ignorance until they can give them knowledge and they will reject knowledge. And that's when you start putting out all the knowledge. That's why you go to your family members and they reject the shit. And mainly you. So they know that most black people reject this. I don't want to hear that black shit. I don't want to hear that shit, that old crazy voodoo shit. So because they reject it, now they can put the stuff out. So there is no more such thing as secrets. The secret is that the masses of the people hate knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? So as of around 1985, they knew that the people would reject knowledge because they knew you rejected it in the 70s and the 60s. So they said, now we can put all the stuff out that we had held for the last 140 years that we dug up around the world. And as a result, that's why we only have less than 1% of the amount of people that really bears witness to what the hell is going on. You see. So, as we say, let's see. Let me get this right. Yeah, we don't need a big thing. Just need enough. When you're dealing with the... let's open up my bag. And when you're dealing with the... I got to pour libations. I'm getting ahead of myself, but... You know, while stuff is on your mind, it's best to say it before you get too far in it. And, you know. So when you're dealing with the spear of the Kabbalah, and there's several spears of the Kabbalah, which is nothing but your physical body is the real mystery behind this, is your physical body. There's several trees of life. Everybody can see this? There's several trees of life. This is the heaven realm. And all these realms are on their way down to here. Because this is called Malkuth. Malkuth, the daughter. Can you see it? You can't see it at all. Huh? Make it bigger. Okay, hold up. In order to make it bigger, let's see, we're going to have to go back. Let's see. Let's see how far we can go back with this thing. Let's see here what we can do. What's on this other side here? Nope. That's dim. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Now, all I have to do now is either push it up. Nope. Push it back. Now, we you know. You can't see it at all on the screen yet? Huh? What, these? Oh, yeah, hit the... Yeah. Yeah. Yep. There you go. Now, that means that you must understand that everything here, which is Mars, Saturn, Jupiter, the moon, the sun, all of the spheres is going to end up right here at the bottom sphere, which is you. So that means all the energy in the universe is going to come within you and on the earth realm. So that's when they say that the gods in heaven, the man on earth say God is on high, but the angels in heaven say that God lives on earth. That means that everything is waiting on one group of people. The lost nation of Israel, or what you would just call basically, because all of Israel is lost, Isis, Ra, and El, which just means black people, and all black people are lost. From Maine to Spain, from down Africa to Russia, because we got black people in all those places. Basically, they're talking about the ancient race, and that one seed. So when you're talking about this, the whole universe now is waiting on you. And they're especially waiting, and they know that the masters of those are dead. So that means there's only one people in the universe that's the most important now, and that's the black people that's waiting now. And basically, that's what you have with the little small cluster in one small community in the United States of America, basically because the knowledge is here more than it is other places. Other places are not privy to the knowledge. They can't go to a bookstore and buy the actual knowledge or rent videos and different things. So whether we're taking advantage or not, the knowledge is here, so we're talking about you. And that's the key when we're talking about the Christ form. So what we're going to do is we're going to put us libations. And remember now, I tell you what, I'm going to give out my damn phone number. So y'all call me, let's see, that's my shit due on the 5th. Y'all call me on the 5th and ask me, say, well, listen, did you make your rent? So if you're concerned and all, and I'll let you know, well, okay, cool, I did it and all, whatever the deal is. But I'm going to give out my phone number so that way you know, whatever the deal is. If you can't you can't provide me with anything, tell me a space or something I can go and squat in and shit, whatever the deal is. Now, so basically, what we're going to do is we're going to turn to this particular page in this book, and I always use this one because it's going to be on page, this book, A Kabbalah for a Modern World, and we'll explain. This is the tree of life. Most people, when they start studying the Kabbalah, they're just thinking it's this, but this is just the formation of the book. And so a Kabbalah of a Modern World, which is actually talking about the energies within your body, which is the mystery. In here they have a list of the gods that correspond to each other, so I like to use this one. And also, where's my water? Okay, this is cool. All right, you know the drill. You got to know ancient shining ones, or you sold out? Yeah. Keva, Ashe, Shakma, Ashe Bina, Ashe Jesed, Ashe Deborah, Ashe Tipered, Ashe Natsad, Ashe Had, Ashe Yased, Ashe Dar, Ashe Malkut, Ashe Ain, Ashe Ain Sa'ah, Ashe Osea, Ashe Aset, Ashe Tahudi, Ashe Mayat, Ashe Patah, Ashe Sut, Ashe Ra, Ashe Amun-Ra, Ashe Anpu, Ashe Het-Heru, Ashe Aset, Ashe Nebhert, Ashe, let's see, Kinti Amenti, Ashe Kinti Erti, Ashe Kefra, Ashe Cones, Ashe Earthris, Ashe Amuthis, Ashe Raheru Kahudi, Ashe Harpocrats, Ashe Heru Raha, Ashe Mim, Ashe Minavith, Ashe Muntu, Ashe Mintu, Ashe Sashet, Ashe Sekmet, Ashe Selket, Ashe Vasheshetu, Ashe Aether, Ashe Uraeus, Ashe Rhea, Ashe Zeus, Ashe Ares, Ashe Apollo, Ashe Aphrodite, Ashe Hermes, Ashe Demeter, Ashe Demeter, Ashe Yima, Ashe Odin, Ashe Frigda, Ashe Balda, Ashe Laki, Ashe Thar, Ashe Freya, Ashe Frida, Ashe Thirf, Ashe Nerthus, Ashe Brahmin, Ashe Vishnu, Ashe Bravini, Ashe Ramachandra, Ashe Shakti, Ashe Sita, Ashe Indra, Ashe Sita, Ashe Hanuman, Ashe Lakshmi, Ashe Buddha, Ashe Krishna, Ashe Damawalawedo, Ashe Marasha, Ashe Bridget, Ashe Adam Guerti, Ashe Ogu Farelli, Ashe Ogu Shengo, Ashe Azuli, Ashe Legba, Ashe Edawedo, Ashe Zaka, Ashe Papagede, Ashe Oshosi, Ashe Ogun, Ashe Obatala, Ashe Ishu, Ashe Alafi, Ashe Adudawa, Ashe Arunla, Ashe Ogun, Ashe Shengo, Ashe Oshun, Ashe Legba, Ashe Imaja, Ashe Arisha Oko, Ashe Oya, Ashe. You want to put that there? What you said? Ashe Dambo Babaluaye, Ashe, Olakun, Ashe, Ashe, okay, Ipe, Ashe, Loa, Ashe, what's that? Ori, Ashe, Orishas, let's say, Ashe, okay, now, that's the ones in there. Let's see if we think of some more right now. Raziel, I say Haniel, I say Bubiel, I say Lachmiel, I say Gabriel, I say Elijah, I say Atom, I say Atan, I say Atom Gwerdi, I say let's see, Okumi, I say Kutumi, I say Shanat Kumara, I say Melchizedek, I say Sutek, I say Sut, I say Sut Nebit, I say Sut Nusi, Sut Nubit, I say Sut Har, I say Nut, I say Apit, I say Tyre, I say Layla, I say Gaya, I say Marduk, I say Tiamat, I say Rastafari, I say Cthulhu, I say Hastar, I say Albathos, I say Yog-Sathos, I say Nilahotep, I say Dagon, I say Shub-Niggurath, I say Great Old Ones, I say Great Ones, I say let's keep on. I say Elijah Muhammad, I say, I want to get these in. Thunderdog, I say Thunderbird, I say Great Sun Bear, I say White Buffalo, I say Pataneta Unra, I say. Okay, give me some more. Awas, I say. Muewas, I say. Muaivas, I say. Ovas, I say. I say. Tupac Shakur, I say. I say. Give me some more. Well, you say, okay, let's do these for the ancestors. For all gods known and unknown, I say. Okay, the Shaw family, I say. The Hemmitt family, I say. The Davis family, I say. All my family members, I say. Okay, now when I count to 3, 1, 2, 3, start calling out your ancestors. 1, 2, 3. I say. 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 To all gods known and unknown, I say. To all ancestors known and unknown, I say. Okay, now we got that out of the way. Remember, like I said, the main book that you want to get that's going to give you all the gods from around the world is Ancient Shining One, D.J. Conway, which might I add is a woman, come to find out. D.J. Conway is a woman also, too. So we want to deal with those things. Okay, we want to, let's see what we're going to do. Okay, this is the one we're going to do here. Let's see. Okay, here it is. This is what we want to do. This is one aspect of assuming the Christ form, which is a ritual. Which, if you all want to stand and do this, this is like putting energy in yourself and assuming the Christ which is in you. So that's like tapping into the melanin. For those people who want to participate, just stand up right quick and we just read this thing and you repeat after me. You ready? Hear me, O Lord.
Hear me, O Lord.
Thou art the first and the last.
Thou art the first and the last.
The beginning and the end.
The beginning and the end.
The Alpha and the Omega.
The Alpha and the Omega.
Who are the nameless and the formless ones.
Who are the nameless and the formless ones.
Creator of all.
Creator of all.
Lord of light.
Lord of light.
Lord of life.
Lord of life.
Lord of love.
Lord of love.
Hear my prayer.
Hear my prayer.
Thou true son and daughter.
Thou true son and daughter.
And I ask that thou look with favor upon this ritual.
And I ask that thou look with favor upon this ritual.
Of the assumption of the heavenly Christ.
Of the assumption of the heavenly Christ.
Aid me in my becoming.
Aid me in my becoming.
I seek rebirth in thy light.
I seek rebirth in thy light.
Aid me in my becoming.
Aid me in my becoming.
I seek perfection in thy sight.
I seek perfection in thy sight.
Aid me in my becoming.
Aid me in my becoming.
Clothe me in white raiment.
Clothe me in white raiment.
In my crown of gold. No, excuse me. Let's see. Crown me with gold.
Crown me with gold.
Set me upon the throne of mercy.
Set me upon the throne of mercy.
And with the white horse of judgment.
And with the white horse of judgment.
Into my right hand place the scepter of rule.
Into my right hand place the scepter of rule.
In my left hand place the sword of law.
In my left hand place the sword of law.
Anoint me with my secret names of power.
Anoint me with my secret names of power.
So let it be.
So
Ashe. Ashe. Okay, now this is that's pretty badass ritual there. I'm gonna sell these babies for like $2. And it's about seven. That's just one aspect. There's about 7 pages, and it goes through this whole thing, and it gives you all the different names of your particular Christ energy names and stuff. Because the Christ who is to come is within you. Whether it be Obatala in Yoruba, whether it be Ishu in Yoruba, whether it be also that would be also in Vodun, whether it would be the Christos in Greece, the Christ in Egypt, or the Christ in Egypt, the Buddha in Hinduism. The buffalo, the white buffalo, is a form of the Christ in Native American, and whether all around the world. And that's the problem that we got here, is the devil came in and told you of a historical Christ who did not exist. Who did not exist. And that's the problem that we have at this particular time. So now let me go through some things that's going on, because you know it's a beautiful day. And see, the thing about it is the white boy knew back in April that white people had started asking this question, saying this is some bullshit. So they came out and had scholars in Newsweek, Time, and USA Today talking about the search of Jesus. Who was he? And he still got that crack on here in 1996, you see what I'm saying? Who is he? His life and his meanings. So what it means is, and they got all these scholars trying to say that he did exist. You see what I'm saying? That's the reason. We're going to explain that. If people have problems with that, we need to explain that to the fullest. You see what I'm saying? Because that is a political move to take the gnosis or the knowledge or the light from the ancient people and put them in slavery. And that's what it is. And so we're going to deal with that particular part also, too. So right now what I'm going to do is, we're going to go through a little bit of, what's that? Oh, that reminds me, too. Okay. Yeah, so let's go into some things. First of all, a brother got a channel from Tupac. He got a channel from Tupac, and it's interesting. Soon as he was released from the physical body, he knew all this ancient knowledge, and he came down and was talking as what happens. The physical body is what keeps you locked in where you don't know the knowledge. So soon as he was released, he knew a certain amount of knowledge, and he came to this brother, was telling the brother, hey man, there is no more such thing as a time is over. It's just a matter of when the damn room get filled up. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like if it's over and somebody done brought in the damn fish tank, you're just waiting for the fish tank to get filled up, so it don't correspond with physical dates, because you can't really put a date on it, but you can understand the season, and we are in it now, and it's damn near over. You can tell when you're getting closer to the door. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's going on here. The same way I can tell when it's closer to rent time and shit. But anyway, he said that, but I'm going to tell you one of the other reasons about Tupac is Tupac Tupac said himself, and he told her, the sister, he said, well, I got killed based on my ego. And it's interesting because now all of a sudden they're trying to deify him and stuff like this. And we always do that. You see, try to deify people and stuff. And saying, you know what, he could have been another Malcolm X. Now let's be realistic about this shit. Tupac Shakur was as far as damn being another Malcolm X as a hog from the damn moon. But anyway, what happened was with Tupac is he had a certain amount of energy with him that kept him alive because he got shot all up the last time. But people don't know this. In June, the guards say, okay, you on your own, because Tupac did something that other rap artists never did before. And that was Tupac made a damn video in the back seat with Jodeci, in the back seat of a limo with all these goddamn white women all over his ass. All over his ass. And he got called on it, and he rushed back in and did another video of the same song where he got these black women on stage and him and Jodeci on stage. But where Tupac messed up was Tupac was in the back of a damn limousine with all these white women all over his ass. Anybody saw this video? So what the hell is going on here? You got to realize one thing about the rap culture. One thing you can say about the rap culture, they never was that whole Prince interracial type bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They would have white people in the video, like they have a pool party. You know, you invite there's some white girls that come over, because in real life, you have a party, you might have some white people that come over, you know what I'm saying, and y'all getting, you know, they have a party going on, you know, you got a club, you got white people up in there. So you notice they always did that, but none of the rappers ever really got intimate with these white women or whatever type thing. So when he was in the back of that doggone limousine, it showed the intimacy. And he got called on it because he rushed back in, and the video played for about a month. And then he rushed back in, and he had to change and do the same song. So, you know, sometimes they do another video, it's a dub mix, you know, but he did the same song over, and I said, oh, he got called on it. You see what I'm saying? So even though he got called on it, it showed the true essence of how some of our people are when they talk all the talk and don't walk the walk. You see what I'm saying? Ain't no way in hell you gonna talk and talk about how he said about the ghetto and all this kind of thing, but ain't nobody showing that video when he was around here with them doggone crackers all up in the back seat of his damn car, hooking up with them damn white women. You see what I'm saying? And so as a result of that, the spirits backed off from his ass, and so the next time they pulled up on him, he didn't have the energy. And it was interesting because one brother said that the brother needed a certain amount of spiritual essence around him, and see all that damn counting money, and I got this many hoes, and I got this much stuff. That shit ain't working no more. You see what I'm saying? So we can say all we want about it, because naturally we say good things about people when they dead. But that's not reality. And the reality is Tupac crossed the line with the spiritual world when he fucked up and put that beast in the backseat of the car. Why? Because we understand that rap music has the impulse of the black youth. And rap is done good for one reason. There's a lot of negative things that went on with rap, but you must understand this part about rap. The rappers never really had all them damn white women around them. Now, our funk stars and rock and roll stars and all them blues stars, they always had them. Because they complained about Cameo back in 1986. They had that word up. They had all these white women in the damn video. But my point is the rappers came in because it was not associated with being hard. You understand what I'm saying? And having the doggone little Betty from goddamn Buckhead in your shit. Excuse the expression. So what happened was when he did that, that crossed the line. Even your boy, when he was shaking the booty and all this kind of thing, here, your boy from Miami, and even though we know that it did defile the black woman, they didn't have that white woman up in there. You see what I'm saying? It's one thing to have that beast up in your stuff. What message is that giving to a little boy? Now, Tupac is the number one. Everybody loves him. It's just one thing to have a rapper that nobody know about. But here's a man that everybody loves, and you're going to go and put this video out with all these white women in your stuff. What message is this sending? You see what I'm saying? And you know what? Isn't it funny? Now shit is actually beginning to... We say something 1 month, next month stuff is starting to doggone bear witness. So we said that they was going to raise up both Dennis Rodman and your other boy, RuPaul, and now both of them got TV shows coming on. RuPaul got a TV show coming on VH1, and Dennis Rodman has one coming on this fall on MTV. You see, they're raising up the big freak type thing. Yeah, plus, you know, on the first RuPaul show, what he doing? He kissing Dennis Rodman. Now, what kind of symbolism is that? A black man in 1996, 2 black men on the damn TV kissing each other. That's some foul stuff. And you know what I'm saying? And we're not talking about, and we're not in the job of bashing somebody for their sexual preference and stuff, because really, in actuality, the gods and the whole thing down here is fucked up, period. There ain't no morals, there ain't nothing down here, but the key is we understand the blueprint on what the white man is trying to do. You see what I'm saying? What the white man is trying to do. Now, you see every time you turn around, like they say, they got the sisters freaking in every doggone thing. You see what I'm saying? So that's interesting, too. Now, it's interesting because we got some new information. First of all, we know that the whole OJ thing is back. Now, I told you, and it's funny, and this is the funny part about it, how stuff play out. Now, I told you last year that we had found that the O.J. Simpson trial, let me see if I can find this book. I think I put it in here. The O.J. Simpson was an ancient trial that they talked about, this great trial that would be held in Egypt in the last days, where they would try to mess the credibility of the black man up. So don't look at O.J. as the figure. Black people was on trial, right? And so this ancient trial, it was verbatim, but it was interesting because in this trial that they talk about, which is in the section of this book. In this book, which is a valuable book, From Fetish to God of Ancient Egypt by E. Wallace Budge, in the back of this book, they have papyruses out of the British Museum. This is the last book of his life, Budge, and so he decided to give up all these papyruses that he was actually writing all his books from. So in the back of this book, there's several papyrus, like the winged disc of Heru of Edfu, which is talking about if you didn't have the melanin, they cut off your head, which you get the movie Highlander from. You see what I'm saying? They say only one can be the Highlander, or the blood of kings running through you. So in this particular section of the papyrus in the back of this book, that when you see the legend of Heru Behutet, of the winged disc of Edfu, they're talking about if you didn't have that black dot, they would cut off your head. And in the legend of Heru Behutet is an ancient word for melanin. It means the black dot or the black circle that we're talking about here, or the black dot or the black circle, which we give a figure of the Gnostic Christ Abraxas, and it gives you the black dot also right here in the wings and the Kundalini energy and all of this too. Which we have several things of the black dot. And like I said, I always like to put this one up here because, you know, that's how your spirit looks outside of the body. And like I said before, some of you people, you might have seen some of these things some night that you see a black silhouette and stuff. That's actually a person. And it can take different forms and stuff, but that's how you look. And so based on the people in England, based on the occultists in England, they're saying if you don't look like this, then in actuality you ain't real or you ain't the gods. So therefore we know how that is. But listen. But we do know that in here there's a trial in the part called the Contendings of Horus and Set. Wherever you want to go. The Contendings of Horus and Set. And in there, well, there's a chair here if you want to, or whatever. In here, in the Contendings of Horus and Set, they talk about an ancient trial. But it's interesting now, as so, the devil in here, which is the doggone white boy, he loses the trial. Just as on August the 3rd of 1995, he lost the trial because, number one, that's 10 and 3, which is 13, which is his unlucky number in the first damn place. But anyway, he lost the trial. But in the back of the book, they said that he begs the people, he begs the gods. When the devil loses, he said, no, I want a second trial. Now, what are the odds of that shit? Say, I want a second trial, which he ends up losing anyway. So it don't necessarily mean that it doesn't necessarily mean that OJ is going to win the trial. But what it does mean is that basically, this second trial is showing you that this beast is so much of a beast that he can't forget certain amount of things. Now, in 1936 or 35 or 36, they had another crime of the century where they killed this white boy, that Jew boy, for the Limburg baby. Now and all of a sudden now they brought this movie out, The Crime of the Century. And where the white boy literally killed this person because they needed somebody. And because he was this Jew person that they didn't like. Now, isn't it funny that almost, 60 years later they would have another trial, you see what I'm saying, of the same magnitude, and call it the trial of the century, and that was called the crime of the century. You see, very, very key, and nothing is by chance when they do certain amount of things like that. Nothing is by chance. But isn't it funny how these people cannot bring themselves to believe that this man is innocent? You see what I'm saying? Is innocent. And basically, the reason why they can't bring themselves to believe this man is innocent, because they can't bring themselves to believe that they're so arrogant to say that no one could ever plant evidence. Although they can make movies about their white boys and little children getting planted and getting framed by the police, but a black man can't be framed. That's what you're talking about, a sociopathic type of incident. Now, the key to this thing is that we got new evidence that's actually going on, and the new evidence is that what you're dealing with here is that the main person that was involved in the killing was actually Cato Kalin. This is the new shit. Cato Kalin is the one that gave him the gloves, gave him the boots, and gave him all the stuff. You see what I'm saying? And also we understand that he did this particular information. He gave him this particular information for the simple fact that he was planted there in the get-go to do the whole 9 yards and cooperate with the police. That's how they knocked on the door. He's the one that put the bloody sock in the living room. Cato Kalin is the biggest part of this thing. But what the government did and what they do to fool you, they made Cato Kalin as he's this dunce, this homeless house fella. You see what I'm saying? That's just like this valley boy that's stupid. See, they always do this to throw you off. See, that's what they did when they give you a Bill Clinton. They say he's stupid and all this kind of thing, and they do this stuff to throw you off. You see what I'm saying? So you thinking, okay, he's a so stupid homeless person. He's the main person around this thing. So like I said before, they released the movie The Chase, which we have to go in and and you need to go to the public library and you need to find out. You look on the Friday edition. You look on the Friday edition, let's say somewhere around June or April. And you need to find out when was the movie The Chase, that starred, what's his name, Charlie Sheen. You need to find out when did this movie actually come out, because this particular movie came out, I think, a month before the actual chase scene of the Bronco. You see what I'm saying? And a month before Nicole died. You see what I'm saying? And then what happened was he's being chased, and they got the TV cameras and all this, and then what happened? They say, well, he said, I was accused of something I didn't do. I was an innocent person. He said, what happened? He said, but they accused me, and I got time because they expected O.J. Simpson to get time. That was the guards that intervened. He said, I got time because I had a cut on my hand, and they took the DNA from the cut on my hand and convicted me. Now, what are the odds? It's no coincidence. What are the odds of they having this movie come out, and he's getting convicted with the cut on his hand, and they got the chase scene in the movie cameras, which the movie came out. How can this cracker can take a movie and actually make a movie of what he's going to do a month before, release it a month before, and then do the exact same thing the next month? You see what I'm saying? So he did this, and in this particular movie, what makes this movie authentic is that who was supposed to be the best man at Charlie Sheen, the star of this movie's wedding? Kato Kaelin. See what I'm saying? So now the movie goes out of just a theory type thing, and you just putting two and two together to a reality that it was a setup from the get-go. And Kato Kaelin is the doggone key. You see what I'm saying? On side of he was screwing around with Nicole and stuff, you know. But hell, she screwed Faye Resnick and all this kind of shit. So who the fuck is she? You know what I'm saying? And all this type of stuff. So the whole thing was set up. And so that movie, The Chase. Also, there's certain things that you got to understand in investigative reporting. Another movie, Natural Born Killers, came out it came out about a month or 3 weeks after the killing. Came out like the 1st of August. You go to the periodicals, and you get the newspaper periodicals, and you can go to the movie section and find out when is the release dates of The Chase and of Natural Born Killers. So it came out around August. Now, it's interesting about this movie, we would not even ever have thought about this movie, because when I saw the movie when it first came out, and it didn't register until I saw the movie on cable about a month ago. Now, here's a movie that comes out in August, a month after the killing. He hadn't even gone to trial yet, but yet they will flash his picture along with Charles Manson's picture. Now, wait a minute. We can't. So most of the people will look, and so people will look now and say, oh, they got O.J. up there, and they don't know about the release date. Now, it's funny if the movie came out this year and they did it. You understand what I'm saying? Because we know they're bitter about the trial. But how are you going to put this man as a mass murder up against Charles Manson? You understand what I'm saying? The brother fell out. Oh, man. Let's see what happened. I think the brother fell out back there. Huh? Is he out? Cut your tape for a minute. Is he all right? Let the brother sit down. He might have just got dizzy from standing up. Or then again, it might be the energy, too. Yeah, you need to go outside, brother. Are you all right? You think it's because of you standing up? It's, yeah. You might have just, sometimes when you stand up like that, hell, I get weak like that, too. Whatever. Get you some water or whatever. Then come on back, brother. You see. If you want to go outside, you want to come back or whatever, yeah, that's, sometimes standing up like that, just, or you can get a brother a seat, whatever, or you can cut it back on. You cut it back on. You got it back on? So what I'm trying to say here is, what are the odds of them convicting this man and putting him against, the magnitude of putting him against doggone Charles Manson before the trial even started? You see what I'm saying? Before the trial even started. The movie Just Cause. So they had the movie Just Cause, and both Sean Connery and the guy Blair Underwood argued that no, we didn't do this movie based on the O.J. Simpson trial because the book was written in 1982. Right? 1992. Right? But we understood that the whole thing, the O.J. Simpson thing, was nothing but a trial basis that spurned, and it was the second part of the Rodney King verdict in 1992. So if they went to work on this book, you got to understand that all these movies came out at the same time, and that's a whole system that they got, basically trying to undermine black life in America. Because one thing about black life, up until recently, black people was the moral authority of America, period. Even white people, if they say, well, we can't get shit to stick now unless we put some Negroes in it. You see what I'm saying? Because we went to church more than anybody else. So the key is to make the black person this particular freak, so therefore they can do what the hell they want to do with black people in the future. You see what I'm saying? So this is interesting. This particularly interesting. But the movie, The Chase is the movie that you need to see, which is documenting that the whole Cato Kalin, which was the best friend of Charlie Sheen, was all in on this movie. And that was the key movie to let you know on what they were going to do. They came around again. So they're always testing the market. So they came around again last year. We're just doing some recaps. And they said, well, now we know we got black people. Because they did something last year that was the most advanced and the most advanced thing that they could ever do. And that was to release the movie Outbreak 1 week, and 2 weeks later they actually have the outbreak of Ebola. Now what are the odds of that? And nobody even questioned it. So they do these to have a reaction from most of the people, because most of the people are not in consciousness. That's why you got to understand the beauty of the brothers and sisters that's in consciousness is it goes beyond just you being gods and nobody else. It goes beyond to say that it is because of you that the race has a chance. Although everything is going to be redeemed anyway. That's prophesied. But you got to understand, in the form of the redemption of us going to the higher levels, the whole race being redeemed, there's a group of people that is sent down to be the helpers. And those group of people, if you don't get anything, the reason why shit is holding back is because the ones in consciousness do not understand it. You are those people. That's the deal. You see what I'm saying? So now, instead of feeling good about your career and whether I made it, whether I got enough money, that's superficial shit, which is nothing anyway. Idiots have money. You see what I'm saying? The most diabolical people in the world have so-called, quote-unquote, made it. But the most important people on the planet is the one that received this knowledge to get the people out of this shit, and that is you. Check? And this is the key. We got to keep constantly reminding ourselves. And it's an ongoing process. You got to remind yourself every day that I am the Christ which is to come, which the Holy Kabbalah tell you that you are. You see what I'm saying? And start thinking like a god and all. So now, let's go on. Another movie came out, Blue Skies, to show you the cult of America. Movie with Jessica Lange and Tommy Lee Jones. And the movie is dealing with, they dropped some nuclear testing there was nuclear testing in the 50s or whatever. And they saw there was two people that was farming out there on the horses. And they didn't tell the people to get out of the way, and they dropped the bomb anyway, and these people start coming down with all kind of stuff. So when Jessica Lange came out to tell the two people that the government is the one that is the reason for them coming down with all these ailments and this nuclear stuff, they said one thing in the movie. He said, no, my government didn't say they did this. And until my government says that that's what happened, I have to believe what the government says. Or I can't believe that the government will do this. That's showing you that the brainwashing techniques in America. So it's interesting. So movies like these that come out, it's small things, but it's major things also too. Check? It's major things also too. Now, what is the deal? Now the new shit is the drugs and the CIA. All that is a new plot to get you from thinking the other way. First of all, it's not the conscious people that knew this. Every fool from Alabama, Georgia, and down Mississippi knew that the government planted the drugs. Hell, I go to Mullins and people say, well, you know the whole thing. We ain't got no boats, no planes, and all. We've been saying that for 10 years. So everybody knew that the government is the one that planted the damn drugs in the community. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody knew this. They've had black, so-called, quote-unquote, black exploitation flicks that dealt with that. So why is it now, all of a sudden, we're so crazy until we couldn't take action 10 years ago? We got to wait till the white man validates it. Now, let's not be stupid with this mess. First of all, the government got shit that they did 100 years ago that you don't know about. Or you will find out 100 years later and say, it was bad how they dropped them smallpox on the Indians and all this kind of shit. So you know damn well if the government, the way they are, whereas they can kill everybody that even think, hell, they can, if a person comes up and breaks some news in the newspaper, they can come in and jack that nigga up and put some and put some electrodes under his balls and some razor blades up his ass, and he'll print a retraction the next day. So obviously, if this particular information is getting out, but they got information that will never get out. You understand what I'm saying? If this particular information is getting out where they put it on the news, and the news is run by the government, that means that the government is the one that is behind putting this information out. Now all the black bourgeoisie Negroes is running up to Washington, D.C. You see what I'm saying? And that's the reason why, so when you found out, hell, Farrakhan told them about that 10 years ago at Northwestern University, that the government is the #1 funder of the government is damn dope. Any fool know this, but you mean to tell me, now here it is, this is the sickness of it, because it's all a test. You so sick that you can't damn stand up as grown people, as spiritual people, and say, hell, we know the deal back in 1988, 1986, 1987, in 1990 when you finally realized the shit. We know the deal that you're the one that's putting it in. No, you got to wait till the damn white man documents it. And he always put the shit out, he always documents it 10 years too late. Too late now, you don't even know who. Hell, half the people could be dead. Hell, all the black people already in jail. Half of them dead now. Half of them will never be no good. So it's not the object to come in and say, oh, we got the information now that they did this, when the black, it's in the story. Hell, he done put your man in jail now, and he's ruined for life. You see what I'm saying? But that's the way they do it. They always come out with 10-year-old news. So this is old shit that they come out with now and bring it up now, and all the black people think, oh, this is the new shit. Oh, you heard about it 10 years ago, but now all of a sudden it's new on your mind because the white man said it, and life does not exist until the white man documented on his news for our people. So he brings it out now. Now, why is he bringing it out now? He's bringing it out now to basically counter his new thing, which is black body snatching, which is tons and tons, like I said before, tons of projects around the country that closed down, and you got black people in concentration camps. And as a result, we got at least 12 million black people in concentration camps. So to get you to stop thinking about that particular thing, he'll give you some old news about some crack and some shit that done happened, whereas they just disbanded Red Dog. Crack basically is damn near gone compared to what crack was 5 years ago. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, you still got a little bit of crack, but I'm trying to say the crack epidemic is basically all the big people in jail. So he'll give you the old news on an old project that was successful to you to keep you off of the new project, basically, which is actually old news too. You see what I'm saying? But this is the project, he ain't got enough of you off the street yet, because he's coming down to the black bourgeoisie next. So it's in the middle of this project, and so boom, to keep people from finding out about it, he'll give you the old news about the crack cocaine of 10 years ago, and then actually come out and say, yeah, this is true. And he'll give you this to keep you off of what's going on now, which they're actually snatching your bodies. And the beautiful part about it is this. Now all of a sudden, the I told you so's is coming rapidly. So we got it documented on tape. I came out about a month ago, 2 months ago, and told you that they was taking the homeless and taking the what you call, you heard it on the radio, and taking the, close down all the projects. The Spirit is showing you, because now this is one of the greatest times to understand that the Spirit is working for the simple doggone fact that the cracker in the middle of the conspiracy comes out with a movie Friday. The damn movie Extreme Measures. And he comes out with this movie Friday. And anybody go see the movie yet? We went to see the movie yesterday. And the movie is all of that. Because they start out with the homeless people. So they put a little bit of white people up in there to throw you off. But then again, on the other hand, like I told you before, they even doing this to pole crackers too. You see what I'm saying? That's their tough luck. Fuck them. See what I'm saying? Damn a redneck. We ain't getting no alliance with no beast and stuff. But here it is. This crazy nigga comes on the radio. We're not talking about you because you conscious. But we talking about the masses on the way we think. This crazy nigga on the radio talking about how they're putting people in concentration camps to do experiments. Right? To do experiments. So, all of a sudden, a month later, they come out with the actual movie. called Extreme Measures, where they show them taking the actual homeless. They say, well, why do you do the homeless? They say, or why you do poor people? See, that's a code word for niggers. You see what I'm saying? Why do you do poor people? Because nobody will miss them. You see what I'm saying? And they got this whole movie going on, so they'll give you the little technology about Paris Allegiant and all this type of stuff when you go see the movie. But basically, the movie, they can't tell you about the melatonin program. You see what I'm saying? About the melatonin program. But they will give you the information based on the information on what they actually do, and they had this whole thing going on in the movie, and you got to go see this movie. Go see the movie tomorrow. Go see it the matinee or whatever, but you got to go see the movie, because now we're talking about they're actually documenting this stuff, and it's in the movie. Do you know? Okay, so, well, you know, that's just a coincidence. It ain't no coincidence. Guess who wrote the movie? The movie was written by a medical doctor. I forgot the guy's name. I should have broke the guy's name. But I went, and what happened was, they have the little small paperback book out also, too, which will give you 8 times as much as the movie. The little $4 paperback book, Extreme Measures. Come to find out, the movie is written by this particular doctor, and Elizabeth Hurley, who is the woman that's the boyfriend, the girlfriend to Hugh Grant. They decided to come in, and she put the money up to produce it, or either she came and knew a couple of people. When you produce a movie, you don't use your own money. You just produce it, just go out and get money for the movie. So she put the money up to produce this movie, but it's based off of a medical doctor's book, Extreme Measures, that was on the damn bestsellers list for a whole year. So the key, what I'm trying to say here is this. This particular medical doctor is the person this is the doctor that if he's not experimenting because he's in the doctor's community, he knows of the people that is experimenting on black people. So all he has to do is come in and write this movie and just change it from the black people to homeless people and put a little bit of white people up in there, and you got it. You see what I'm saying? Now, it wouldn't be, it would still be, oh yeah, you still just grasping for straws here, but what are the odds of a medical doctor? You see? And so they got this new thing now, they call it medical horror, or medical suspense, where they're getting ready to go in and show all this shit these damn Nazi doctors is doing. You see what I'm saying? It's nothing but a carryover from World War II. But it's just on your ass now with the concentration camps. You see what I'm saying? So they do all of this particular stuff that's more advanced now. You see what I'm saying? And they're putting it in these books and they're making these movies. You see what I'm saying? So the key is, but this is, now let's try to, we're going to have to brainstorm here because we're going to have to try to understand something. Look at the magnitude of this. This is not World War II where you actually have a public acknowledgement of the people taking these so-called Jews off and putting them in concentration camps. What we have here that's going on that makes this worse is the masses of the people don't even suspect this is happening until you end up in the concentration camp and actually be the victim. And that's the damn what the movie was talking about. The only reason why he found out is 2 people escaped. And the whole shit chain of action, and he was investigating, and they end up setting his ass up. The cops put put cocaine in his house, and he ended up getting set up his damn self. It's the same stuff. So this is a key movie that you must go see because it is actually documented. Another key thing is this. If you look at go back and look at any pictures from the turn of the century, any pictures from the turn of the century, which means that the bulk of your race at that particular time was mostly and mainly dark-skinned people. Although you had a lot of light-skinned people, but a light-skinned people was fairly a minority, or a person that you would be considered, some people consider you dark, which you are the average tone now, or this brother would be the average tone now, which would be the model now. But the model, the masses of the model in the United States was something like this sister's color back here. You see what I'm saying? Or something like this sister's color back here. That would be the model. That is the exception now. That's not the norm anymore. You understand what I'm saying? So what we're talking about is this. If the turn of the century, that this sister would be the model, and she's considered light in most circles compared to the African. If you were the if you were the model in the turn of the century, and this is supposed to be after slavery, we want to know what happened to that whole place, that whole, what you say, post-slavery race that's gone now. That means that in actuality, they have literally, from the last, let's say the last 100 years, they have literally, let's say 130 years, 1865, 1965, 131 years, they have actually came in and wiped out a whole dark-skinned race of people. And we are the leftover of that. You understand what I'm saying? But like I told you before, there was not a hanging unless they had a barbecue grill, because they ate a lot of those. You see what I'm saying? So now the movie actually bears witness that the white rat theory, that is not even white rat theory. 98% of all stuff, all medicine that we have now, pharmaceutical medicine that we have now, was done by human subjects. You understand what I'm saying? Unfortunately, for the last 31 years, we have been the human subjects. See, the argument in the movie was that we don't mind you doing this, but you can't do it with human subjects. Guy said, oh, fuck that, rats take too long. So the key is, most of the medicine that they put out, even the rat was a decoy. Most of the medicine that is made in the United States has been made from human subjects, and we have been at the damn bulk of that. It's been at our expense. You understand where I'm coming from? So it's interesting. So we got a whole dark-skinned race of people that's gone. And the reason why I know this, because you can go to any form of the Caribbean. You go to Jamaica, and you go to several places, even though they have light-skinned people in Jamaica, and they have light-skinned people in the Caribbean. If you notice, they still have an element where the masses of the people are darker-skinned people. You see what I'm saying? If you go to India, you go to Bahamas and stuff, you will see an element where the bulk of them are darker-skinned people. You won't see a whole room full of dark-skinned people here in America. That's impossible now. You understand what I'm saying? Whereas you can go there and you can have the majority of the room will be dark-skinned people, and then you would have a few people, you would have a great group that would be light-skinned. You understand what I'm saying? But the majority of those people would be dark-skinned people. Same thing with the American Indian. Why is it now that you see the damn American Indian, every time you see him, they're showing you some white man with some damn long black hair with a fucking wig on? Whereas 98% of all, well, 100% of all pictures taken during the time of the damn great massacre of the West was dark-skinned people. Black as you and I. But how is it that you see what I'm saying? So we understand, we say, well, they wiped out those people. We can see that about the Indians. We're saying that the same thing has happened to us, too. You see what I'm saying? Whereas now they show you some Indians, they go on a reservation, and everybody up there looking like fucking Saks Fifth Avenue, looking like England and shit. Talking about they Native Americans. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, and I'm just saying, but I'm just talking about the color of them. You see what I'm saying? The color would be different. That means you got a whole entire race that's gone. You see? It's interesting. So now this CIA thing with the drug thing, and they got all the people up in there, that's all designed. Because now, you know now, it's the Senate, now they're saying they're going to cooperate, and so now they're going to come out with a few things. They had a white man on TV today, one white boy, they found today, they just found this cracker today. He's saying, and I knew about it 5 years ago, because I did some research and I did some stuff, and I knew about it 5 years ago, and this is a big-time cracker. So now they come out with this stuff, and so what it is now everybody going to jump on the bandwagon. You know, Dick Gregory and all them getting thrown. Now, Dick Gregory knew about the shit before. He said it back in the damn 80s this was happening. But if you knew this in the damn 80s, what the fuck you doing up in D.C. now, because the cracker done said it? See, this is the insanity. So now they're ready to come out, and this is going to be the big thing. And what's happening is anytime they come out and start doing shit heavy like this is because they're getting ready to do this extreme measures even more. You see what I'm saying? Even more. I went back to Vine City yesterday. No, the other day. We're talking about Vine City, which I used to live in Vine City. The entire community is wiped out. And I'm saying black people don't have that kind of money to do a mass migration where a whole community just up and leaves. Only people staying up in there now is a few little people had old people. You know, they was killing off them. But the majority of them is new people with new houses that they built. But we're talking about complete streets gone. They don't relocate people like that. You see? That means they did the same thing with a whole black community. Vine City and the majority are past Simpson. That whole area is abandoned houses. That means that they have come in under the nose of our people and literally, well, under the nose of the idiots, which we call the black bourgeoisie that don't give a fuck about nothing, no way, that make jokes about the so-called soulful ghetto people. They have come in under our nose and have cleaned out a whole community. You see what I'm saying? So, I'm talking, but I'm actually visualizing this. You got to understand the magnitude of this shit we talking about here. You understand what I'm saying? To understand, my God, the stuff that's on the move is only a damn drop in the bucket of what these crackers are actually doing. You see what I'm saying? So they've come in and it's funny now. It's funny because now we got shit. Now I got some news last week that some of these goddamn churches is in on this shit. Yeah, the damn Vine City, come to find out that half the houses that was bought up in Vine City, or so-called bought up in Vine City, was bought up by a group called the Vine City Housing Ministry, based on some damn black churches, which we know that they can control our people, that our people might not even know nothing about it. But under the guidelines, or under the people who finance the church, they can come in and they're putting people in concentration camps. And they're using this church as a front piece. Or when you come and say, well, what happened to all these people? Oh, they say, well, the Vine City Housing Ministry, a group of black churches bought up the damn land. You see? So they can come to the group of black churches and actually give them the finance to buy up the land, because as a front piece, but the whole time they have come in and wiped out the land. So they say, we got these vacant houses. So they'll come in and say, well, you know, we're giving you the finances to buy out this stuff and start this little black business. You see what I'm saying? So when you ask, what happened to all these people? They say, oh, the Vine City Housing Ministry is the one. That's the black church is the one that bought up all this land. So they're using the black churches just like they use the black churches to put us in the census put us in the census in the early turn of the century. They didn't have a census on black people until all the damn black preachers registered all the people. You see what I'm saying? Registered all the people. So they can use these people. You see what I'm saying? They can use these particular people as a front piece. It's like a damn laundering business. You see what I'm saying? And this is what's going on right now. So the churches is into this. Now, the new shit is this. They came on TV last week. They said that the poverty among black people has fallen. The lowest it has been since 1959. Now, we know damn well that there ain't no jobs. You had more jobs in 1959 than you have now. You know what I'm saying? You had people that had all kind of positions. You know what I'm saying? Hell, it's hard to even work in a damn kitchen now. You know what I'm saying? So now, we know that the jobs is gone. We know that with the Reaganomics, it had more homeless people than the country has ever seen. Now, wait a minute. Now, let's think of this shit now. This is the way they fooling people. They have produced the greatest homeless that the country has ever seen. And the only reason why you are not reminded of the homeless now, because they done came in and put them motherfuckers in concentration camp, and they're making melatonin pills out of them. Okay. So now, if we know there's no jobs, you see, and I don't know, I haven't worked on a job, a legitimate job since 1989. But I know damn near 10 years of college, the last time I just tried to go out and get a bullshit job so I can pay rent, I damn near caught hell. You know what I'm saying? I damn near caught hell. Like now, it's like every place else. Atlanta didn't used to be this way, but now you can lose a damn job. It might take 3 months to get a new one. You see what I'm saying? So I damn near caught hell trying to get a bullshit job. You see what I'm saying? So my point is, there are no jobs, but if there are no jobs, how in the hell can poverty fall the lowest it has been? 29.5%. How is that? Because now they're saying that basically they're telling you the truth. The people that was in poverty no longer exist. So therefore, the poverty has fallen, the lowest it has ever been. Now let's look at the magnitude. We got to go back and think a minute now. Listen, they came in and say that the poverty has fallen the lowest it has been since 1959. Yet in 1959, 1960, you had the unemployment rate was not as big as what the hell it is now. You understand where I'm coming from? Now, one minute they talk about we spending too much money in welfare, affirmative action. We can't do the health care, and we are running out of money. The country going to be broke. The country, and we already know, the conscious people know the country been broke since the 1950s, right? So now, what they're actually saying, that in actuality, that the people in poverty no longer exist. So it's not saying that poverty has fallen. They're saying that the people in poverty has fallen off the planet and became so low now since 1959 have actually died. And these are the way they say things. You see, these are the way they say things. You see what I'm saying? So now, look at this. They even bear witness to it in the scriptures. You see, the Bible, you got to trace this thing down, because when you're dealing with the Bible, you're dealing with a very bastardized book. Although we prove that there's wisdom all through it, but it's damn near like connect the dots. It's in fragments. And so we're talking about years and years of people coming in and carving up shit. So what we're going to do is we're going to go deep into the scriptures. So now, the original scriptures of the Bible is the first four gospels, or the complete gospels. This is the one coming from, this comes from, the guy is Robert J. Miller is the editor. And these are the complete gospels. So anytime you get, if you want to deal with the gospels to compare to your Bible, always get the ones that say the New Jerusalem Bible. You will see some of those. Or you can get this book, the complete gospels, which is only talking about first four gospels, because one of the first four gospels, which is what? Matthew, Mark, John, and Luke. You see what I'm saying? But in here, they're going to add other ones, the book of Q, the gospel of Thomas, the gospel of James, the gospel of the Savior, the gospel of Mary. You see what I'm saying? Now, what is this? I'm going to explain this thing to you. So if you want to get the real ones, anytime you see that book with that line down the middle of the page, that's not the one you want. That means that they done carved up some shit. The one you want to get is this one, the complete gospels. It's, this one costs, you'll find this book in any of the stores. They're going to have some in here. But you can find this book in any of this Pole Bridge Press. But it's the complete gospels by Robert J. Miller. Now, there's a section in here to bear witness to all of this that's going on. Now, to read the Bible, we come to find out that 98%, all of the damn Bible, is now. Never happened in the past. You see, somebody took some scriptures that was all mystical and prophetic and wrote it, historicalized it. And that's what's fucking up everything. We're going to get deeper into that tonight. Look, this is the part of Matthew that I want to read. And it says this. And the disciple, this is in Matthew 17. You can get this right out of your Bible. Matthew 17, verse 4 to 25. Matthew 17, verse 4 to 25. This, fortunately, is right in your regular King James Version. And it says this. It says, the disciples quoted him. They're quoting Jesus. They say that in the light of this, do the scholars claim that Elijah must come first? So they're saying that Elijah must come first. That's what the Jewish nation is on hold now. That's why they all fucked up. They've been looking for Elijah, but they're the fake Jews, so they can't receive the Elijah, but the Elijah came here. That's why they went to Ebony in 1983 and told Ebony, you got to change his name from Elijah to some Wilford Poole or some kind of shit, because they knew that we got the Elijah. Now they say Elijah must come first. And it says, in response, he said that Elijah does indeed come to restore everything. So we're talking about in a period of the 20th century. You see what I'm saying? Because he was born 1897, and so he didn't come until 1931 when he got the actual teaching. You see what I'm saying? Now, so some people don't believe this shit. Well, listen. The scriptures say that Elijah must come. In Egypt, they say Tahuti must come. You see what I'm saying? In Hebrewism, it's Enoch, or it's John in Christianity. It's Elijah. It's Enos also that must come. In different cultures, there's supposed to be a forerunner to the Christ that was supposed to come and set shit straight. So now, whether we say we don't believe that or not, well, hell, if this is going into the year 2000, even when the Christians say that the Christ is coming, and if we are just going to take the Christian scripts, that means that Elijah had to have come to restore the nation. He had to do it more than 4 years. You see what I'm saying? So obviously, we can bear witness that that was the one, because it says in all ones that it would be a forerunner. Now, this is what it says. Elijah does come and to restore everything. But I tell you that Elijah has already come. So now, this is the future. Whoever is speaking right now in the future. And when we say speaking, we're talking about the knowledge that we are receiving now. That's the speech. Is the book that you're getting, because we wrote the books years ago for you to pick up now. You got it? Now it says this. Elijah has already come, and they did not recognize him. Oh, damn, that's true. This person came. We didn't recognize this person as no biblical Elijah. You see what I'm saying? The Islamic people recognized him as a heretic based on Orthodox. You understand what I'm saying? But remember now, the Messiah script, the Messiah text, which is the Jewish Messiah text, that book Raphael Patsy said when he comes, he's going to come posing as an Arab, which means Islam, not them the white Arab. They say he's going to come in. When he comes in the future, he's going to be disguised as an Arab. Now this is the Hebrew scriptures, which is more authentic than the fake Jewish, the fake Christian stuff. We're going to get into this now. Y'all bear with me, but I want to put this down. Look, and they say he has already come. So we're talking about somewhere now. So he's already come. Well, when did he come? He came in 1931 to 19. Well, he came in 18 something. But we'll say that when he came into the knowledge. That's when they talk about whenever you only live when you come into the knowledge of self. You understand? So otherwise, you're just a bump on the wall. So he came in 1931. When he came into the knowledge, 1931 to 1975. So they say he's already come. Hell, this is damn near 20 years after he's gone that we're reading this. Say he's already come. Now look at this. And they did not recognize him. And the sons of Adam are also going to suffer at their hands. They said that when Elijah came, whoever they were did with him as they pleased. Which means, you know, on our part, we didn't believe half the shit, so that's some old crazy shit. The white man did what he did to him as he pleased, because he the devil, so you know what I'm saying, by keeping him out of the way. But they, like I said, they knew he came, because in 1950 they gave him a motorcade down Washington, D.C., a congressional parade that they don't let you know about. That's also in the Theology of Time. Now listen, look at this. They said that they did not recognize him. They said, but the sons of Adam are going to suffer at their hands. Now what do they mean by that? They mean that they're saying that basically what I told you when he was on the podium in 1973 and he was speaking, and then all of a sudden he saw a vision and he said, oh God, it hurts me to see what they're going to do to you. That means he's looking in the future and he's seeing the concentration camps now. In this particular part in Matthew 17 verse 4 to 25, they say because of his coming and both us not recognizing him and both the white boy doing with him as they please when they did the whole thing with the Malcolm thing, based on that, they say that the sons of Adam are going to suffer at their hands. Their hands is talking about the doggone powers that be. So, first of all, we didn't really fuck up because it was already destined that we was going to not recognize him, because they say that he comes at a time when light shines in the darkness and the darkness comprehends it not, or they would reject knowledge. So right in Matthew, they're actually talking about that. They're actually talking about that particular part, which the suffering at their hands is AIDS, Ebola, concentration camps, crack cocaine, and black insanity at an all-time high, and black self-hatred at an all-time high, where they give you their woman, the white woman now. You see what I'm saying? And they're suffering at the hands. And that's very interesting that with this particular part in Matthew, that they would deal with that particular part. Now, Now, let's deal with some things. We're going to go right ahead so we can go get into this particular part here, because I want to say a couple other things. Number one, like I said, to understand your stories, you got to rent that movie, The Never Ending Story. And when you see, they put it out in children's movies because they know adults ain't going to never see it. And the little boy, what the little boy is going through, come to find out that the whole adventure that he was going through was in actuality him. It's just the person on the inside of him projecting out. And so the actual story is going on in his small universe, which is in the brain. Which everything that is projecting out here is going on, is predetermined inside of you. And you go through it every day. That's what your dreams are. You see what I'm saying? Also, get the movie Clash of the Titans. Go back and see. It comes on TBS all the time. Clash of the Titans. The guy Perseus, which is a modified word of Perseverant, which is a later word, Parseverant, who is the one who gets the Holy Grail. Get the movie Excalibur. And put yourself in the adventure. So you are Perseus. And they show the gods. They show two realms going on. The gods are putting little toys and say, we're going to do this to Perseus. We're going to put this in his way. We're going to put this in his way. And then they had the mortal realm, which is the earth. And this shit ain't nothing but a big ritual we going through. And that's the way the shit is. The stuff is more of a ritual that you're going to and more of a damn computer game. More of a computer game or a role-playing game more than it is reality. Because you can't make heads or tail out of reality. Long as you're looking with these two ways out. You see what I'm saying? So get the movie Clash of the Titans. Key movie. Clash of the Titans. Excalibur. Key movie. Never Ending Story. Key movie. Key movie. These are movies that you need to get and try to understand your role as you're going. But Clash of the Titans is surely, they just show you bit for bit on what's going on with you. But you just got to put yourself in the role of the Christ. You see what I'm saying? In the role of the actual Christ. And that's the key to the movie and all. Now, the white boy, what he's doing is he give you careers and he awards you. And as long as he's giving you awards, he traps you. It's just like the MARTA bus drivers. What they do is like the MARTA bus drivers. You can be running and the woman can see you on the bus and step on the damn gas. Because you know what I'm saying? So now she's gone, or he, but mainly they do it with a lot of, the reason why I say she, because they got this thing where they condition the sisters. That's why they always pick, most of the sisters that drive the buses are over 40 in their 50s. You see few young sisters, but not that many. And they can condition them, and a lot of the brothers are older brothers also too. You see what I'm saying? But the brothers is a different type energy that's going on. So this is not talking negative to the sisters, but they can manipulate the sisters a lot. So what they do is they come in and they give them a safe driver patch. Once they give them that safe driver patch, it locks them in forever. It's like a robot. That's like giving them a award, and they won't do anything outside of the rules. So they become non-humane. They see a motherfucker running to the bus in the damn lane, but you know they got a damn spot to pick up. They just keep on going because I'm following the goddamn rules. He wasn't there, I gotta leave. So when they award you, and that's the same thing happened in careers. When they award you with your career, they do this. And why is this? Because they understand, basically, because they study us every day. They understand because you have no culture, none whatsoever. And because you have no culture, therefore, your career becomes your culture. Same thing with damn fraternities. That's why black people took fraternities and sororities far beyond what white people did. Motherfucking Q's and shit. Nigga come in there, you know, he just a regular little freshman. He pledged, and all of a sudden he actually personifies a damn Q and start acting a certain way, or a Kappa, or these particular things. Like I said, the other day we saw this sister. She probably been out of college 10 years, but she got a goddamn green car with AKA on. And she actually thinks that actually she's a AKA, like that is a part of her persona. You see what I'm saying? White people, you never really hardly see them after they get out of college, or you never really hardly see them with stuff on. The same thing with white Masons. You don't see them wearing all that shit. Why is that? Because we don't have a culture, we become our career. You see what I'm saying? We become our career. So they put that safe driver patch on there, or they put a gold medal around your neck, or they give you the MTV awards. They always give you an award ceremony, and that locks you in. And that kills your spirit even more. That's why you can't never get our people to do nothing once they go into a profession. Because the profession becomes them, and that means they are no longer black, basically. Although they might say like African American, all that old shit. That's the terminology. You see what I'm saying? So and so that's when the white boy come and say, I don't see you as a black person, Michael Jordan. I don't see you as a black person, Oprah, because she has identified with that particular job. And now when we understand how is it that year after year shit can go on and we still catch hell, is because majority of our people, they have put these careers up in there since it started around 1970. Remember that 1960s, you was fighting for shit. You ain't have but two people, teachers and preachers. You see what I'm saying? That was it. You can only, you know, the teachers college, you can only teach or preach. You see what I'm saying? Then they started giving you more things, you know what I'm saying? On one level, they started giving you, on the blue collar level, they started letting you into, fire department, post office, police department, these type of things. On the other one, on the white collar, they started letting them into IBM and all this type of stuff. So what it did is actually took, they're actually, it's like a body snatcher. They're snatching members of the race, and once they go into that thing, you see what I'm saying? And once they go into that particular part, they become non-black. And somehow the spirit, because the beast, he fire a few of them, you know what I'm saying? They fall on hard times and shit, and they come back to reality. You see what I'm saying? So this is what's going on, and so this is why our people, they're still locked, and it's based on these career type things. Now, the new thing is, the stuff that I have just said, okay, on the college campuses, I'm supposed to speak there 2 weeks from now, on the 9th. It was interesting because I was supposed to speak 2 weeks, the last 2 weeks I was supposed to speak, but for some reason they shit the guy on the room and we couldn't get the room. But it's interesting, we was going to go to the lecture that was canceled, and when I turned around and we got on Lee Street going to Morehouse, we felt this negative energy. I was like, damn, what the hell is going on? I feel a negative energy. And my sister, she felt it too. So she said, I feel it too. But I remember when she first got turned on the mounds and they opened up psychically, they drove up and they said, you better get out of here. The spirit told her, you better get out of here. The energy is very negative. Now, why is this? Because for some reason, when they go to college, and I know this because I've been in college for 10 years, for some reason, they tell you that these are the next black leaders. So the ego is inflated. And so now what you have is, up on the campuses, now everybody's into the revolutionary thing. So now they had, last week I think I had a brother that came and he did the revolutionary election saying, you need to fuck everything that's spiritual. You understand what I'm saying? It's about revolutionary. Now, first of all, about the revolution, that's a damn pipe dream for the simple fact that that's a romanticism, because a real revolutionary, if he was really in revolution, first of all, revolution, what they show you on TV, is different than the way the white people do things, for the simple fact, if you're a real revolutionary, you would know about the things that I talk about, the concentration camps. You would know about these things now, and not 10 years later, still saying, I'm waiting for the white man to jump. So we getting shotguns, we getting rifles, we getting all this shit to wait for the white man to jump. And you don't understand, the white man is covert. He starts his war on you 10 years before and wipe out your whole clan. You see what I'm saying? And so you're still a revolutionary waiting for people to jump, and that's not the way they do stuff now. So the day of we getting ready to fight in the streets is not going to happen that way. Remember now, the TV controls everything that go on there. So every now and then, every month, you will hear some cracker or some black man talk about a race war that's coming on. Oh, we believe there's going to be a race war. That's the diversionary tactic, because as long as they can keep you thinking in the future that there's going to be some stuff, you will never actually tap into what's going on. So all these revolutionaries that's walking around on the college campus, they know nothing about that they have taken 12 million black people and killed them. They don't know nothing about that shit. They don't know nothing about that half the people, 98%, when they start the revolutionary, the government going to make sure that so many clones are going to be up in there. You see what I'm saying? They don't understand that the damn religion that they're going up against, all the white man got to say is, you're a child of Christ, and he's going to get black people to turn against them. So what I'm trying to say is this particular, it's this young egotistical thing that's going on, and the reason why I know this is because I was up there. When I was there, we had just as many revolutionaries, and like I said before, every 4 years, you get revolutionaries that talk shit. And then at the end of graduation, they cut the goddamn dreadlocks and go to and get the corporate job, and you never see them no more. And so the ones that's up there now is mild compared to the brothers who were there in '89. You know what I'm saying? We took over buildings. You see what I'm saying? We was raised in hell. Niggas was going and fighting the Ku Klux Klan and going to jail. You see what I'm saying? '92, they was fighting all this here. But what I'm trying to say is that's only something that you do in college, because ultimately nobody ain't going to give up nothing for black people. And so basically they can go and get their groove on in college. You see what I'm saying? And they can go to the white man shit. And so when the black people say, you a damn sellout, they can go, their child say, you a sellout. They can go, no, you don't understand. I did this. When I was in college, we did this and we did that. And that's their revolutionary part, because they have no intentions of sticking with it, because struggle is forever. You see what I'm saying? So now you got this whole thing. So it's a whole new crop of revolutionaries that come up talking about stockpiling, getting guns and all this kind of shit. You're supposed to start the goddamn revolutionaries in the 70s. I mean, the real revolution in the 70s, before AIDS, before crack. But why is it it's always a damn reactionary when it comes to the real shit? Because the white boy is 8 steps up ahead of us, because we deal on the physical and not the spiritual. And these are things that's actually going on. Now, I mentioned to you the last time that Gandhi was a government agent. Did I mention that to you? About Gandhi being a government agent, which in actuality was under the same government that Martin Luther King followed. That particular pattern is because the government, when they got to him, who was a government agent, they said you follow the Gandhi type thing, as well as your boy. That in the spiritual thing, they had to get a spiritual guru, and your boy that was a government agent, or the British spy was your guy that wrote the book, the autobiography of a yogi, Yogananda, which was also one also too. Now, we're dealing with some things we're going to go right on because we're going to keep on going right on up. We're dealing with some things. When you deal with more science, like I said, the reason why I said you need to get that cup of destiny and take the white people out of it, because when you're dealing with more science, the more science is that holy grail that they're talking about. But now it's going to be a little better, because when you rent the movie The Excalibur, you can see the actual stuff of the holy grail. And the movie First Night, they give you a little bit of stuff in it. Then when you read the book The Cup of Destiny, and another good book, this is an excellent one here. This is one that is called The Secret Tradition in Arthurian Legend. Also, you know, you're going to rent the movie Raiders of the Lost Ark, The Last Crusade. But in here they're going to deal with Maryland coming from Atlantis, and basically Maryland was nothing but a black person. You see what I'm saying? So this particular book is going to deal with the Atlantean period. It's also going to quote Rudolf Steiner's book. Did you ever get any of those, Sister Afrikiti? Universe, Earth, and Man. Rudolf Steiner's Universe, Earth, and Man. But anyway, he's going to quote in it. But if you got spiritual hierarchies, he's usually repetitive. You know what I'm saying? He usually does the same thing over and over again. Universe, Earth, and Man by Rudolf Steiner. But if you got any more spiritual hierarchies by Rudolf Steiner, you sold out. No, not spiritual hierarchies, cosmic memory. Well, spiritual hierarchies is good. Any Rudolf Steiner's work, he's just so hard to read, you got to really stick with him and all. But in this particular book, they're going to do, his name is Gareth Knight, who wrote this particular book. The Secret Tradition in Arthurian Legend is the one. That's more science. More science. So more science. Like I told you before, they showed the Moor in Maul, Flanders, which will be coming on video soon. Which is, you know, that's more science. Any science and stuff. The Kabbalah. They're going to tell you the Kabbalah was given to the white man by the Moors. They brought the Holy Kabbalah up and give to the fake Jew, because the fake Jew had converted and stuff. They said, well, we're going to give you some information, so because we know you're going to take it, believing you the Jew, and that way it'll be around for us. So we said, why did the Moors give black people, give the white man all these secrets? They gave them the secrets because they understood that the white man would rule the world, and that's the stuff that we would get now. So by the Moors giving them the Kabbalah, giving them the secret keys of Enoch, no, the secret of the Gotia, the book of Gotia, talking about these spirits, the lesser keys of Gotia. So you got a spiritual realm that is kind of, then you have what is called the lower spirits, lesser spirits. What do they mean by lesser spirits? The lesser key is, if you got a spiritual realm up here that you can't get to, you need to use the lesser keys, the lesser spirits, which is down low enough that they connect with you and you can connect with the higher spirits. So anytime you see the book of Gotia, you got any more of those keys of Solomon? That book of Gotia. The greater key of Solomon is the book, the keys of Solomon. The lesser key is this Gotia spirits. You see what I'm saying? All that's more science. Which more, they'll tell you, the more, when you see Sufi, they're talking about more. Suf means woolly-haired one. So all that's more science that they're giving them. So your Kabbalah is more science. The Kabbalah came out of Egypt. And the Moors went in and got that particular information and took it to, when they took it to Spain, they had to train all these crackers. They gave them all this particular information. You'll see some stuff called the Enochian spirit. The Enochian spirit. The Enochian spirits is dealing with the god Enoch, but it's these angelic spirits, which is supposed to be very powerful. The Moors left that up into Europe, left this stuff up into Europe, and after they left the stuff into Europe, this guy named John Dees came in and plagiarized all of it and said it was his shit. You see what I'm saying? So that's the Enochian spirits and all. That's also more science. Now, they got a stuff on HBO called Search for Sanity. It's called, you know, they got these HBO documentaries. It's called The Search for Sanity. And they got these white people all crazy. And how they're still giving them these lobotomies, drilling into their brains. And they're just showing these tons of white people that's crazy. And I notice they don't have no black people on the show. If we're crazy, it's based on conditioning. So that's a different type of mentality. But we're talking about, they just show these people in search for sanity, and all these white people are crazy. And they're showing all these white people are crazy and stuff like that. That's in its own right now. That is on right now. Now, did you get any of these? This is Yaakov's History by the Nation of Islam. I think it costs like $3. Did you get any of these, Sister Afrikiti? No. This is the History of Yaakov by Malcolm X, and this is one of his speeches. Yeah, you can get them all, like that, you know, also too. But I think you can. You'll find some distributors and stuff, so that's one you might want to read also too. Also, now they're talking about evolution from apes and stuff. They got a lot of stuff coming on about evolution from apes and the hominid. Remember, now don't get in. That's their history. When they first made, that's why you have to go and see. Oh, okay, Malcolm's. Okay, you got it on audio. Okay, cool. Now they're going to come in, they're going to give you evolution of apes. They're talking a lot about that now. And they're showing all these Piltdown Man, Nubian, what they call it, Grimaldi, and all this kind of stuff. That is not our history. Remember now, if you get Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, remember when they first made Frankenstein, he couldn't talk, he had to evolve until the person that he became at the end of the movie. You understand what I'm saying? Well, they just gave you one little part on how he evolved in a matter of months. You see what I'm saying, to a year, but in actuality, it took them years to evolve to the person that they are now. You see what I'm coming from? It took them years to evolve to the person that they are now. You see what I'm saying? And basically, basically they borrow the temporary intelligence and stuff, but in actuality, they are vampires. Now there's some stuff on, I got an out-of-print book, and there's some stuff on vampirism. Now what is a real vampire? This is what a real vampire is. Your magical fluid is an elixir of Awas. Now, what does they mean by that? Your magical fluid is an elixir of Awas. Awas is another name for the Christ, another name for Heru, and another name for the ancient black god, Melchizedek. So, if your magical fluid is indeed an elixir of Awas, anytime you hear the word elixir, they're talking about alchemy, so that means your magical fluid is melanin, right? Okay, now listen. For this you must be one. But for this reason you must watch out for vampires. They will try to take this sacred substance from you. Now, this is bearing witness to what we're talking about now with the concentration camps. Because I predicted, and it even got past me. I predicted in November of '94 on my Mothership 3 that the concentration camps was going to be mass melanin extraction experiments. You see what I'm saying? And it's funny, a sister saw it, but you got to realize we got to start learning how to interpret channels better. A sister saw bodies stacked up, and she saw people in concentration camps in '94. But she saw it physically on top out here in the public. And it threw people off, so because we didn't see it, we thought it would be something in the future. But a lot of times when you get channels, a lot of times they are going on now. You just got to interpret them. You see. But I said there's going to be mass melanin extractions. And 6 months later, they came out with the melatonin pills in '94. You see what I'm saying? They came out with the melatonin pills in '94. Now listen. They say they will try to take this substance from you. This is why you must use your will to attract those of high vibrations. You see what I'm saying? Now, and one thing that means also that you can't be fucking around with crackers. You see what I'm saying? Although you got dead black people, they are of a higher vibration than white people. You see what I'm saying? So, one level, you can't be fucking around with this beast, because these beasts can take your melanin by your energy, especially, like I say, through sex. You see what I'm saying? They will come to you because Awas, they say they will come to you because Awas is your master, which is a form of the Christ. You see what I'm saying? So what it means is here, these are vampires. So the real vampire will take your melanin through temporary. They take your melanin. First of all, they take your energy when they touch you. That's why you see some white people when they get to know you, they want to touch all over you. And you know, and I know a lot of people when they first got dreads. You see a lot of dreads now, but white people will come up and want to touch your goddamn dreads, or they'll come up and want to touch your hair. That's because they're taking your energy from you. They're vampires, so they can take that kind of energy by touching you. You see what I'm saying? By touching you. Another way is the ones that know. The other ones, when they get around your energy, it turns into racism. They reject against you because, you know, two damn objects might not attract each other. You know, you got different metals that polarize from each other. You know what I'm saying? So, but the ones that know, they come and try to take your energy. That's one way. Another way is through sex. Another way is basically getting so bad now that they just got to basically snatch you, take your whole body and take the parts out and make substitute. And that's the reason why they had to crush the mummies up, and they've always been eating us. You see what I'm saying? They've always been eating us for years. It's because they are the vampires. You see what I'm saying? And that's what they're talking about here. You see, vampire does what? Tries to suck your blood. What is blood? Blood, the liquid blood is only that. The liquid blood is only a fraction of what's in you as the melanin is throughout your whole blood system. You see what I'm saying? So this is what vampires really is. You see what I'm saying? So this whole thing that's going on now is in actuality, now it's funny. You see how the spirit is? It's funny because I'm always observing things. We said that they came out with the melatonin pills in '94. In the summer of '94, the same year that the melatonin pills came out, the metaphysical books stores started getting in at least 10 or 20 books that's been released within the last 3 years on vampires. They got all kinds of books on vampirism. Vampire this, vampire that. And these are not like story books and stuff like that. These are metaphysical books talking about vampires. But we know that the other one, and then, you know, then in what 94, the fall of '94, the movie Interview with a Vampire comes out. You see what I'm saying? This year you had the movie From Dusk to Dawn came out. You see, they are the vampires and they're trying to suck the blood of us. And remember now, and it's interesting. Now in the movie Interview with a Vampire, they said that the best blood is that of a Creole woman. When they came on damn HBO, they cut that out. So they even cut shit on HBO. You see. They cut it when they said, he said, oh, but the best blood is that of a Creole, which basically, they couldn't say black, so they said Creole, which shows it's still a black person. To show you the best, they talk about melanin. And they are the damn vampires. And that's the key. What the whole thing now is basically vampires against real people. And that's the whole shit that's going down now with the concentration camps. Check. Okay. So also, I want to say this because some brother, get on top of this, because some brother jumped up in Philadelphia and told me, well, brother, didn't we sell people into slavery in Egypt? Sell people into slavery? No, didn't the Africans sell us into slavery here in America? And there's a good book, Donald Redford's book, Akhenaten the Heretic King, and in that particular part, and I should have brought it and give you the page number, they talk about, in there they talk about a slave that was a guy that was sold into slavery in Egypt, which in actuality, it wasn't nothing but a POW, a prisoner of war. And that prisoner of war was able to go and do his little bit of duties with about a year or so, do his duties for the person that he was serving, as far as, you know, stuff around the house or, you know, whatever. And then after he got through, the guy gave him his daughter to marry and gave him his whole inheritance. So now, damn, that's a different kind of slavery than the one that they're talking about. You see, that's dealing with. I mean, we also know that our people had no way of knowing that this was going to happen to us, otherwise they wouldn't have dared done it. They was thinking on a POW, prisoner of war, and they didn't understand the concepts of slavery on what the white man was going to do to us. You see, on what the white man's going to do to us. But it's interesting because they always tell you stuff in movies. There's a movie, I'll have to get the name for it because I got it in a TV guide. It came on last Sunday. There's a black and white movie that came on AMC with Spencer Tracy that supposedly was going to Africa to hunt down this doctor that was doing he was doing these studies of the people in Africa. It's real derogatory thing about how Africans have never had knowledge or whatever is the darkest place. So when they say dark Africa, the dark continent, they're not talking about black people. They're saying dark people, dark continent, they're saying because it's supposed to be the most ignorant place in history, savage, dark as far as no knowledge, which we know that they're changing shit around. So when they say that, we know that they're talking, that's when they say dark continent, they say dark continent now. You'll see them talking about the dark continent. You just think they're talking about black people. No, they were talking about ignorant, which we weren't ignorant. They were just, that's the way that they say things. But in the movie, this is the late 1800s now, they show Arab slavers still got people into slavery. You see? And it documents that this slavery, if it went on in the late 1800s, it went on up until now. So now you got the hell with the Nation of Islam if they don't know that they got damn slavery in Sudan, Mauritania, you understand what I'm saying? And throughout Arab countries, including goddamn Arabia. They got physical slavery going on, not since 1980 like some of them, going on now. Because they can't doggone distinguish Islam. You're going to sit up here and talk junk. These doggone places do have slavery going on. You see what I'm saying? But a lot of stuff is documented in that particular movie, as well as the movie I also told you that was documented. You need to get the movie Quickly Down Under that documents the massacre and the Holocaust of black people. Of black people in Australia. You see, so black people in Australia. So anyway, when you read about Jacob in the Bible, Jacob comes from the word Jack, or Kak, which means the black one, Kakshidi, Jacob, which means the black body. So when they say Jacob sold into Egypt by his brothers, it's not talking about Egypt for 2,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago, because slavery never happened in Egypt. So when they say Jacob sold into Egypt by his brothers, they're talking about now when the Africans sold the black man into America. You see. So now A&E and these particular ones on cable is now coming. They're still trying to historicalize biblical prophecies, and none of that shit ever happened. You see what I'm saying? Bear with me because we're gonna go. We get ready to go into the God is the devil in a few minutes, and also too. So when they do that too, we need to cut on the light so I can read a little bit too. Also too. Huh? Yeah. Oh yeah. I will. I just say we'll just work from back and forth and stuff. Yeah. Also too, so I can read some too when I do some stuff. Also, so that when they say Jacob selling the people into Africa, that's talking about now, and that was talking about the last 300 years on what happened. Was Jacob was sold into Africa. So Jacob was sold into Egypt by his brothers. That's the black man sold into bondage in America. Now remember now, it's funny now how the Bible comes up and tell you all this shit about Egypt and bondage and all this shit, and they don't, and everything is always Pharaoh, Pharaoh, Pharaoh. Pharaoh just means great house or king. So that's like saying king, king, king. So they telling you this shit is a lie from the get-go. Or either they telling you it's prophetic because it can be any king. In this case, they're talking about America. Because they never give any names. They said one name about Ramesses in Genesis or in Exodus, and people thought that was but basically it's Pharaoh, 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 Pharaoh. You understand where I'm coming from? That's because they're not trying to tell you that it's a Pharaoh of back then. Their Pharaoh just means king, and they're talking about now. That's the key to it. So when they say Jacob sold into Egypt by his brothers, sold into Egypt by his brothers, or sold into bondage by his brothers, they're talking about the black man and black woman that's here now being sold into bondage by the Africans. And they say what happened? Jacob became favorable to the Pharaoh because he could interpret dreams. That's in the Bible. So that meant that you had melanin, and the Pharaoh needed Jacob to interpret dreams. So they're talking about the white man now use our energy to keep his civilization afloat. Because damn sure they weren't talking about no Egyptians needing nobody to interpret no dreams, because they was a master of damn science. You see? So when they say that Pharaoh became Joseph became Pharaoh and became royal, they're also talking about black people using their energy to give to the white man, and the white man basically putting them in the house as the house Negroes. And basically that's the role of the black bourgeoisie. They have used our energy and our knowledge and our skills and our talents to keep their civilization afloat, and they give them a segment of us They put us in the big house, but that segment is the headpiece of us that is supposed to help all of us, but they separate them, and so the rest of our people just wither away. So very key when you read the Bible. This is just another thing to tell you, if you're going to read this stuff, read it in the future. You see what I'm saying? Read it in the future. Now, we got to start dealing with alternative surgery. This is very important for you. Not the masses, because the masses ain't never did nothing but died, and because if a person is dead, a person don't need to do one thing anyway, leave the body so they can get some knowledge. So death ain't nothing bad. Death is actually good for a mug that's just walking around a zombie. He's dead anyway. So you might as well be a spiritual being because you don't die, you understand, other than being a fool down here in bondage. So death is actually good for a lot of our people. You see what I'm saying? Although we do say we just looking at how bad the white man is. But you know what I'm saying? Everything happens for a reason. We got to start using the gods or the orishas or what we call the spirits as alternative surgery. Healing, but alternative surgery and everything else can be healed by using the gods. In the book Universe, Earth, and Man by Rudolf Steiner, he explains that the Egyptian god used to take a sick body that needed surgery. They could cure things, you know, sickness, you can cure things through herbs. But more severe things that they needed surgery, they never cut on people like we thought. That was later. Although they did do some parts of surgery, it was very minor compared to the white man cutting you open and doing things now. But they understood because there was two realms, the stuff that they couldn't, that they needed to use, the stuff that they didn't necessarily want to cut on somebody. They just take a person in the temple and call on certain deities that would come in and do operation. And they could prepare the body without all these stitches and all this kind of stuff. You see what I'm saying? You got some tissue, some more tissue, and stuff. So this is a way that they would do things also too. This is stuff that we need to do now, is as far as using the spirits as certain alternative surgery. You see what I'm saying? Certain alternative surgery. There's several ways, there's so much stuff on healing now. Until there's no reason to be cut open, there's no reason to really die off anything. You understand what I'm saying? Although death wouldn't be so bad in this day and age, because it's not a transformation. Check. Also, you know that they're going to, it's very significant that things are going on, because now remember now, they're getting ready to celebrate the 2,000 year of Israel this November. And remember when Israel 2,000 years ago, there was no such thing as a white Jew. You see what I'm saying? So they're getting ready to celebrate this 2,000 years this November. So therefore, we're talking about something spiritual significance. Now, some people say, well, you know, you've been giving these dates and all this kind of thing here, but remember, I had to even learn when I would ask the questions, why didn't this go on and why did this go on? And the spirits would come in and say, it did go on. It just didn't go on the physical realm, because the physical realm will not be here. It went on in a certain amount of energy that went on. It went on either as an initiation in your body, you understand what I'm saying, or initiation in another dimension, which in actuality still goes back to the innermost regions of your subconscious, which is a whole nother arterial universe. You see what I'm saying? And a parallel universe that is inside of you. So these things did go on. A lot of this stuff did go on. It just didn't occur on the physical. There's a good book to get. It's a book called, let me get the name of this book. A book, I found the Ultimate Ritual book. Let me see if I can find the name of this book. I think I got a list of books. I think the name of it is, let me see if I can find the name of this thing. Ritual Magic is the name of this book. Ritual Magic by, his name is Donald, what's the name of that guy's name? Donald Tyson. The one is called Ritual Magic, Ritual Magic, How to Do It. In the book, it's going to tell you what to expect from magic and what not to expect from magic. Now, the reason why I chose this book, because they got a lot of magic books, they're real intellectual. This book is simplistic, where he don't treat a subject no more than 2 or 3 pages, but he uses, but he'll go into the Sufi, he'll go into the Vodun, he'll go into the Egyptian, he'll go into the Kabbalistic, where he's a Jewish guy, and he was fair where he tried to deal with all types of magic and a lot of African stuff. He deal with the Orishas, he deal with all of it. And he tells you what not to expect and what to expect. So this is the stuff with him.
Is that the one that's the thick one with the pictures, or the little thin one with no pictures?
It has pictures in it. It's got a little white girl sitting on the cover she drew a circle with the hexagram with the 5-pointed star. She got a candle out there, and it says ritual magic, what to expect and what not to expect. And so it's one of the most simplistic ones, because we need to do that particular stuff just to read the book, just to understand a certain amount of things. Because a lot of stuff you can do with your mind. You don't have to do a lot of ritual. You can do it with your mind. But the main thing of light is to try to understand certain things on what needs to be done. And so that it's a book called Ritual, which is a very good book. And what was that? You remember that part, Osiris, the other part of Osiris that you found? What was that? Deuteronomy? No. Ezra and Daniel. You remember the one? You know the section?
Daniel 9:1, and I think Ezra 4:6.
Ezra 4:6, where they give the name, and that's in the first sentence of the ship. Esther 4:6, right?
No, the whole book.
Whole book of Esther, but they give it in the first part of Esther. You told me about the first part of Esther. Was that the one you told me about?
The whole book of Esther.
Whole book of Esther. But what was the part? Was it Ezra 4:6, the one that you said that? The first part, they give this name, and it's a name for Osiris.
It's in all 3 of them.
All 3 of them. Okay, all 3 of them. So which is...
All through the book of Esther.
All through the book of Esther. You know, and also, you remember now, I gave you the ones here. Osiris, Exodus 6, ASSIR, Exodus 6:24. 1 Corinthians 6, verse 6, chapter 6, verse 7, 8, and 22. And chapter 3, verse 17. Also, you get it also, too. In Isaiah, no, it's not in Isaiah, but it's in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 7, 8, and 22, and also in 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 17, and also Exodus chapter 6, verse 24, which they give you the word Osar too, also in the Bible also too. So when Adalabroth messed up the Bible, they say Sophia came back in and kept putting a certain amount of keys, which we're getting ready to head up and getting into this particular part right now in a few minutes also too. That particular part. So now it's funny because I read up on something where they talk about in one particular book, I think it was an Egyptian book, they said that the word human came from the word O-O-M-A-N, which came from the word O-W-M-A-N. The word human means woman. The word human means woman. So at one time, there was no such thing as male in the aspect of what we talk about. It was the aspect of a masculine woman and a feminine woman. The woman masculine is one with a penis, which is the positive, and the woman feminist is the one with the vagina, which is negative, to pull in. So we're talking about spirit, and we're still talking about that feminine energy being spirit also too. The feminine energy being spirit also too. Now, we need to get into some things right now. What's that? Okay, you want to take a 10-minute break in 5 minutes? Okay, 10-minute break in 5 minutes. Okay, when we come back, we're going to get into, it's the hour, and when we come back, we're going to get into, I got a lot of books and stuff I'm going to introduce to you today. But when we come back, we're going to get into, I got a lot of stuff, a lot of good stuff in here. That we're gonna give you a whole lot of bibliography today also too. But when we come back, we're gonna get into is the God that you worship the devil? We're gonna go into a whole history of that, so don't miss that. But we have to get the current events out the way also too, because this is beautiful. Now we're actually seeing this shit come down, because the same things that we see, the same things that I said on the radio know about them snatching them bodies, invasion of the body snatchers. The white man came out with a movie Friday. Extreme Measures is done by this doctor. And for some people who want to do more study, you need to get the book. And come to find out, this cracker got other books. He got previous books that you can get for $4 of other things that went on, so you can actually have a record of what the things that these crackers are doing to us based on this white boy's books. But the book, I know the one, Extreme Measures is the book that he made the movie, so I do know that one. But he had 2 other books out before that that has all kind of conspiracies on what the hell the doctor been doing. Damn, you don't have a newspaper, do you? Just get the newspaper. You don't have the day's paper, nothing, do you? Because if you get the day's paper, they say it's based on a novel by this particular certain person. Yeah, we'll get the paper and we'll get the author's name of the actual book. But you can just go get the Extreme Measures book, and they have this particular stuff. Also, like I said, rent the movie The Harvest, which is talking about the parts, as well as Silent Green, which is talking about how they was eating humans and all that type of stuff too. All that particular stuff. As well as your movie, it's talking about cloning, Jurassic Park. They put the dinosaur up in there to throw everybody off. Multiplicity, yeah. But Jurassic Park really gave you the science behind the cloning. You see, them really gave you the science behind the cloning and stuff. The oldest tradition, or the oldest tradition in the country or in the world, is the Typhonian, and that's why I'm going to set this up and then we're going to take a break. And the Typhonian are the Draconian. So you'll hear white people saying, oh, that is very Draconian, which means that's very old. But yet they won't tell you nothing in history about the Draconian, but yet they will give you this thing about, they will equate things, and then most scholars will equate things that is very Draconian, which means that's so damn old. Your views are very Draconian. So how is it they're going to give you a word in the dictionary, Draconian, that means something is very old, but yet they won't show you that there was something called the Draconian dynasties or the Typhonian cults of Egypt, which is the stuff that predated the monumental Egypt. The Typhonian tradition matured, declined, before even the monumental phase of the earliest civilization. This is witnessed in fragments of magical lore of once current in Egypt and the Far East. The tradition lingered on and became corrupt by passages and epics of a gradual attrition to the old age lineage of initiates, which it says is, by writings forced to seek temporal power at the expense of intemporal space, transcending knowledge and sifting a spark that fuel the offsprings of ancient wisdom. So what it is that we're going to get into at this particular time, they're saying that certain knowledge was abused. And we understand when this knowledge was abused based on a dollar broth coming in at all times, and which we're going to explain in a few minutes. So what we're going to do is, it's time to take the break. When we come in, we're going to get into this stuff here. This is a lot of stuff, and this is some amazing shit. You're going to find out when we come back. I'm going to give you some fragments that was dug up in 1945. That is the real stuff. And everything that Jesus taught in the Bible, the real shit say go against. Everything that God said you're supposed to do, you're supposed to do the opposite. So we're going to come back and we're going to get into this stuff. Don't be scared, but we got to accept it as it comes. So we didn't even start the lecture yet.
Levels dropping, but it came on at 3 in the morning, not during the week at 5 o'clock. And that's the first time they showed people.
all the so-called civil rights madness to this day. You see, that really messed us on up. So basically, it was under the same system, but they used it to do with Gandhi. It was under the same doggone system that they used with Gandhi. It was under the same system that they used with Martin Luther King also too. They used with him too. So Martin Luther King was one. As a matter of fact, he knew all the whole time what he was doing because he was a Negro Boule. You see what I'm saying? He was a Negro Boule and all. You see what I'm saying? So he knew what's going on. And you know the same damn thing that went on with the Jews in Germany, where you had the Jews that were the head Jews. The head Jews that were they financed Hitler and different things that went on too, and they wiped out the other ones too, and all. You see, we can't feel bad about those Jews because you got to realize this here. Those Jews before World War II, they treated the Germans like dirt because they were people that had a history. They had a history coming from Spain. They didn't have an ancient history because they was converted into Judaism in Spain. It had nothing to do with the real Hebrew. But those particular Jews, get Arthur Koestler's book, The 13th Tribe, to deal with the Jew, the origin of the white Jew. That particular Jew was very arrogant in Nazi Germany, and they treated the Germans like dirt. Huh? You got two down there. Yeah, which is the best book ever written on how that white Jew came about. But they were very arrogant. They treated the what's called like peasants, the Germans like peasants. So when the Germans got back their power and stuff, it was easy for them to kill them off and stuff because they remember them was the same Arab crackers. It's the same thing now if you ever get something, you wouldn't take nothing light on no damn Korean or none of them old Hockney mugs that's in the 7-Eleven because they treat our people like dogs. You see what I'm saying? They treat our people like dogs and stuff like that, and also too. So, that's what happened on that particular thing, you know. So, yeah, okay. I'm on already. Yeah, okay. So, let's see. Let me give you some water. Let's see here. Let me explain this to you on what went on. Let me see a few other things first. Let me get some books out to understand some stuff. Let me revamp some of this. Get some other books out. And yeah, somebody got it, but the part in there, they got the advertisement, but the author in there is not the author is the person, but they didn't put the author in the paper. They didn't show the full ad. They didn't show the full ad and stuff. And all. Let me explain this to you. What's going down? Let's break this thing down once and for all. Now, there's truth and there's how we feel, and we can't go. And it's too late to go by how we feel because people have died under the lies. People have died under the lies, and so now it's to the point where as we can't treat Christianity with a small teaspoon no more. We got to doggone tell the truth. Tell the truth at the core of it and all. It is a conspiracy to keep this lie going on, and this is the reason why A&E has put out Bible Mysteries of the Bible. It's bad that they don't put out a lot of other. If you notice when they talk about other mysteries of other places, almost archaeological, they don't really get into the metaphysical science or any kind of science of any other religion. Only mysteries of the Bible. You see what I'm saying? Now, we don't say that the Bible is not of an ancient origin, but what we're trying to say is, in this day and time, we understood that the Bible came from some other source. Now, let me give you the history on this, on how this happened. Yeah, but people, okay, let's take one of these, yeah. This is what happened. You don't have thrice greatest Hermes, do you? No, because it's out of print. See, it was a 5-volume book. You got you one at the house, right? You got one. It was a 5-volume book, came out, Samuel Wise, in 1992, up until about a year ago, and it went out of print. Thrice Greatest Hermes by G.R.S. Mead. 3 volumes set in 1 volume. They put 3 volumes for $50. But the book you can get is Anna Kingsford and Maitland, Virgin of the World, out of print. Okay, let's do some other cross references. If you can't get Virgin of the World, let's see here. What? That's one, but what we're dealing with here, I'm going to deal with some other stuff. I'm going to give you another one. Another book, I'll give you another one that you need to buy. You need to get us some Hermetic. There's a book called Hermetica by Walter Scott. Hermetica by Walter Scott. Those are the straight scripts. But I'm going to give you some other some other cross references. Now let's go into a bit of history here and understand what went down. Number one, the Kabbalah was in the Egyptian mystery system. I Ching system that you see in Asia, they studied it right in Egypt. Alchemy, which means Al-Kim, which means the black land or the black people, is in Egypt. The Christ concept or the Christos concept was in Egypt. Every discipline that you have and stuff, your Sufi masters of the Kushite Empire, which goddamn Arabia, excuse the expression, Arabia at one time was nothing but a part of the whole Egyptian dynasty, because there was nothing but black Arabians there, and there's 85% of Arabia right now is black. And they were the ancient Kushite Arabians, which Drusilla Dundee Houston's book talks about the ancient Kushite based on history. But all of your Arabian, and so your Sufi Arabs or your Kushite Arabs are the mystic Arabs. And Muhammad's father was a Kushite Arab. And so the real deal is Muhammad didn't get nothing revealed no more than his damn daddy knew, and all the other black people that was on the damn in Arabia before him. There's evidence of that right now. How the hell he gonna be revealed the Quran, and the Sufis had all of that particular stuff. So what we're trying to say is that the white Arab wants you to believe that all their stuff came in history based on a squabble with them. But in actuality, all they did is went and took ancient black people stuff that was already there. Because like I told you before, Muhammad could not read or write. He was illiterate till the day he died, and Bilal is the one that wrote the doggone Quran, and Bilal was an Ethiopian Kushite Arab from Arabia. So what we're saying is we talk about every knowledge came out of one system, the black African. And that's the whole deal. So the Greeks started ruling in the Ptolemaic period. They went down the Nile and took all the temples and took all the doggone books out of the temples and put in the Library of Alexandria. And they built this Library of Alexandria. Egyptian people built this Library of Alexandria, and it was the first high-rise. And the high-rise that they had there, which was a high-rise, it looked like a building downtown. And they took that, and the white man took those blueprints and built his first doggone skyscrapers from. So we built the first high-rise, and the Egyptian priests did. So now, they took all the books and put in the Library of Alexandria. And then the Greeks had reigned. They came in and literally had all these papyrus rolls, and it was thousands of them. And they carted them off to Greece. And what it is they have some stuff called the Hermetic text. And the Hermetic text is the mystery of alchemy and the metaphysical workings of becoming Christ, which is Greek Christos, anointed one, because the original Greeks were black also too. So when they translated into Greece, it was black people that translated that into Greek. The particular Hermetic text, because there wasn't just no book. See, we can't look at modern looking back into history. We got to somehow look at history was, because when we think, like you see the Quran is the book of Islam, the Bible is the book of this, the Torah is the book of that. They didn't have no one book in Egypt. They had millions of books, and the Book of the Dead is just a pyramid text, but it is one of millions of books. So the Hermetic text, which is the science of becoming God, and the devil said we got to destroy these people because they're getting past me when we go into this. So the Hermetic text was the science of becoming gods, where they dealt with alchemy. Now, one of the best books, out-of-print book on alchemy that came out in 1980, and I just so happen to have the book, is back out now. It used to be called, the guy's name is Kenneth Rayner Johnson. And the name of the book used to be called The Fulcanelli Phenomenon, the one from 1980. The new book now is under a new title and it's called The Immortal. Fulcanelli was working around with some alchemy. And the white people, since the Moors introduced alchemy up into Europe, they produced alchemy into Europe because alchemy, somehow they was trying to make this white boy into a higher spiritual being. They was trying to give him a soul, or trying to raise what spirit he did have. They couldn't give him a soul, so they tried to raise what spirit he does have. There's a spirit, there's a difference between a spirit and a doggone soul. Now, in Spain, they gave them all this particular alchemical studies and stuff. And you had the guy Alberta Magnus and all these particular people in alchemy that were studying this. So when you go see Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, that's what they was dealing with alchemy. When they are dealing with alchemy, and alchemy is what they did on the original Yakub thing. So now, the key is Yakub was in the junior high school and he could only make the body and put life into it, but he couldn't make a soul. It's a difference between spirit and a soul. Animals have spirits. You see what I'm saying? But the soul that we're talking about, the soul of God, comes from the original God plane or the Godhead. So Fulcanelli was a cracker that broke some of these particular secrets in the 70s on alchemy in the star system Sirius, using the Quran and using using the Bible, the Quran, and ancient Egyptian mysteries. And he also studied Aleister Crowley, and he broke a certain amount of secrets. So what happened was the government, the CIA and the government of America got after him because they wanted to get these mysteries. This was before they really started making melatonin. And so he disappeared. And they never saw him again. But anyway, the guy Kenneth Rayner Johnson wrote the book The Fulcanelli Phenomenon in 1980, and he somehow received some of Fulcanelli's papers, if not all of them. So the book is called The Immortal now, and it's in print again. It's not so by the guy Kenneth Rayner Johnson is the name of the book, and it's a book on alchemy, and it's dealing with those particular disciplines. So the Hermetic text went to Greek. At the same time, the Egyptian priest said, hey, the world is becoming a place where they don't have priesthoods anymore. So what we have to do is we got to break these scriptures, or we got to break this stuff that we had in the mystery system down enough that it can be plain and simple, that you don't have to be in no mystery school. You can just read the text, and if you got a good teacher, you can learn this stuff. So out of the Library of Alexandria, a group of Egyptians also along the Nile Valley called the Coptic race, or they spoke Coptic, and these group of preachers, let's say each priest took a part of Egypt, a part of Arabia, part of Mesopotamia, a part of different places, and they went to certain parts. So each priest, they had 80,000 priests that came out of the temple of Karnak alone. So each priest went to a certain part of the whole Mediterranean. And they started breaking this particular stuff down, and they call it Gnosticism, which means gnosis. And gnosis means knowing or knowledge. And they started breaking the stuff down that it took 40 years for the priest to get. They started breaking this stuff down simplistic. Not because they also wanted to teach the people that was living back then, but they know they had to break it down simplistically so we could get it now. Because they were prophesizing us sitting in this room right now, in any other doggone meeting that you ever went to in knowledge, since you've been in the knowledge. If this is your first time, welcome to the mystery school. They foresaw all of this because they can prophesy into the future. You know they could because they can accurately tell you things that went down in the apocalypse, which came from Persia, the Persians got it from Egypt, because the real writer of the book of Revelation is Maya. Now, hell, you can look in that book of the dead and they say, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, hey, Ruth. Right in there. You see what I'm saying? But so now, they can foresee things now, so they wrote it actually for us now. Now, it was called Gnosticism. So the Greeks got some of these Gnostic texts. And the Greeks later on were conquered by Rome. Rome came in and burnt down the damn Library of Alexandria because the Romans wasn't good for one thing, killing people. That was their biggest thing, killing people. You see. But they had inherited all of the papyruses the Greeks had smuggled out of Egypt. And these Gnostic papyruses are Gnosticism. Now, what happened was this. The Jews who had gotten their stuff from Akhenaten and was studying the Kabbalah was running stuff in that area. And the only thing the Romans was doing was persecuting these black people. But the Romans said, well, hell, we got a little bull jive, Romulus and Remus, of us being suckered with wolves, and it ain't working. We need to get some of their stuff and make it ours. They say, but wait a minute. We already got some of their stuff. The Greeks had smuggled some of their stuff out of Egypt because the Egyptians, the Jews, and all of them was one race of people. You see what I'm saying? They said, we got some of this. We got a whole library of these Gnostic texts that was translated into Greece from Egypt. And in there they say the Messiah that they got was a Greek Messiah called Jesus, where you get the word J for Jupiter and Zeus, father of the god, Jesus, or Jesus, same as what you call it, which is Jesus, which was around before, which is Jehu or Heru in Egypt, where you get the word Jerusalem. So they said, we got some of this particular stuff, and this is what we need to do. They got all of this material. They had the Gnostic people that was there at a particular time that was living there, which is these Gnostic priests, knew that these particular, what they were getting ready to do. So the Romans took this particular information. They say, hey, the Christ that they're talking about is in all cultures, and this is the Christ that is supposed to come. It's supposed to be a race of black people at the end times, which is us. But what we need to do is we need to take these scripts and we need to make everything historicalized. So what they did is all the Jesus stuff that was mystical and metaphysical, they literally came in and went into the scriptures and made it history. That's the reality of it. They made it historicalized. And what they did was this. They made a whole new book from original book. Now, the original book is the Gnostic scriptures that came from the Hermetic scriptures, which is Egyptian, which all of that was Egyptian priests. So it don't matter what came from what. It was the Egyptian priests. Gnosticism is Egyptian. Kabbalistic is Egyptian, or what they say Cam, which means black. All of that was the same discipline. You see what I'm saying? It's the same discipline. This is a Hermetic book. The book, The Art of Hermes, book 3 of the Golden Dawn series. This is the stuff that these white people in Europe acquired when they went up into Egypt after Napoleon. They say that Hermeticism tradition focused upon what Western occultism of the past 5 centuries is based on. The Hermetic magic of Hermes Trismegistus, which is the god Tahuti. Hermes is the Greek word for Tahuti, which is god of wisdom. In the past 5 centuries, they're saying that all European shit is based on this. This is what the cracker said right here. Let's read it again. The Hermetic tradition is the art of Hermes focused upon what Western occultism for the past 5 centuries is based upon. The Hermetic magic of Hermes Trismegistus was the god of wisdom, is the Greco-Egyptian philosophers during the early centuries of Christianity. He links with alchemy, medicine, magic, and all mysteries. All secret schools and orders in the West that claim occult tradition such as Freemasonry are loosely linked to Hermes. This volume contributes to the writer's accomplishment of the ceremonial magic treatise of the course of Hermetic tradition of ancient Egypt. The Greek philosophy, the Greek mystery religion, Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, and Kabbalah, down to the modern age, comes from Hermetics. This is one called the Golden Dawn Journal, Book 3, Art of Hermes. You see, there's the Art of Hermes, which is Tahuti, god of wisdom. Thoth, or Tahuti. Now, the key is this. And the name of, and this book is edited by, they got one on the Kabbalah, or this Golden Dawn series, is by Chick, S-H-I-C-C-I-C-E-R-O. What's that? Chick Curcio, or whatever the hell that is. And Sandra Tabitha, C-I-C-E-R-O. You know, hell with that. Golden Dawn, occult philosophy. So now, from that became this Gnosticism. Now, let me show you the scope. You ever see a movie where a person got an invention? Other person steal his shit and claim it for his own. Change the shit around so he can manipulate the people. You see, the stuff is meant to elevate humanity. They change the stuff around so that they can make the humanity be slaves by worshiping. Then, in order to keep the stuff afloat, these people that stole your invention, they kill you. The Gnosticism group of people, after the Romans came in and took all the Gnostic scripts and wrote the first 4 Gospels. Just so happened today, we are lucky people today, because I'm going to tell you why in a few minutes. So you're saying, well, that's a long time ago. How can we ever get to the real shit? They wrote the first 4 Gospels and historicalized the Gnosticism, which was totally opposite. One was meant to raise you up, this one is, and the other one is meant for you to damn be moralistic and feel guilty for being born. And so they historicalized this particular stuff. These particular so-called first Christians went all over the Mediterranean, Africa, and Egypt and killed everybody who was in Gnosticism to make their shit real, because they were Romans. Masters in the art of what? Killing. You see what I'm saying? And they went all over and they killed these people off. So Christianity is based on the murder of an original people, the Gnostics, that had the real stuff, and then they took a fake book and made a fake book out of it, which is in fragments, and they killed off the rest of the people. Now, why did they have to kill off the rest of the people? First of all, let me explain something. Let me go into the mystery of Gnosticism. In Gnosticism, now the book that you're going to get, they got 2 scriptures back there. She can order some more, but now we don't even have to go and even decipher what is even in the Bible. Why? Because we don't have 1,000,000 years to damn put together no damn jigsaw puzzle. Once you read this, you can somehow recall in the scriptures what you have already learned about the Bible, and then it can make that stuff clear, and you can see clearly where they got it from. You already know the damn Bible. Basically, you know what I'm saying? We learn scriptures just off the damn street. Never read the Bible, just, you know, the Bible say this, the Bible say that. Now, what you need is the complete Gnostic scriptures. The one that you want to get, there's several Gnostic books. This one is called the Gnostic Scriptures, Ancient Wisdom for a New Age by Bentley Layton. This is the new one. This is the 95 one. The other one was called the Nag Hammadi Scriptures by James Robinson. That's the one that came out in 1977. These and Bentley Layton worked on the other one, so he has an updated version where he breaks it all down. Now let me explain this to you, because we got even new insights on the Adalabra. Now, let's read something. Let me see, I think I got it over here. Hold on 1 minute. Let me find this book for you right now. Bentley Layton. There's 2. Hold on. Let me see, did I bring it? I know I brought it. Wait a minute. Hold on, I had another book down here that I wanted to read something. Here it is. This book is called Hermetic Magic. This book is by Stephen Edward Flowers, Ph.D., and it was based off of a papyrus that they got out of Greece. And it's got all this magic up in here based on this ancient papyrus. The ancient papyrus, Hermetic Magic. Now, in Hermetic Magic, on page 27, I want to start this off because we're going to explain what the devil is. The Gnostic sects hold that the material world is ruled by an evil force, and mostly say that the material world is actually a creation of the evil demiurge. Surprisingly enough, the Gnostics' thinking is applied to the Judeo-Semitic Genesis because it is the original Genesis. And Genesis means what? Genes of Isis. Gnosis means genoisis. Gnosis. G-N, what is Gnosis? Let me spell this right. If you look, Gnosis, G-N-O-I-S-I, gene of Isis. You see how it's broken in? Genes of Isis, Genesis, genes of Isis, Gnosis, G-N-O-I-S, genes of Isis. You see what I'm saying? Or Sophia, genes of Isis. Now, that's what Genesis means. You see what I'm saying? Now, so the Genesis come from Gnosis. So this is the original script. Now, it says that the Judeo-Semitic myth of Genesis, understanding completely contrary to the conventional interpretation of the images. In the Gnostic mind, Yahweh, Elohim of Genesis, is identified as the demiurge and the creator of this world, who is the evil one. Yahweh is also called Adal-Labra. Some people say Adal-Labra. I say Adal-Labra because a brother I say, well, hell, it's I-A-D-A-L-D-A-B-A-O-T-H. So I said, damn, Adal-Labra. I said, the brother said Adal-Labra. And that's what came out of the brother's mouth. And I said, well, that sound, I said, that's it. Adal-Labra. Yahweh is also called Adal-Labra. Many Gnostic sects says the created world and the natural parts of humanity, this is what it says. Adal-Labra created the world and natural parts of humanity, but tried to keep humankind in slavery and darkness from the transcendent light. You see what I'm saying? Slavery of and they say the savior of humanity is the serpent, who is the bringer of light beyond the cosmos. So that's what you get, the serpent in the tree of life. Now I just wanted to give you that because see what happened is this. This particular Adal-Labra, I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm gonna bring this thing back. He came in. He comes about every time the black man and woman start taking enough people and raising them to get them to a high level. He comes in and he messes with the scripture by taking certain amount of people in society and manipulating them to do different things and mess up the scripture. So they say God gave us the truth, but the devil came in and said let's organize it and gave us religion, because that's controlling. So there was a certain thing that was going on, and the Gnostics had made it plain and simple what the Egyptians, the priests, knew. They made it plain and simple for everybody that God that was ruling the earth was the devil. We're going to go into this in a few minutes. And so he came in and manipulated the Romans to come in and kill them all off, and they suppressed the scriptures. But they fucked up because what the white man didn't tell you is in 1945, when they dropped the atomic bomb. They dropped it in 45. The same year, they went to Egypt, and the real scriptures was dug up, called the Nag Hammadi scriptures. And the guy Bentley Layton is one of the translators. So, ever since 1945, the white man knew that God was the devil, and let me get into this. And he knew that not only God was the devil, but God was on his side. The God of religion, the God of the Methodists, the God of the Baptists, the God of anything where you got to constantly worship is the devil. Now, let me explain this to you. Let me go into the history of this thing, because there's new insights came out since I introduced it in the spring of the year. This is the new insights. You had the goddess Sophia, and the goddess Sophia had this birth. We're going to go through this again. This birth was halfway created. You had a whole heavenly realm called Sirius, the star system Sirius and all of that. Then the goddess Sophia had this child. So there were gods before this. There were gods in the universe. She had this child. This child was halfway created. It's in the Dogon mystery as Ogu. It's in the Egyptian mysteries as Set Typhon, but there's two kind of sets. There's the first set, the creator of the human race. Let me get this right. The first set. You're going to read Gerald Massey's books. Will give you the first. Gerald Massey's books will give you the origin of Set. But let me get this right. Y'all all right? Okay, then it's on tape. So if you don't understand this, we're gonna go back. We got to get a little scholarly tonight because we got to explain this thing. I advise you to get this tape and study this tape. Set or Soot. Lit means the black one, or Soot derives from an incalculably ancient name. Set was the primordial god of the Egyptians. No earlier god existed in recorded history of the pre-human race. That's Soot. That's the original Set. The one that the Egyptians talk about is another later Set Typhon, which is the devil. You see what I'm saying? Which is the devil. I don't have time to read. I'll read some other stuff, but let me say. It says that this particular one, while being formed, you call him Set Typhon in Egypt, Ogu, or Dalabroth, or whatever. While he was being formed in his mother's womb, he tore out the side of his mother's womb and jumped forth into the universe. This threw off the balance and the order of the universe. There was something that got screwed up, or as we say, fucked up in the universe a couple of millions of years ago. And the whole earth and everything is being as a result to recorrect this damn thing. This particular person jumped out, and he was not all the way created. And he jumped out the side of his mother's womb. He had a little bit of light within him. But not by him being not created, he was arrogant and ignorant and blind. But by him being so arrogant, he says, "Let it be known, I am a jealous God, and I shall not have no other gods before me." You heard of that one before in the Bible. So does your Bible speak with God is jealous? Right? "And I shall not have any gods before me." But he was so arrogant and ignorant that he didn't look up and see that there were gods before him, the universal prime creator of the cosmos and the whole Sirius star system, which even the Quran says our God is the one who created both male and female from one single ejaculated semen. He is the god of Sirius. In Egypt, the god of Sirius is Osiris, which is now down here. Explain this. So, to make a long story short, he created 7 planetary archons. That's why when you look into Kabbalah, and I want to get the right one, this is interesting. I want to get the right one and show you. When you look into Kabbalah, you will see the spheres. You will see Saturn. You will see Jupiter. You will see Mars. Why is it that they don't talk about Sirius, Aldebaran? Why is it that they don't talk about? You see Mars. Let me get this right. It ain't gonna come up on the damn tape no way, but you know I'll point it out. Mars, Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, Luna, Sol, which is the moon, Saturn. Why you got these 1, 2, 3, 4? Let's see the planets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you would have some other planets that they don't have on here, but I guess the moon would take the place of those 6, 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, the Earth is 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I guess that the 7 would be the moon, but the 7 would be the other ones. But they talk about 7 planetary archons. What he did is Adalabra came down and he created 7 physical planets. Each planet had a certain archon or certain evil archon or certain helper. When he created them, he did not give them any light. So therefore he could rule over these particular planets. The first planet was Saturn, and on down like this. We talk about the fall, but we got to connect this thing. He didn't give them no light. Sophia said, man, he created all of them, and he created the earth, which was the final one. Sophia says, I got to recorrect this mess because this person is creating a whole universe. And the universe that he basically created is the one in our solar system. You see what I'm saying? That's the universe of that. That's why they will show you the physical, even when they deal with science, the physical planets that they show you, they usually show you the ones in our solar system. And they'll talk about other planets being formed, but they'll show you stars out there beyond our solar system. But mainly the ones, the physical planets in our solar system is the ones that Adalabra created. Now listen. Sophia comes to the 7 planetary archons. She says, look, because they were mad at him. They said, this cat is ruling over us because he didn't give us no light. Although he didn't have the supreme light, he had a little light enough that can create the 7 planets. Because the gods, you can create a damn planet. That's what you can do. You can create a whole universe. So I think because he didn't have the complete light, he couldn't create stars, but he could create planets based on thought. So the other ones was mad. They said, well, damn, he created us, and so since he didn't give us no light, we are subservient under him. So Sophia comes, and she persuades the other ones to get together and persuade Adalabra to create an earthly man. So they get together and they persuade Adalabra to create this earthly man. And she said, now this earthly man that you create, he'll be lower than you all, and therefore you will have somebody that can also be up under you, and so therefore you can have somebody that you can be ruler over, and it won't be so bad for you all. All the while she was shitting them, and she was shitting Adalabra also too. As a result, when they created the physical man, Adalabra said, get together and say, let us make man. Because they said, no, now basically they say he created the heavens and the earth. Hell, the heavens just mean anything out of the earth, so it just means the 7 planets. So they were talking about Adalabra the whole time. So when she gets together, she said, he created this man, but the man could not walk upright. It's not talking about the white man. This is the first creation of the physical body. So she gets together and she says, hey, why don't you breathe life into him? And when he breathed the light into him, Adalabra did, he ended up giving the light that he had, a little bit that he did have, he breathed that into man, and she snooped behind him and gave man the complete original seed that the God that was above Adalabra, that was too arrogant to look up and say, I am the God and no, I shall have no God before me. She gave us the primal seed. And once Adalabra saw what was going on, he got jealous and he got angry. He got angry. And as a result, he said he was going to destroy them. Seeing that he couldn't destroy all of them, what he did was he went and tried to seduce Eve and tried to get her light from her. But Eve, they say, went up into the tree and left a shadow behind. The shadow is called dark. It's in this particular area, which is the black dot, which is dark. She left a shadow behind. And when she left the shadow behind, he thought he was getting the doggone light and was always attacking the shadow. The shadow is called melanin. And the melanin attracts the original light. So Adalabra say, if I see anybody with some light, I'm going to try to kill it. And so at this particular time, that the 7 planetary archons, because they had seen what was going on, they found out that the man on earth that was over them also too, they joined back up with Adalabra. And as a result, they say, hey, we're going to try to kill everything down there that we see light. So she put the shadow or the veil over in the man and the woman to hide the light. And when she hid the light, after she hid the light, what happened was he couldn't see the light and he was killing the physical body, but basically they went on and started becoming gods. So they built Atlantis and Lemuria. And for millions of years, so the earth is older than what you think it is. They were ruling as gods down here for millions of years because they were they was physical, but they was on a higher dimension so they could do greater things. Disappear, all kinds of things. They could do greater things of what a god could do in the physical body. And so he was mad at that particular time, and he ended up coming down to Atlantis in the final stages after millions of years and sinking it. Usually by manipulating priests and manipulating a certain amount of people. Now, also while he was in Atlantis, he said, man, this is the deal. We do not have a direct input with the man, so what we got to do is we got to create a counterfeit spirit. And that's when he went to Yakub or these scientists in Egypt, or this priesthood in Atlantis, and they created the white man so the white man could house this evil demiurge or this evil counterfeit spirit that Adalabra created. Y'all with me? We know this because it's got to be a certain spirit that is in him for him to keep evil up year after year after year after year. There's things that he didn't do in the 1800s that he don't do now, that he did in the 1800s. But if you notice, the racism lasted up to now, and it has become more advanced. You see what I'm saying? That is because it's not that also that he is evil by nature, because he is, but he is evil by nature because the actual energy that houses him is these evil demiurge spirits that is in this counterfeit spirit. And all of this is in this Gnostic stuff. They had to get rid of this shit because this stuff is telling all the stuff. So they had to kill them all off. They had to kill them all off. So then we built up Egypt. And this is where we come into play now. Once they built up Egypt, they came in because the Egyptians had gotten so advanced until they could make alchemy. And this is what it was. In the scriptures, let me get the scriptures for you because I want to deal with some stuff here. Y'all all right? In the scriptures, let me explain this. The Egyptians used to could go ahead and manipulate the force so they can get off the planet and didn't have to come back no more. And what they would do is they could mummify a body, and long as they say that your body can't ascend, not until it is totally decomposed. So you'll be in a catatonic state, you'll be in another dimension, but you'll still be tied to that body until it really decomposed. That's why the people in India would burn the body so the body could reincarnate and come back fast. You see what I'm saying? So they would burn the body. And once the body, they burn it in one day, it can reincarnate, and some of them could come, a priest can come in and snatch a damn body and be back on the earth in a damn hour. You see? And all. So the Egyptians say, but that's a low thing. We don't want to even stick around it because this is the low level that Adalabra created. This was the jailhouse. So what they would do is they would fool Adalabra by what they would do is they would embalm the body. And while long as that body was still here, they knew how to transcend the body and go into the other realm, and that body would take the place of it, and they could get past and don't have to reincarnate. What happens is this. Adalabra has us in slavery, and what he does is this. Once you get out of the prison, he tells you never to kill yourself and never to do all this kind of thing here, and life is precious. He tells you that because that's the jailhouse. And because we're born in the jailhouse, we just think that this is precious. Eating. When you really look at it, it's really some savage stuff. You're walking around with a tub of shit in you. You know what I'm saying? This is real shit, you know. I don't give a damn how skin you are. You got some shit in you right now. Otherwise, you would never have to shit. They say that the Kabbalah said that the physical body is the most foul thing. You got to eat, and you're basically on an animal level, but what separates you from the animal is you have a spiritual potential in you. You see what I'm saying? So what Adalabra started doing was coming closer and closer to the earth and putting his grip on the earth till the vibratory rate slowed down. And so the last serious heaven on earth was Egypt. Then he slowed down the vibratory rate, and that fell. Now, this is what he did. We are in, the Gnostic schools is all around the Mediterranean. He did one thing that would be the last thing, in his last major punch that he did. You see, the whole thing about the Romans taking these scripts and writing the first 4 gospels, which is basically a moral doctrine. And anything moral keeps you from going into the spiritual realm. So what moral means is he creates this fear. So anytime we start talking about chakras, kundalini and stuff, you go, that's some devil shit. You see, it's going on to this day. People think this is satanic worship. You understand what I'm saying? And Satan, that Adalabra calls Satan, is Osiris, which is actually you. You see. Now let me get into this. Let me get into this particular part. Look at this. He pulled one punch around the same time that they was transforming these scriptures. He says that he created this false Messiah. You see, he could not fake the people because the Messiah that supposed to came was supposed to be a black Jew at that particular time, because all the black Jewish community was looking for the Messiah. And the Jews was nothing but the northern Ethiopians that was in Palestine and all over in Ethiopia and all over the Mediterranean, in Egypt, as well as the Egyptians that was looking for the Messiah, as well as all the black people around the world, the Sumerians, the people from Persia, all those was black people now. You see what I'm saying? And they were looking, the Arabians, they were looking for the Mahdi, everybody looking for the Messiah. So now, but they were looking for a Messiah that was going to come in the end times, which is now, because they were masters of prophecy, so they knew it wasn't coming no 2,000 years ago. You see what I'm saying? So, in order to get the people's mind off of looking for a later one or preparing for now, Adalabra had to break it. He had first broke it by, well, he didn't break it yet, but this is what he did. First of all, in order to break it, he did one thing. Now look at this. And it's interesting here, because this has been suppressed up until now. This is in Isis Unveiled, Book 2, page 471, or you can get this book, H.P. Blavatsky on the Gnostics. Madame Blavatsky first claimed that the Gnostics was the precursors of occult movement. It says, in the program to divide scriptures, learning that the esoteric truths of religion, the Gnostics were as obviously in opposition to so-called Christianity. And it says, now, and what it means is this here, that they were the precursors to all that, which means that they were, a precursor means it was the real shit, and these people killed them off and took a fake thing. You with me? Now, this is what they did. The false Messiah shall say, I am Deus, son of Deus, my father sent me here. Now, this is what Blavatsky says. Hence, the belief of some Gnostics. See, this is why they had to kill the Gnostic people off. The Gnostics knew what happened. The Gnostics said that Hibel Awaza, the archangel Gabriel, who was sent to overshadow Mary, was not the archangel Gabriel, but Adalabra, who came in the form of a material body of Jesus, the Christos himself, which is at the modern moment of the baptism of Jordan. What she's saying here is this. She's saying that they had a physical person that walked the earth to make the scriptures historical, telling people that he was the Messiah, and that was none other than Adalabra came down here and came in and materialized a physical body and walked the earth as a physical man, saying he was the Jesus. And meanwhile, the Romans historicalized all the stuff, and they threw off all of the stuff of a Jesus now. Because any fool knows that you read any ancient scripts, what is the doggone purpose for a doggone Christ to come that's supposed to redeem the people since the beginning of Atlantis, that was supposed to come to earth and then get killed? That don't make no damn sense. And lead the people down here to suffer for another 2,000 years. You see what I'm saying? So obviously, that person couldn't have walked the earth that was saying that he was the Christ or whatever kind of thing. It was Adalabra. You see. Now, they said that, but Adalabra was the false Messiah and the destroyer of all ancient religions or all ancient mystery schools. So what you got here is, they came in and they wrote a book for this particular person out of the same scriptures. That's why you can go and get the same scriptures. The Greeks talked about a God, Jesus, that was supposed to come in the ancient times, which is in all of us. The Egyptians talked to God, Heru, which is a modified word, which is an earlier word of Jesus. And all around the world, it was talking about one that was supposed to come then. But what this Adalabra did, he came in and made a physical person to come in and get these people all stirred up in the Holy Land, and then after he so-called died, because he had to die, then they came in because they had to make a martyr, just like the Tupac thing. Anytime you die, they make a martyr. Then he came, then the stage was set for them to come in and take ancient scriptures of the sayings of Jesus, because, see, we would know that this wouldn't be fake, but see, the thing about it is the first 4 books that they talk about that's the sayings of Jesus, the problem is we know it's a lie now, because in 1945, they dug up the original scriptures. In 1945. It's just that the damn governments around the world made sure that most people didn't know, and they didn't even translate the first books until 1977. They translated part of it. They translated a great deal of it in in the late 1950s, and the guy Hans Jonas' book came out, The Gnostic Religion. The other ones, as far as the complete scriptures, wasn't translated until 1977. So we have no way of knowing that this particular God is fake. You see what I'm saying? Now, let me go into some things here and try to understand some stuff. So Rome basically took all these ancient texts and historicalized them and made them history. They got it because they was copying a part of the Jews that went bad, taking Egyptian texts and making them historical. You see what I'm saying? Making them historical. A lot of that stuff in the Bible and even in the Torah did not happen. It was metaphysical, and a lot of it, if it was supposed to happen on the earth, it's supposed to happen now. You see what I'm saying? Y'all getting me here? This is very important stuff here, because you got to understand some stuff, because I'm explaining something to you. Let me explain something to you about Adalabra. Yeah, you can cut the light on. Let me explain something to you about Adalabra. Y'all all right? Because you got to get this. Because what he did was, let me get a glossary here. So now what they do now, they put out the books now, but they parallel it with them. They parallel them with Christian things and saying that they went hand in hand, and one was an extension of the other. That's a lie. That's a lie. Let me explain. Adalabra is the origins of the name is uncertain. One of the most common names of Gnostic mythology. Adalabra is a god who rules the material world. So, Adalabroth not only was ruling the material world, but how he kept throwing us off. He said, well, listen, in order for me to get these particular gods to keep them going within, I have to create passions. So he created what you call beauty. And in beauty, all the creation of jewelry, all the creation of things, material things that keep you from going. You see, before then, we used to understand that we were gods, and we were just like any other thing on the earth. We could sustain ourselves and go to the highest level of spirituality because we understood that we were gods, or the knowledge of self. So what he did to throw us off, they created all kinds of material things. And so that's why you didn't see as much material things in the ancient world. They didn't need those things because they were on a higher vibration. Now what he did was, after Adalabroth's last thing was, is when he got the Romans and started killing people, Adalabroth knew hell. He said, I got these white people who would control the earth now, because the black people used to control the earth, but they were spiritual beings. But the white people who can control the earth now, I can directly send my evil archons. So each one of these 7 planetary archons, they created other spirits, counterfeit spirits. And those are the ones that's inside of this particular beast. So as a result of them being in this particular beast, they can control the world. And basically, what does he do? The white man controls the world by making the material beautiful. He's 100% materialistic. So as a result, for the last 1,000 years, well, we can't say 1,000 years because Greece and Rome was built by black people and it was all spiritual purposes. But let's say from down Europe on up, so we'll basically say that his height of his beauty, we could say the last 700-800 years. And this is the magnitude of it, America, which is the home of commercialism. The white man's goal is to create beautiful and create a system that would make the earth look like heaven to trap you in it. That's why now we can't think of one thing, getting more riches. You see what I'm saying? I don't cut this off right. Getting more riches. So I don't tell you to not make no money. I just tell you to make money to pay rent, pay lights, pay water, and keep some gas or whatever for transportation so you can get to the job, to pay rent, to pay light for water. But any other shit, you see what I'm saying? You see? So when I beg for money to pay my rent and stuff, you see what I'm saying? Which I don't think I'm going to make it. But anyway, what I'm saying is, we talk about the bare necessities. So he created beauty and passions to control people. You understand what I'm saying? But he's arrogant. He's so arrogant and so now, when he created the white man, in actuality, the white man, you say, well, how does this God function? You just look at the white man and see how the white man functions, and you can understand how this God functions. He's a jealous God. He's a vengeful and a wrath and brimstone, a killer God. You understand what I'm saying? And everything that functions, that holds this society. So when the white man writes on his dollar bill, "In God we trust," he's talking about his God. He actually has a real God. Now, this is this. Now, we got to stop for a minute because I want you to think about what I'm saying here. This God came in and this God created. He took, all around the world, he took what is called the esoteric scriptures as saying that you are gods and you belong to the host of heavens or the host of stars of heaven, and we are all one. And which scriptures, and he took the same scripture. Now what he would do is he would take the same scriptures and he would take the same scriptures and he would take the esoteric scriptures and make them exoteric where you worship him. In the Gnostic scriptures, the real scriptures, they say that this God made a covenant with Abraham, this God Yahweh. And he made a covenant with Abraham and promised this little group or whatever that he would save them, and everybody else would go to hell or whatever type thing, if they can somehow make the scriptures as if they got to abide by laws, obey laws and all this particular stuff. You understand what I'm saying? To hold us down and hold us down in humanity. So now what I'm trying to say is this too. Then in 1945, they dropped the bomb on Hiroshima and all that. They went into Egypt and they dug up the original scripts. That means you got the scripts of the first 4 Gospels that the Romans and all the Christians are saying that was taught. That all the Christians that were saying that was taught when Jesus walked the earth 2,000 years ago. You see what I'm saying? When Jesus walked the earth 2,000 years ago. And in 1945, they dug up some scriptures in Egypt that talks about the same damn sayings, and it shows that one saying that was supposed to be a person of 2,000 years ago came from an older saying of the Gnostic scripts that came out of the Hermetic scripts that came out of Egypt. You understand what I'm saying? And the other one was all fake, and they suppressed the damn thing up until 1977. Now, in this book, The Secret Books of the Egyptian Gnostics by Jean Duress, is a real good one. It was 14, it might be 15 now. And it deals with this, and it goes into Adalabroth on page 27 up in here. And not only that, he got 7 archangels that created, he got a whole host of angels now. So now, with black people recently, you started having these walk-ins. Now this is the most interesting thing, because I went to Philadelphia 2 weeks ago, about a month ago, and everywhere I go, if the brother's in the consciousness, they walk into the sister and she starts going crazy. And if the sister's in consciousness, they walk into the brother and he starts going crazy. They always start opposing which one if you and your mate didn't meet and is into this thing at the same time. It's very rare that you get two people that's in a household that's in the same thing. Although you do have a lot of them, but mainly what you will have is recently, since 1990 on up, because this knowledge has started coming, you started having these walk-ins. And it's funny, when I went there, the people were so concerned because they was going crazy. And a lot of the things is this. This Adalabroth, who is a jealous God, sits over religiosity. And he is the person that sits over these churches. So now when you go in and start dancing and singing and doing all this kind of stuff here, you open up that, and his evil demiurge is the one that's possessing them, because, God damn it, if you ever see some holy, sanctified people, anybody in the church, you talking about irrationale. You understand what I'm saying? And I know this is for a fact. Now, I love it and all this, but see, the reason why I know this, I'm doing a case study. I got an aunt, ultimate intellectual, would bear witness to all of this and everything a few years ago. A few years ago, when I came home, I remember when Farrakhan first started back. Remember when he first started up in there? I came home pumping that stuff. They was into it. Oh, man, look at this. And I told them, this is before the book, because the book was out of print for a while. Destruction of Black Civilization was out of print in the early 80s, and it came back out in the late 80s. We was trying to get that book, and said, God, she said, I'm going to the Library of Congress and try to Xerox a copy. That's how much she in to the stuff. In 92 or 93, she came and went and somehow got in the church, and all of a sudden, this person is a whole other person. Irrational, don't want to hear nothing, scared, get quiet, just crazy. You see what I'm saying? Just crazy. You see what I'm saying? And this is what they talk about, like you say, the Ruth Montgomery thing, talking about strangers among us. There is an energy. And that energy, different energy, is controlled by certain people. This particular God is over Christianity. Well, hell, you know it's got to be a God of confusion. Hell, they got damn 12,000 different cults or sects in one so-called order, one so-called religion alone. God, you know what I'm saying? So now the deal is, and you can tell that he's mostly in Christianity because they say that everybody else's religion is messed up. You see what I'm saying? So now the key is this. Adalabroth, and it's interesting because when they dug up these scriptures and they translate them, they found out that Adalabroth was the God that created the world. So when we talk about creation of this world, based on the Gnostic scripts, this world was created by an evil demon who is the devil. So your Genesis starts off with God creating this world and creating Adam and Eve. You see what I'm saying? The key is this particular God that sets over these particular religions in 1945, when they dug up, oh, I got some right here. You can take them back. when they dug up the Gnostic scripts, the white boy not only found the original teachings on where the original teachings go back to Egypt. We know there's all over the world. But the ones that was copied of the first 4 Gospels, he found the original ones, and they was dialectically opposite of everything the first 4 Gospels say. Now, I'm going to get ready to get into the stuff in a few minutes. I'm going to show you what the scriptures say. So, not only did he learn that we found the original Gospels in 1945, we just not learned about this shit. You see what I'm saying? Not only did he learn that, he understood that the God that every black person in America worship, basically the masses of people is in Christianity, is in fact the devil. And not only that, the devil is on the white man's side. Or let's put it this way, the God of Christianity is on the white man's side. I'll explain it. Now, we ain't talking about no... See, you got to understand this, what I'm talking about now. We're so late into the future. This ain't about no occult shit where you go in and a motherfucker come up and tell you a whole bunch of shit that you can't document. See, we got to jump on a nigga's ass now. Why? Because now we're talking about the ancient scriptures. So now I don't want you to be scared as thinking this is a whole... Because we got about 500,000 organizations. You understand what I'm saying? Saying things, and when you ask them where you get it from, they can't tell you shit. You understand what I'm saying? You see. But now we actually have the actual documents. Now, he found out that the God that was over Christianity, or the God that is over what you call religiosity, he's basically over organized religion, which means you got a scripture, then you have a person to organize it, and it don't even become religion at all. It's just a religious ceremony. So half of that is in Islam too. You understand what I'm saying? Where it becomes hypocritical. Half of that is in, you see all the stuff what you're talking about, Judaism and all that now, because it ain't dealing with the esoteric version of it, which is you are God and you raise yourself to the level. So now, he understood that not only that the God of Christianity was the devil, but he found out that God worshiped, that God was on his side. That's why they can go to the same church. How is it, now we want to just listen to this shit for a minute. Now how is it we can worship the same God, a Baptist church here and a Baptist church here, and we say that God bless us, and yet your life is full of hell? Even when you say you black bourgeoisie, you still is full of hell for the simple fact that you ain't with all your people. Hell, you look on the goddamn TV and the man let you know that I am because we are, and you still in hell too. Your people dying and stuff, and you feeling inferior to the cracker you work with. But how is it that they keep on being blessed over and over and over again? You see what I'm saying? Like I say, these crackers do. I found this out in 1981. We used to ride around, and we see people working, see everybody at lunch. And then after we see all the people at lunch, you know, and then the people go, we see all black and white, then we see all the black people go back to work. And these white people will still be out. Come on, I don't know how they do it, but crackers do not work. You got a few that work that don't know the game, but the majority of them, they do not work, and they keep money, and they fly, and they got all this wealth. And I can't, you see what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is that how is it this wealth can keep on, and not only that, there is no end to our suffering. You understand what I'm saying? That means that the God that you're worshiping can't bless you, because the only person can bless you is you, for the simple fact that you have the energy of the Most High, the original God that's in you. And so when you worship and pray, you give the energy to this particular Adala broth in the Gnostic script, and you keep this mug afloat. You see what I'm saying? You keep this mug afloat. Now let's get with some scriptures here to show you. Let's go in and walk into some of this stuff and show you some stuff. So now Jung purchased some of these scriptures in the 1940s. Jung is a great psychologist. Jung got a half of his stuff on the archetypes of the collective unconsciousness and all this stuff. He got the stuff from studying the Gnostic scripts. And this is what Jung says. Listen. Y'all bear with me. The belief as Gnosticism is definable in various ways. Defined most narrowly, it is ancient Christian heresy. Which means heresy means a heretic is a person that is against the order of stuff. So the Christians to call them heretics and kill them off. Which means that they had the real stuff and the Christians stole their stuff, and in order to keep the people from knowing the real knowledge, they had to kill them all off. And they went all up and down the Mediterranean and killed them off. It arose out of Christianity in the 2nd century and eventually died out. Well, he was wrong on that. But he redeems himself. He says, defined more broadly, Gnosticism remains an entirely ancient phenomenon, but more than a Christian one. So he's saying in actuality it's an entirely ancient phenomenon than a Christian one of the 2nd century. It is also both pre-Christian and non-Christian. You see what I'm saying? Non-Christian. Perhaps the whole ancient world encompasses Christianity rather than is encompassed by it. The Nag Hammadi discovery has established that Gnosticism at the latest is non-Christian, whether or not pre-Christian phenomenon. It's non-Christian. Now, the key is here it is, you got a whole doctrine that is copied, that a man lied and said that they wrote, some damn disciples wrote, after Jesus died and left. Well, in actuality, we now know that Josephus, who is the only historical account of Jesus, was actually a Roman and worked for the Roman government. Now, the Jews say that he was a traitor. But whether he was a traitor or what, the accounts that they got him to write the histories, where he accounts for a historical one, was a Roman scholar. So he wasn't nothing but a plagiarizer of religious artifacts and a liar that this person walked the earth 2,000 years ago. You see what I'm saying? That he walked the earth 2,000 years ago. You see. And so so they're saying that it is non-Christian. Now, let's deal with some stuff here. It's funny that Pope John Paul just came out last week and said that there's a rise and a resurgence of the Christian heretics called Gnosticism, which he's speaking against it, telling the people you don't need to deal with these because these are heretics of Satan, of Gnosticism. You see what I'm saying? The Pope John Paul said this. Last week he said this particular part. Now look at this. Now, let me get this right. I want to show you something. A Dolobroth in Ancient Ones, this book that just came out this year is called The Allure of Gnosticism, and they have several authors. The guy who's editing the book is called Robert A. Siegel. And in here they got a whole chapter on a Dolobroth. And a Dolobroth now, in the ancient time, is mostly controlled, and he's mostly let's put it this way, the most manifestation of a Dolobroth only now is the ego, which is keeping you to the lower physical level, as well as they say in this book, organized religion. Organized religion. You see, as this particular Dolobroth, known as Set Typhon in Egypt, Ogu in Dogon, and different things. You see what I'm saying? It's organized religion. And it's funny because the Dogon mythology parallels this one perfectly almost, which I'll go into next week when we do the Dogon and some other things and all. Now, so it's also organized religion, and also it is also what you would particularly call the ego. And so this is what we're dealing with here. So, as a result, the Gnostics say that we are what you would call nihilism. We are nihilists. So I used to think that was negative at first. A nihilist is a person that says, fuck the earth, let's destroy this shit. Well, at first I was thinking that was on the concept of the white man destroying the earth. But I understood that the Gnostics was nihilists, and this was another concept. The Gnostics said, while you are on the earth, you should reject. Now we're talking about a duality here. We're talking about, they say you should reject what the earth gives you in all forms and try to cultivate spirituality. Meanwhile, they also talk about it's a double-edged sword because you got to survive while you in the game. So we're not talking about going out with, like I always say, getting some sandals and a stick and a long robe and just walking around saying, I just deny myself of anything. We're not talking about that. We're talking about mental concepts now. See, this is more advanced now. It's more of a way, because even when you do that, you still on the physical. You just walking around looking like Moses and shit, eating out of trash cans and shit. So we're talking about more of a mental, you understand, and a psychological spiritual manifestation. Whereas that you know that basically everything ain't about nothing. And it frees you up. I always talk about this. That's what the nihilism, what they're talking about here. As well as the apocalypse is not only a goal, it's our damn destiny. Because we understand that the apocalypse for us is the transformation out of the prison that is created on this physical earth to keep us in bondage. You understand where I'm coming from here? To keep us in bondage. Now, to keep us in bondage. Now, let's deal with some Gnostic scripts. Now, like I said, one of the best ones you want to get is Bentley Layton's book. This one is the one that came out again in 94. They just translated it out from French, I think, in 94. So this is the one that you want to get. It's $22 and well worth every bit of it. It's called The Gnostic Scriptures, Ancient Wisdom for the New Age. I don't like that word New Age now because, you know, the crackers done messed that all up and all this kind of thing. But it's funny that the Christian now is telling everybody to be against the New Age for the simple fact what you even call New Age is better than that bullshit in the church. You see what I'm saying? So now let's deal with this. Now here's a book I want to read this little part in the back. This is called Gnosis, Ancient Wisdom in the Christian Scriptures by William Kingsley. Now this book was written in the 1800s or the early 1900s, and they just re-released it. It says this book is extraordinary value, and look, this is what it says: unearthing the real Christian message as understood by the gospel writers at the time before the church turned them into an organ of the state. The author demonstrates that the scriptures were not to be taken literally as biographies of life of Jesus Christ, but they also contain certain allegorical symbols and symbol levels of meaning as well. The figure of Christ emerges as so much not one suffering Savior pouring out his blood and the life of redemption of the world, but rather as a guide for essential gnosis. The kingdom of heaven is within. It becomes clear that the teachings of Jesus have more in common with such great world teachers as Buddha, Krishna, Hermes Trismegistus, which is Tahuti, Zoroaster, Osiris, and generally supposed to the most practicing Christians, generally supposed by the most practicing Christians. Unlike any other books, it is subject on one subject of Christian scripture, which often present a superficial view of Christianity. So now, basically, it's talking about cultivating that which is in, and this is called Gnosis, Ancient Wisdom for the Christian script in the Christian Scriptures by William Kingsley. So they dug up the Gnostic Scriptures in 1945, but they had some Gnostic Scriptures before that, like your Pista Sophia, which is actually the last book of Gnosticism to tell you how to kill a Dolabra, which we'll go into in a few minutes. You see what I'm saying? Because I also did something, I also said a way on how to kill him back in the spring, but even I didn't even understand until I finally got what it was talking about by basically applying things that I had learned 5-6 years ago. So we're going to get into that too, because there's two ways to do this thing. You see what I'm saying? There's two ways to do this. So now, so this is called by William Kingsley is his name. Now let's deal with this Gnostic Scriptures here. Let's see. Oh, okay, I got it right here. Hold on. Let me get my paper. Y'all all right? Okay. Let me get my paper. Okay, here we go. The soul in the Gnostic Scripture, it talks about the soul escaping from reincarnation. Now, what happens? It's in the Gnostic book on this book, page 211. What happens? The soul escaping from reincarnation means this. It means when you are on the planet, if you don't learn the knowledge of self, when you go up, there are certain pathways and gateways that you can get through. And if you don't know a certain knowledge of self in those gateways, a dollar broth will take your soul and it comes back through his tail and it spits you back on the earth and you reincarnate back into a baby, losing all the knowledge that you did have and subject to be down here another 1,000 damn years. Unfortunately, Gnosticism say the worst thing on the planet is a baby. We're going to get into that in a few minutes. I know this is going all the way against what you have been teaching. But it's not talking about necessarily, it's not talking about that you have done wrong by having a baby. What it means is it's the mentality. If you notice, this particular society loves children. Everything is about the children, but they don't give a damn about adults. Why not care more about adults who have a certain amount of knowledge to comprehend something than the children who don't have a certain amount of knowledge, because you don't teach knowledge on the damn planet and they ain't subject to getting no damn knowledge. And it is because those children can grow up fucked up because the damn adults ain't about shit. So they got it all backwards. It's not the damn for everything to cultivate children as certain programs. It is to cultivate adults. And if you will cultivate adults, they'll be healthy enough to bring up a healthy child. Everything is backwards. See what I'm saying? That's the key. See the concept of where I'm coming from here? You know, the white man hates. Right now, you can go to a racist cracker house out in damn South Georgia somewhere, and you could be 2 or 3 years old, and if he ain't so much of a real racist, he'll love a little child. They love little children. Ain't he cute? Because it's an object. See, we look at children as objects. Why do you know what is so cute? Because it's a miniature you, and it's a possession. It's an ego thing. It make you feel good. Oh, I had that. Do you look at it as an object? It's not yet human yet. You notice they start hating a black child once it start getting into teens and start getting a mind of its own. And it hates a black child, or especially a male adult too. But it hates both black and female from the age of puberty until you get about late 60s, and all of a sudden they start liking you again. You see how white people like old black people? Because old black people are somehow, they're not threatened by them. This is an old man, I can whip the motherfucker ass or some kind of stuff like this, you know, and probably he can't outdo me sexually because the nigga's 70. You see what I'm saying? But in actuality, they say that the white man's the sexuality at the age of 30 is about equivalent to a black man at the age of 70. Providing if he keep getting it, he can keep on throwing down. You see what I'm saying? If he don't stop getting it. But see, we following the white man, oh, I'm getting old. So you stop doing it and stuff like that. No, you're supposed to keep on doing it. You see what I'm saying? So what happens is, but if you notice, the white man hates you in the formative years of you being the ultimate of what you can be as far as his competition. Because he's always in competition and he feels inferior to you because he's an inferior God. Remember now, the white man is a prototype of this jealous God, or dollar broth, who say, I am a jealous God and I shall have no God before me. Which the Gnostic scriptures say that is the devil. So they don't like you during the ages of teenage on into you get old again. Right about into retirement. It's like a motherfucker don't give you your money until your ass is of no more use to his ass. And he says, okay, retire your ass. And then you know things are a little easy for your ass now. You get a little check or something, some damn cheese or something. But a motherfucker like me can't get shit. And I'm the one that mostly needs the damn stuff. You see what I'm saying? So we talking about a whole backwards culture. Whereas, you know, in the ancient times and stuff, the adult, that was the man. And that was the man, and you see what I'm saying? And was revered. You see what I'm saying? That's the kind of thing like that. That's why you don't see a lot of, you go, and see, you think this is some crazy stuff. You go back to all ancient cultures, you don't see no children almost at all, other than the Christ baby. You don't see, in mythology, you don't ever see no children. You understand what I'm saying? Because a child is a dead person until it regains a certain amount of things. But then again, on the other hand, we are children now too, because we don't have knowledge. Not you. You're the only thing, right now, the people with knowledge, especially black people. White people got more knowledge than us, but white people don't have the black God. So therefore, they're mutants anyway, so it don't make a difference. But do you know that the only light that is alive on the planet right now is black people with knowledge? That means that they're looking down on the planet, they see total darkness. They see white people which have knowledge, but they don't have no light. They see black people, the masses of them, who have light, but their light is not cut on because they don't have no knowledge. Then they got a group of people who have knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? Even if it's a little bit of knowledge, it makes your light shine even more. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, the only thing that's living on the planet right now is brothers and sisters that's in some form of consciousness. You see what I'm saying? I don't give a damn if you Nation of Islam, Noble Drew Ali, the Moors, or whatever you are. Anything contrary to what you would call the regular way of life on the planet. Some form of knowledge. So it's not just us, it's anybody who has a certain amount of knowledge, but that still constitutes from less than 1% of all the people in the world. Because the other people who got the knowledge don't have the light. So the only ones that have the light and have the knowledge, that's why I told you before that you are more superior than what you think you are, because you have been privy to coming to this time in the 1990s when the hell go down, and you got knowledge because you are the only living specimens on the whole damn planet. Now, all of a sudden, that should basically tear up all your pathologies, your complex, you know what I'm saying, and all your little shortcomings that make you have an ego or make you feel inferior or make you feel worthless or make you get jealous of another damn person. You out here jealous of a damn person because he got more money, but this is a dead person is a goddamn idiot. And sometimes because they got the money, it traps them to the point that they can never receive true knowledge for the simple fact that they'll think they're going to lose every damn thing when they get too far in the knowledge and they tell them that, hey man, you ain't all that because you got a goddamn Mercedes that the white man made in Germany, or goddamn beast. So, see, the concept on what we're saying is we are at a standstill is because, okay, now, this is what I'm saying. Listen. True knowledge is supposed to make you humble. Right? And don't supposed to make you arrogant. That's why fake knowledge, which is a byproduct of knowledge that they teach in university systems, make everybody arrogant. That's because it's not true wisdom. Because it's a byproduct knowledge, it's just like that God, it's a half of God, so therefore it makes you arrogant. You see what I'm saying? But true knowledge is supposed to make you humble. But now, on the other hand, there's a difference in being humble and being inferior and not believing in yourself that you are God. So now we got another dichotomy. We get in a certain amount of things and we humble ourselves, but we humble ourselves based on physical proportions. But we do not think of ourselves on a higher level as far as spiritual proportions, because we still think of a God that is over us and we're not worthy of being the same magnitude of the first creator. Now this is the shit that you really got to grasp, because I found out that because I get this stuff. I've been getting this stuff for a while, but somehow I don't get the stuff for the simple fact that I have to constantly tell myself, and recently in the last 2 months, I constantly have to tell myself this. And what the Gnostic script says is this. Once you failed, the Gnostics, Sophia, took a seed. It is the seed of the original creator of the heavens that's the most superior in the universe. She broke the seed into many pieces. And those particular pieces, that seed is in you. So that means that the original God that created the earth in the beginning, you are that God. You see the key? So now, this is beyond. Do you understand the metaphysical concept? Because that's what the scripture is saying. Don't listen. Didn't I read the Holy Kabbalah, Waite's Holy Kabbalah? In there they say that the Christ who is to come is in all of us, and it is the spirit of the Messiah, right? But don't they teach you, even in Christianity, they teach you that that Messiah that came, or who is supposed to come in the end, was here in the beginning. He is the original creator of things. You understand what I'm saying? That's why when we show you the Kabbalah, you see, it might not sound interesting to you right now, but believe me. Believe me, see, the whole thing is not to give a good pumped-up lecture if you don't understand. So, okay, something might sound redundant, but I find out that we listen, but we don't listen. You understand what I'm saying? We listen, but we don't listen. And this ain't no ego shit like I got all the knowledge and I'm teaching you. I have to wrestle with this shit every day myself. I ask the mate, well, what about, and sometimes you be like, well, damn, I wonder if this shit is even real. But that's a part of the rest. So I'm in utter confusion also, too. And I'm going to show you something in a few minutes. So this is not no ego shit like I got some shit I'm telling y'all, because there is no such thing as knowledge of one person that's got a certain amount of knowledge and the knowledge synonymous to him. This shit is universal. You understand what I'm saying? And I just have to beat myself up. And the reason why I can come up with it and shit is because basically I don't work. I suffer for it because I don't have absolutely no money whatsoever, and goddamn the bills is coming. But you know what? You know what? Remind me, because a sister called today and she got it from a Vodun priest on a hellified ritual to get some goddamn money. So I know that we ain't talking about, huh? Okay, we're gonna do it, but I don't wanna get off the spiritual thing. I'm gonna drop it, but don't get out of here without getting this thing. But now remember now, it's gonna open. But you know, you get these things out, and some people say I did it and it didn't happen. But you got to be true to yourself. You're supposed to resort to this for supplement income that can help you as far as just keeping some shit on. Some money that can keep you, you know what I'm saying? Because you just, take for instance, you just need money because the cracker will stop you and give you a $40 damn ticket in a fucking man. You know, all kind of shit that keep you in slavery. You know, sometimes you can be out of the blue and say, I got the shit going, and the cracker will stop you, and a damn ticket costs $40, $50, $80. You see, so he got all kinds of stuff. Then they got all kinds of taxes and rules to keep you fucked up. You see what I'm saying? So we're not talking about a nigga that's trying to get like Michael Jordan so we can fulfill our ego with all these trinkets. We're just talking about mere survival. You understand what I'm saying? Mere survival. And I'm telling you, he got all kind of laws and stuff to keep you down, because that's an energy. That's the energy that they're using to make sure that your ass don't get to no spiritual shit. So we're going to give you this particular ritual in a few minutes. Okay, in a few minutes. Now look at this. Now, let me finish this. So the original God in the beginning. So now also too, now I got to do like the brothers in the Afrocentric community used to do, which is a good concept. Any of y'all motherfuckers in your damn 20s, not only do you unask the seats for the damn sisters, but you unask the seat for the elders too. So the brother standing out here, I've been seeing the brother been in this shit for a while, so one of y'all motherfuckers need to unask the seat for the goddamn elder. You see what I'm saying? Not you, brother, because you paid for that seat. No, come on in, brother. You know, come on in and have a seat, man. Just have a seat. That's the, you know, we gotta, you know, fair is fair. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You know, and I know, because like I say, you got children, and you know, if you had any children, you know, them motherfuckers don't disappear at no 18. Them motherfuckers was a lifetime of trouble. So he earned that right too. And like I said too, you know what I'm saying? So we do that also for what's called, and I'm not saying you are elder as far as a old, but you still younger than the damn warrior out here. He can't, you know what I'm saying? And all, because don't expect me to fight with this big gut. Send that nigga there. You know, give me the damn Uzi. Now, you see, now the deal is this. Now the deal is the original God that they're talking about is supposed to come, the one that was in the beginning, that we talk about, Keva, the premium mobile, which is the first light of creation. It's like an hourglass. It comes all the way down here to the kingdom. The kingdom is Malkuth, the fallen daughter that will be redeemed. Malkuth is in Keva, Keva is in Malkuth. The premium, so the first original creator is broken up, and it comes down and you catch it. So that means not only that you are God, there is no God above you. Now, see, let's think a minute. That means that the concept that we talk about is based on the Gnostic scriptures, based on esoteric virgins, and I have studied all of them enough to know. Based on the concept of what they're talking about. Imagine the most remote part of heaven that you think is powerful. You understand what I'm saying? That most remote part of heaven that you think is powerful has now come down to here, and that rests within you. There is no God above you. You understand what I'm saying? There is no God above you. You see? So that's the key. So now, it says the soul that escapes reincarnation is one that knows the knowledge of self-knowledge, which means the knowledge that you God, and so therefore you won't have to come back down to the earth realm again. Now let's go on. Let's see some things. Let's see some things here that we're going to deal with here. Reason why they had to go ahead and they had to destroy these texts. Let's deal with some of the stuff right out of the text right now. So we're going to go to 113, and it says, okay, homosexual practices. These males and this homosexual is talking about here is not talking about an individual black person that so happens to be homosexual. They're not talking about that. They're not talking about the individual insofar that you are not even worth writing on. They are talking about a race of people. Whenever they deal with these commandments and stuff, they're talking about races other than the Gnostic race. Now, first of all, let me tell you what the Gnostic race is. Let's deal with this. The Gnostic race. The Gnostic race is a seed of the Holy Spirit that is hidden. And it says that is hidden. It says evil thought, inert, has not been removed from its midst, and the members of it are enslaved to wickedness. So there's a seed. Where's the seed? We know the seed. What's the seed? Melanin, black dot. You all heard that before. So the seed, listen, but it's not removed from wickedness, the members of this it. But the seed is revealed in the perfect light and will stream forth upon each person. That's us. And like all being, it will be anointed. So there you have it. What is Christ? The anointed one. The seed they're talking about, they didn't say one damn person. The Gnostic scripts say it will stem forth in each person. Then the slaves will be free and the captives will be ransomed. They're going to ransom off these, you're going to ransom off these mugs. Every planet that may father in the heavens has not planted will be rooted up, whatever that means, which means everything is coming together what it means. Those who are separated will join and will become full. That means all of the particular seeds will come back together. This seed is called the Gnostic seed of the Gnostic race of Set. Now this is not Set Typhon, this is Soot, the ancient black one, the original black one. So now, when they talk about homosexual practices, they're not talking about homosexual practices in here as the same homosexual of just individuals and a moralism. This ain't got nothing to do with black people whatsoever. Black people are fools all around the planet. So therefore, we would never make it if it was based on a fire and brimstone God that's going to chastise us. Yeah. That's this is the Bentley Layton's book, and I'll tell you, I'll give you the name of the seed. I'll give you the page number of the seed in a few minutes. We're gonna go through some scriptures right here. Now, homosexual practices. Those males among them are called Levites, and do not have sexual intercourse with families. Excuse me. I'm reading too fast. Do not have sexual intercourse with females, but they have intercourse with one and another. One and another. They, of course, are the ones who are preferred and honored among them. Who is honored in the world right now? It sure ain't the black man. Talking about the white man. But they scorn those who practice religious behavior and purity. You see, purity. And they look down on this labor in vain. Now, what they're talking about here, they're talking about a sexual race or asexual race. Even a man hater, which is sexism, is a part of homosexuality. You see what I'm saying? They're talking about a race that is, they're talking about the white race. They're not talking about a homosexual individual, because we have taken on everything as the devil. You see, they're talking about a whole race. Now you find out who the Levites were. Were the Levites white or black? Anybody know? White? Well, they're talking about a whole race. You see, why you going to, see, the book is clear. Why you going to call a whole race homosexual when it could just be individual? If not, they're even saying even the most masculine white man has homosexual tendencies. And you know this based on the woman, because the woman is more of a victim. You'd never see a white woman that won't do homosexual relationships in sex flicks or either in sexual flicks, period. All of them are bisexual. You see what I'm saying? You see, that's why I told you before, that's the reason. See, it's the reason why Yale University put out the history of bisexuality as well, other than the history of homosexuality. Because bisexuality, based on Yale University, is a whole race of people. Homosexual could just be ones of those just choose to be just total opposite. But so you only have a minority of homosexuals in the white race, but the whole white race is bisexual. That's the mystery. That's why Yale University put it out in 1992. Homosexuality in the ancient world. Most Greeks was gay. They call them asexual. Yeah. Roman and all of that type thing, which was the first origins of the first white people after they conquered the original black Greeks and stuff, because all that land was first black at first. But the original ones, the historical Greeks, of the white people that was the killers, was great. Yeah, that's true too. You ain't, yeah. That's true too. Up until this day. You see what I'm saying? Up until this day. So let me show you some other scriptures here. Now see, these scriptures here, they, in so much as the Bible might give you one or two little verses, and they'll have 5,000 books off of one little thing that says these scriptures are whole and complete. They go complete. You see, they're not all this, and you know, it's not all this gospel type bull, which is all saturated and made this way. These are complete scriptures. These are complete scriptures. Now look at this. Page 273, 293 in the book. Gnostic scriptures. Let me get this right. I want to show you this. 293. It says that the Savior's body was apparent, not material. You see what I'm saying? For he took the first fruits, and they say that those who were saved from a Akamoth. When you see the word Akamoth, that's another word for the melanin at its most purest form, when it is going back to the spiritual level. In Kabbalah it's Shekinah. In Egypt it's Shechem. You see them? It's Shechem, but it's Shekinah. It's Akamoth here, which is Akamoth means spiritual element. So when you see Akamoth, it also means melanin. Anytime you see the word craftsman in here, the craftsman in here is talking about the devil, the one who created the physical race. The craftsman says he puts on the animated anointed Christ it says, to the providential arrogance of events. He became enveloped in a body and had animated the essence, but was constructed in the sum affinity to be the way as viable and touchable. So you got to really study these, because this is the scripture right here that said that this particular craftsman, which is the devil, took on a physical body. So I read you Blavatsky's book on Gnosticism that was compiled by J.H. Sternberg, where they said that Jesus took on a physical body was actually a Adalabra. In the Gnostic scriptures, they talk about this same Adalabra taking on that, but basically they says the material essence is not capable of receiving salvation. So the Christ was never in the physical based on the Gnostic scripts. It was never in the physical whatsoever. You see what I'm saying? Now, whatsoever. It says that the heavenly Savior descends in the earthly Jesus. This is what the mystery of Jesus is. You got two words. You got Jesus and you got Christ. Jesus, son of Joseph, or in Hebrew they say Messiah, son of Joseph, Messiah, son of David. Two different things that they put together, and it's metaphysical. The Messiah, son of Joseph, is talking about the incarnated body, which is all of us, son of a human being. The Messiah, son of David, is the Star of David, which is two inverted pyramids, which is the black dot, which is also inside of Jesus. So Jesus in the mystical scripture means the physical body, and the Christ incarnates or descends into the physical body. So what the doggone Romans did is they said that Jesus was a physical man, and they called him Jesus the Christ. But in actuality, in Gnostic scripts, which was a Jesus word, was before the Jesus that they made claim to later on, Jesus is you or Jesus, which is Jesus in Jesus. Zeus is the father of God. In Egypt, he's Osiris. You are the Osiris. You are the Osiris, the physical body that lays dead. You see what I'm saying? So the Jesus that they're talking about is you. Your physical body is Jesus. The Christ, which is anointed one, which is the seed, which is the black dot. So it depends on how you read this particular. It depends on how you read these particular scriptures to try to understand what's going on. The craftsman is a Adalabra. He said he is the craftsman. He says will bring about the providential arrangements of events into the world until the appropriate time, especially because he cares for his church. What church is he talking about? He's got a church, the Christian church. And his knowledge of that will reward them who awaits him, mainly occupying the place of the mother. So it means that this Adalabra, who is the craftsman of this, will bring on events to throw his particular Christians off, because he wants to occupy the role of the mother, because the mother is the great mother Sophia that say, I will redeem my people in the end and clear up this mistake that went on in the future. That went on in the future. Now, which is the actual the actual Adalabra. Now, this is interesting, because you will never see this in the Bible. This is one of the most beautiful things in the world. I'm going to explain this. It's going to be on page 298 in this book, and let's look what it says here. It says that there are 3 species of humans on the earth. The fact that there are 3 species of humans, it says that they teach, and it says disclosed as followers. The material species is disclosed when man said there will follow a sign. Now this is what it means. It says there's 3 species of human, and the 3 species of human is one human is made of the one human, which is the original human, which is us, is made of dust, spirit, and soul. Now, see, now we ain't talking about no racist shit. We're talking about what the original scriptures say, that now you can say, oh, Bobby been talking about these white people and all of this kind of shit here. You got to deal with what the scriptures say. Now, don't get mad, because these are the same scriptures that they copied the first 4 Gospels. In here, the first human being, the original one, is made of dust, which means the physical body, because it's made of the elements that he created the world with. Dust, spirit, and soul. So black people is dead. They operate from the spirit. Their soul is not awakened yet, because the soul is the actual God that is in you, that is lying dormant. The reason why you are awoke at this particular time and you are interested in this knowledge to sit through this is because the God that's in you is thirsting to remember. You're trying to remember what you were in previous eons. That's the only reason why you are here. And because your light is on you, the only ones that's on the planet right now. Now remember that now. Can you fathom that you walking around on a planet that you're the only ones alive? You understand what I'm saying? You're the only ones alive. And it is up to you to cultivate your soul, because that's the only thing that's going to give you nourishment, not the shit that's made by dead people. You see what I'm saying? So one is made of soul, dust, spirit, and soul. The other one is made of dust and spirit. One is made of dust and spirit, and the other one is made of dust. Now, and they didn't say no animals. They say human beings. Now, you got to deal with that. Now, look at this. The one made of dust, apparently you know who the hell that is. We don't even need to even go into that. Then you have one that's made of dust and spirit, which means that you are dealing with something that would be a miscegenation of the white races amalgamating a certain group of black people till you would get what you would have in population of the world, like your Arabs. You see what I'm saying? But why the white people are created. That's a different thing now. We've proven that over and over again. The white people are created. You see, in here they're talking about the dust, so they're talking about something like your Arab, not misconstruing with the black Arab. So they're talking about something like your Arab, and they're talking about something like a Mexican. You got white Mexicans, then you have semi-white Mexicans. That would be the ones that would be made of spirit and dust. And then you would have a black Mexican, which would be the descendants of the Mayans, or what you call it like that, which is very few left because they killed them all off. But your black Mexicans also, the Mexican is nothing but an Indian. So basically they'll kill off most of the black Indians in America. Like I told you at the first beginning of the lecture, how is it that all of the pictures that they show, Geronimo, Sitting Bull and them, is blacker than us? But now, every time they show you a doggone Native American, he's a white man with a fucking tonto wig on, like that cracker that used to be on Daniel Boone. That nigga spent that wig that he wore cost $10,000 for that wig to get a good one. Back in the time, that cracker from Daniel Boone, a white man in a damn wig, whatever that cracker name was. You see what I'm saying? So there's 3 species of human that they're talking about here. 3 species of human that they're talking about and all. And so these are the stuff in the spirits. It says, okay, who is the name of Jesus Christ? 332. Let's look at this. 332. And maybe this, you know, when I give out these things about the stuff on money, it usually works for the people. Just don't work for me for some reason. But it usually works for mainly everything. It usually works for everybody else and stuff like that. But look, the name of Jesus Christ. Jesus is a private name. Christ is the anointed. The public name, therefore, Jesus does not exist as a word in any language, but rather the name in which is called is Jesus. But the word Christ is Syriac, or Messus is the Greek, Christos is probably all others have, according to the particular language of each, is the public name and the private name. So they're saying that the reason why Jesus does not exist as a name because it's not supposed to be a name. It's supposed to be that of a body, of an organ or a vessel. That's the mission between Jesus Christ. And so what they did is they came in and made this person's name Jesus Christ, and they messed it all up. You see what I'm saying? All are in Christ. The anointed Christ is within him, whether human being, angel, or mystery, and the Father. It says, Christ is each within him, whether human being, angel, or Father. So the reason why they had to kill these Gnostics off, because these Gnostics were saying that that's some bull jive. Y'all talking about this particular person over here. And so they killed these particular people off. Now, resurrection must precede death. So here they're saying that we got to be resurrected before we die. Those who say that the Lord first died and rose are mistaken. For the first arose, then died. And if he does not first get resurrection, he will not die as he lives, but that person would. So what they mean here is I think it's got something to do with us right now. You have actually been resurrected. Now, whether you backslide or whatever, that's just a part of your process of battling this physical world out here. But for the mere fact that you were sitting up here in here and getting down with this knowledge and not thinking I'm going to hell and not scared and not worrying about how much I done cursed and shit like that and all this kind of thing here, and not really worrying about the superficial things and basically just thirsting out the knowledge, you are already resurrected. The next thing for you to do too is to ascend. You see what I'm saying? So you have already been resurrected and all. Now look at this. The precious is hidden in worthless. No one should hide a precious element object within an expensive thing. Yet often, sometimes, has kept vast sums of something in something that is worth a penny. Such is the case of the soul. The precious thing, and it is come to reside in a lowly body. So they're saying this, that they wouldn't put nothing precious in something that's worth nothing. They will put it in something that ain't worth nothing. So they're saying that your physical bodies ain't worth nothing. Now, why do they say this? Why do they talk hard on the physical body? Because in here, they're going to talk about the fool. And the fool in the Gnostic scripture is the white man. Why? Because they understand that what they're talking about is us as far as because we're dead people. So they're talking about a people that their origins of that of idiocy. So in here they'll tell you that the fool is only a fool would fall in love with the physical body. They say that Christ said that you must be acquainted with self. They say, what is self? They say self is that which is invisible and inside of you. It's the only thing that you're supposed to be trying to unravel the mysteries. They say the fool is intrigued with that particular thing that he sees. So they'll talk about the fool in here, and the fool is surely the origin of the fool, because they're not talking about conditions. Because see, they're talking about purity of original soul. So they don't get into what your conditions are. We are all fools in the condition, but that's not by our choice. You understand? But they're talking about a fool. They're talking about one that whatever he does, and no matter how much knowledge he learns, he's still going to be a fool. Because the only thing he has is a physical body. Because he's made of dust. And that's it. So they're not talking about you, because in here they said that the person that we're not talking about is the sacred seed of Set, or Soot. The sacred seed of Soot will be redeemed in the end no matter what. He has to go through suffering, he has to go through trouble, but he will be redeemed in the end. Never say anything about that particular sacred seed. Since you have the seed, they say the seed is hidden within you. And in so much as the outside, they say you do not live at all. You never existed as far as your physical life. You had a house on you had a house on Fair Street, and you did this kind of shit here, and you went to college, and your grandmama did that shit. That don't exist. You see what I'm saying? Now, all of a sudden, I respect my family, but I don't treat my family in the same way as stuff is so much important to me. You know what I'm saying? And this is not being negative. It's understanding, and in actuality, none of our traditions never existed. The only thing existed is that's a house that gives activity to house the original God which is in me while it is asleep. But now since it's awakened, none of that shit don't make no difference no more. All the pride, all the traditions, all my goddamn memories, it don't mean nothing but me acting like a damn fool. You understand what I'm saying? And all this kind of stuff here, and all the good times and all this kind of stuff. So this is what they're talking about here. That's what the seed is talking about as far as the revelation of the seed and all. So they're saying it is worthless for the simple doggone fact that the physical body is something, they wouldn't hide nothing, because they had to hide the spiritual seed from a dollar block, because he said he was going to kill all of you. And then he sent his evil spawns down here. But the key to that is this seed that is in you, because they say he's very arrogant to this day. He don't think, looking at you physically, and you are loading him because you're in a physical body and you trapped, he don't think that you're going to rise. And so she's now here in the crystal city of the Stone Mountain city of Atlanta by way of spiritual voyage. And so once we resume, she's going to give a channel of what Tupac came and said. What Tupac came and said. So it's back on. And so I tell you what. Yeah.
I just wanted them to know that when Tupac was first shot, right? Shakur came back the next day, so I asked her to tune in to him. And she gave me all this information that was like a day ahead of all of his medical stuff. She told me when he was dying, what was happening around the bed, and then later, when I confirmed, because I know his family, it was just like she said. Before the video came out, she said he wanted to have on this white suit the whole nine, and the video come out, he had the white suit Sunday, and I'm like,
yeah.
whoa.
Well, yeah, we can start back. Well, this one thing I can say since we started back, it's not by mistake. Now, one thing about him, in spite of all the stuff, he did know he was going to die, and I'm going to give him that. He did know he was going to die because the new CD that's coming out in 2 weeks has him nailed to the cross dead. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah, right. And I mean that new video with the white suit like you're saying and all, you know, the man literally knew he was going to die. So that is profound in that particular sense. And not only that, too, they've been having a Tupac marathon on the on BET all this last week. And I put doggone if all his videos from the last 3 years, he was constantly talking about dying. So if his coming was just for that alone, he was constantly talking about dying. You know, they showed some of these back videos like 93, he was talking about dying. You see, so maybe that was the reason why he raised a little hell while he was here. Yeah. So that's it. So now, what we're going to do is Sister Shakira is going to read her. How you doing, sister? She's going to read her channel from Tupac Shakur. Okay, you go ahead. I got this. You think to pick up that far? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, I just sit right here. This will work. And we're going to read this here, and she'll get it. Yeah.
Okay. This was yesterday, 10:10 p.m. This is my warmest greetings to all. First, I was very surprised at the impact my death had on the nation, especially young people. Wipe your tears and don't be sad because I'm peaceful and happy. In fact, I'm very, very happy. I extend my deepest love to all the people. I feel your love vibration, accept your prayers. Keep sending your prayers. I most definitely appreciate them. To all my loved ones, my family, my girl, kid, and the whole crew, all my homies in the hood, I watch over all of y'all. Ma, I'm there with you, especially at night. You can sell the crib in LA and keep what you think you should. Tell my sister to keep on being there for moms and don't fall to pieces every time someone mentions my name. I need for you to be strong. Hey, Jazz, the Jasmine guy. How's my honey doing? Girl, I see you taking charge. I come and check you out sometimes, and I can't help but laugh because you're bugging when they try to diss me. I can see that you don't like that. Kid, you're still my #1 girl next to my mom's. Dry your tears, baby. I know you miss me, and you look at my pictures inside, but I'm right there with you. Don't be afraid. I know you're scared of who you should talk to at this time. However, the truth will come to light. Someone new will be assigned to the case, and you should cooperate with him because he's on. Say hi to your mother and your sister. I still love them. What's Q up to? Tell Mr. Jones to take it easy and don't work too hard. You should try to get some rest. People, it's important for y'all to stop killing and fighting each other. Release all the jealousy and anger because it's not worth losing your life over petty stuff. Believe me, people, your lives are so precious. Treasure every waking moment. Brothers, tell your girls you love her and lose all their pride. Stop fronting in front of your homeboys and keep it real, y'all. All that boasting don't mean nothing. Y'all supposed to be helping each other out. Make time for your family. Stop hanging in the street so much and chill in the house sometimes. Spend time with your girl and get to know one another instead of trying to get your rocks off and being a player all the time. Wake up, crew. My departure from the physical world should be a wake-up call for all of y'all. Real soldiers don't give up. They keep on fighting to the end. Let not my death be in vain. Let my words and the verses in my song reign, reminding and enlightening you, because I came in the world with a struggle and left with a struggle. And although they shot up my body and think that I'm dead, my spirit lives on and on and on. Yes, I'm alive in the spirit and my soul rejoices. Keeping it real, y'all. Peace and love. Now, this came today. What's up, crew? I'm touched by the outpour of affections and love. I'm glad that y'all keep jamming to my rhymes and verses because I was rapping hoping that y'all get the message. I was a man born with a mission. I was a soldier with a quest, and now that I've shed my earthly skin, I'm going to keep on fighting. Too much injustices have been committed against me and my people. It would be cool if I said put the Glocks down and stop gang banging, but let's examine the reasons why we do what we do. Why are my people still enslaved by this crooked and satanic system? Why are my homies and fellow comrades getting locked up? Who put the Glocks in our hands in the first place? Who swarm and infest our neighborhoods with drugs? They got us on the civilians, watching our every move, imprison us in projects, clocking our every move. Don't the babies and children, don't they deserve to be free? If this is our land, the land of the free and the brave, then why aren't we free as we want to be? And why we got to be scared to be brave because strange assassins got their dog on our asses? We have suffered enough, been brutalized enough, been raped enough, been starved enough, and been tempted enough. The war is on, enough said. Where are those lying motherfuckers who call themselves politicians, the elected officials who got elected in office, black like me, yet they refused to come near my ass while I was locked up on trumped-up charges? Where was the concern when I got senselessly gunned down and the cold-ass motherfuckers drive a white Cadillac and got away? All of a sudden, nobody's talking. Nobody saw nothing. Everybody's trying to protect their asses. The people know who I'm talking about. This does not involve my family. I see the real bullshitters and the real con artists. I'm watching y'all. Nobody can take the pain away that was inflicted on my family and real friends as they watch me bleeding profusely, lying helplessly in that hospital bed. No words can bring me back physically, but still I live on. I'm immortal, and I walk with the ancestors. I walk with Brother Malcolm, Brother Marvin, Brother Newton, and I finally sat down and talked with Red. He's still telling jokes. I also met some of my homies who arrived before I did, and we have plenty to talk about. To everyone, I say, don't be afraid of death. Don't just sit there and take my words and what are you doing to help the black community? All are talking, but where is the action? Stick together, people. There's too much empty spaces between y'all. Stop looking down on those bums on the street. Feed and shelter the poor and be kind-hearted. The government aren't looking out for us, so we got to look out for each other. We got to clean up our own mess. Check up on the elderly. Make sure they ate and run some errands for them. They get too neglected too often. Visit the sick in the hospitals and don't turn your back on the brothers in the jail cells. They represent a part of you that's locked up. When they kill me, they kill a part of you too. We're all part of the whole. When I hurt, you hurt, and when you are hurt, I am definitely hurt. Think about it. Good love, my people, and don't give up hope. Celebrate life in your living and enjoying good on all others. All power to the people from Brother Huey. One love from Brother Marzael. That's a deep brother. Brother Malcolm says he's checking out Minister Farrakhan and laughs. Free the land, y'all. Stop being slaves and become masters again. Keep your heads up. I'm out. Brother Abdul Shakur.
Now, it's interesting that some people is new to this as far as the channel. That don't sound like something that can be true, that you can get in contact with a person that's passed from the physical body. But once you start living this and stuff, this is actually so commonplace until now. Obviously, we're dealing with a spiritual element that the majority of people can't even think can be done. You see what I'm saying? And basically reading this to the masses of the people and all, they would never ever believe this type of thing and all. So it's funny that we could even get this particular spiritual channels that would actually come down and stuff. And basically that's letting you know that, man, for the mere fact that for you to witness a person death, what, about 2-3 weeks ago now? 2 weeks ago, and then all of a sudden, you see what I'm saying, you could actually get that channel. And it's funny because the brother, he contacted Ricky, Cam. He said he was coming in very strong with Cam because he said that the reason why he contacted Cam because Cam said, well, you don't know me, we didn't know each other in this life, but we used to be partners in another life. Yeah, he said we used to be partners in another life. So therefore he was coming in very strong with Cam, which is Ricky up in Massachusetts. He was coming in strong with him and all and different things. And basically, he was telling him, he didn't tell him too much talk too much about himself. He just told Ricky that basically, you know everything there is to know, as far as basically we know all the knowledge that we need to know. It's just that having confidence in it. So basically, that's what he was saying. You know, basically, you know what time it is, or you know the spiritual things and all. It's just a matter of having confidence in it. You see what I'm saying? And so that's what he actually said to Cam, which is Ricky, he'll be I think he'll be moving down in about 2 weeks. He said.
I'm going to say that when she started mentioning him and I tuned it into him, he came. His aura is very strong, vibrant, yellow, and he's a very personable person. I've never met him in this life. He's a very personable and warm, caring person, because he started asking me personal questions and about myself. He's like, how come we didn't get running peace over before, you know? And how come you're single, you know, little stuff like that. He likes, you know, the female energy. And he comes often, you know, and he wanted to know, he was very concerned about his mother, and he wanted to know if the message got to her and stuff. And so he's very concerned about his people. He's not like what's portrayed, in the media and stuff. This harsh, brutal person. He's a very sensitive, warm, caring person. And I just met him in the spirit, and he's just likable, So he comes, every now and then. He was met in the spirit by Brother Malcolm and Brother Marvin and Hugh and Newton, and then they went and got his father, and they sat down and talked. I also got, based on that, a piece from Brother Malcolm based on that too, because Brother Malcolm, they discussed about what was the latest happening down here, because they all got jobs on that side, and so they're busy. And so, Brother Dushakor, he hipped him to what was going on, what was the lowdown, and that's why Brother Malcolm said he's checking on Louis Farrakhan, because, Tupac told him what was going on and stuff. And so I have a piece that I'll type up, and I'll just put it here, and about what Brother Malcolm had to say, about us in general, his piece of advice to us, and so, and he's learning. Tupac is like, he's learning, he's going through the schooling, and he's schooling on that side, and he's learning, but he comes in and out, he just walked right into the heavens. He didn't go through no suffering, no hell damnation and all of that, because he was very prepared to die, and that helps. When you're aware of death, you embrace it. You don't be scared, and that's what he's saying. Don't be scared, because he walked straight. Because he decided he wasn't coming back into that physical body because it was too jammed up. He refused to come back living like that because he did not want to live like an invalid. So he decided that he was going to go.
Yeah, that's sometimes we most people, I believe most people have the choice on whether they could stay or not, but they look around and say, hell, I'm going to be down here from neck up and neck down, and I'm paralyzed. Some of them be like, get all messed up. Who the hell want to be walking around like Superman with a damn thing in your throat and just, hell, you might as well just. Now, white people, they want to stay down here because, you see, but brothers be like, I see peace and all, I want to get the hell on. Because it's selfishness. The only people really have to deal with death is us down here, not the dead.
And he had the option to stay because when he first got up there, they said it wasn't assignment. And he said, well, and he talked to, and he got permission to stay. He said, I'm not going back.
See, because he, what you was getting ready to say? Yeah, but he didn't say who did it, did he?
He said he believes it's an inside job. Biggie didn't do it, and it's an inside job. And he was rushed out of the house without his vest on, and he said he blamed himself for not putting it on.
Well, what Juju got was that that guy was into a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, the emphasis is on him.
Sure. It's like the record company was started by getting some money from some niggas that he got to pay up. You see what I'm saying? Because you got to, probably the origin of it. Where did he get the origin of it? He is pretty damn young. Where did he get the origin to start this thing? And so based on that, is some stuff that's rotting in the cotton. And so when it all boiled down, it was just like the classic mobster type thing. Not from the mob, but the new mob, which is Negro mob. Say, hey, you know, you owe us and that kind of thing. Yeah. And they said that the white boy, now, you know, white people, this white guy who was a major critic said that they saw the movie and they said that the guy had superb acting skills. And that's what the white boy said. You see. But then again, on the other hand, what black actor who, most black people never really had to have acting skills because we have to have a dual role anyway. That's the reason why you could have people like Eddie Murphy and them never acted in their day and come right in and do major roles. Why is it that black people can automatically act? Because, hell, we got to act just... We use a dual act, you know, we act like we got to act when we go to business. And when we come to the hood, we got to act in another way. So therefore, it pays off when you go to Hollywood. You say, oh, shit, I can do that. You know, that ain't nothing to do. So most black people are natural actors and stuff. You see, like that, all this kind of, you see. So let's finish this Gnostic thing up. The demiurge world, which is the demonized world, is the basic pattern that belongs to these terms in relationship with the Gnostic myths, involves an era of fall and wisdom. The material world and its rulers emerge from a displaced power and wisdom. The demonic powers created a psychic material atom, which is man. The archons giving a glimpse of the immortal man that leads them to give Adam a form of a superior than their own, which means that the immortals, they gave rise to this Adam, and they gave him a form superior to their own. After the wisdom secretly provides Adam with spirit and powers that recognize that their creation and his power is superior to their own, they seek further means to imprison humans in ignorance. And to imprison humans in ignorance. So this is just verifying what I told you. Once they saw what they created, because Sophie had snuck up behind them, they realized they had created a power that was superior to their own because it had the original Christ of the original creator broken up and put into all of us that will become one now, and that's what you get the word covenant from. And the Ark of the Covenant, which is a disc, which is all of the stars, all of the ones down here coming back to oneness and stuff. So once they realized that, they said, well, we got to keep them in ignorance. So that's why the last 2,000 years we've basically been steeped in ignorance. The Gnostic mystery, the angels are demonic powers that seek to introduce passions into humankind, thus enslave the Gnostic race. The demiurge was unable to eradicate all of the Gnostic race, which is black people. The Creator gave devices and schemed with his powers, but the rest of the episode is clearly variant of Christian Jewish tale. Now, the other Gnostic story identifies that the demonic are the 7 planetary rulers and their hostility towards Adam of us and wisdom to throw them out of heaven to the earth, or throw them out of heaven to the earth, and they begin to operate in sinful demons, as sinful demons. Now, basically what it says here, in order to counter the influence of the demonic powers, the immortal, which is our ancient ancestors, or the actual gods, sent Gnostic spirits into the world to reveal knowledge. And they tried to pollute these beings by maligning their seed with them, but this plan failed. Now, what do they mean by that? They said that in order to counter the God that sets over this particular realm and his particular angels, they sent other gods from Sirius and the other planet, the other spiritual zones, to give us knowledge. So basically, they sent channels and different things to the priests, and they wrote down all these things in Scripture. And so the Gnostic race said, hey, we know what we'll do to get them off the path. We will pollute their seed. We'll pollute their seed within them. But their plans failed. Now, why did their plan fail? Because
they tried to pollute the seed by, they created what you would call a counterfeit spirit. They tried to pollute the seed, but their plan failed for the simple fact that each time a counterfeit spirit comes in touch with a black person, it becomes a real spirit, which means, you know what I'm saying, which we are examples of that ourselves. You see what I'm saying? We are examples of that ourselves. So the basic thing that did work is they gave us passions and stuff based on material items to get us off of the to get us off of the higher realms, to get us off of the actual higher realms. So now I want to get you a few other scriptures and stuff, and then I want to get this thing going on, but I'm going to give a few other scriptures. What they say is in contrary to what we say. The Gnostics also believed that sex was first pleasurable, procreation second, which means, okay, we know you're going to have babies, but that's given, being you are trapped into a reincarnation cycle. But they said that spiritual pleasures was more superior for the simple fact that you can harness a certain amount of energy within you, which you know is sexual tantra. So therefore, even in the Gnostic thing, they said it is not. Now this is going to sound strange to you because you've been thinking in a way of thinking. You've been in a way of thinking a different doctrine. They said that it is not bad to abort the baby. Now, people saying, yeah, what she? Yeah, you know, it stirred me too, but I'm busy hearing their conversation. Yeah. They say it's not really bad to abort the baby. Now, what do they mean by that? They knew that most of the people on the earth is going to have children anyway. What the Gnostic people said was, hey, that you are only stopping a spirit from being trapped in the damn prison anyway. So it's not really bad. It only becomes bad when it was, and you know they used to use certain birth control and all this kind of thing here. But they said it only became bad based on moralism when they say go forth and multiply, because the dollar drop want to keep spirits down here trapped. You see what I'm saying? So when you look at it that way, it's not bad. For the simple fact you didn't kill nothing, you can't kill that. You can only stop that from dying. It's dead when it comes into the physical body, unless it gets the chance to live and coming into knowledge of self. So that means it can come into the physical body for reincarnation after reincarnation and don't learn no knowledge, and that means you just talking about something that's being dead the whole time it's down here. It's only living when it comes into the knowledge of what it really is, because the original thing you were a God, because you were that of the original creator. You see what I'm saying? Or either that of Atlantis when you knew that you were gods. So the only time you live is that when you see, so they say coming into wisdom. That's in what? Proverbs. The coming of wisdom is the knowledge of the Lord. Or one of them, what do they mean by that? They're talking about the knowledge of you being Lord. I self Lord and Master Islam. You see what I'm saying? I self Lord and Master. So that's what they mean by that. It's when you are becoming that particular part. So it wasn't nothing to it wasn't nothing for them to abort, for the simple doggone fact that it's different than what you're thinking of. They were stopping something from coming, and they can abort for the simple fact that they understood that this was death down here. And that's the difference on what you... So we're talking about changing a whole way of your thinking, is what we're talking about here. Changing a whole way of your actual thinking and all. Now, they talk about the fool. What is the fool? The fool is deceived by the visual realm. So like I've been telling you before, they said that nigga, they're crazy. I can't see that. That's some old spook stuff. How in the devil I can see? It's the same thing what the same thing what the Christians been saying, but they done distorted stuff until you just get a bad flavor on anything they say, because their stuff was rooted out of this. So they say the fool is deceived by the visual realm. The fool, good and evil, are exactly the same. So they're saying as long as you takes on the practices of this original fool, you are a fool too, and you are exactly the same. For the wise person will be nourished by truth and knowledge, and will be like a tree planted in the streams of water. Indeed, there are some people who have wings, and they fly to the visual realm. This is far from the truth, for which leads them mainly to fire. Now, let me explain that to you in a few minutes. Will presently truth-like absorption, and will shine upon them corruptingly. What they mean by that? As beauty. And take them captive in sweet, dark sweetness, and will catch them up in fragrant pleasure. Now, what do they mean by that? They say here that a person who goes to the light, or go to the, I want to get this right, go to the fire, he will be caught up because he'll be trapped in beauty. Anytime the beauty thing on the physical realm, and you are so captivated by the beauty, that's one of the desires of a dollar broth. They keep talking about fire here. Fire. Guess what a dollar broth is? The original sun is the sun behind the sun. Our sun is a reflection, supposedly, of an original sun. The original sun being Sirius, which is now not in space, is down here on earth and is inside of you. That's where Sirius is. Heaven realm is within. That means it is inside of you. And when you look out there, and if you so happen to find that by this star in the constellation, you're only reflecting something that is inside your brain. That's the way it is. Ain't nothing out there in the heavens. That's all a hologram. But when you see the light, you're only reflecting something that's on the inside of you. It's just like being in a dark house and you got a movie screen of the physical world, and you thinking that movie screen is reality. And while you're looking at that, you can't see the actual stars that's inside of your head. Even because you're looking in the movie and seeing the stars up in the sky. But all that is nothing but a reflection of what's on the inside of you. So, when you're dealing with the real sun is the hidden sun. Amen Ra. Amen, which means hidden. The hidden sun. Amen Ra. So the real sun is inside of you. The fake sun is out there in the sky. That's a dollar broth. That's who a dollar broth is. Remember now, a dollar broth rules the 7 planetary spheres. He don't rule his upper triad because you can get out through binary understanding, which I'm going to explain how to kill him. And then you go to this is called the archetypal world, and this is the primordial mobile, which is Keva. But all of this goes like in a way down here because one is in the other. We'll explain that in question and answer. But the key is the sun right here, Tipperath, number 6, is Tipperath, the sun. What does it say? It says B-U-A-U-T-Y, beauty. That's a dollar broth, which is the fake sun. That sun that you see out there is the one that's keeping all of you in slavery, because that sun lights up this holographic world and makes the light so bright that you can't see inwardly into the spiritual world. That's why you do your best shit at night. That's when you at the peace, when you at night. And guaranteed, the more spiritual you'll get, the more you will hate the sun to shine. I swear to God. I love it now when it's cloudy outside and it's raining. And black people used to like it too, because that's the time when you would go and do sex when some good rain coming. You ever heard that before? You understand? That's spiritual. Sex is the ultimate of spirituality is sex. You used to go and do the sex when the rain would come in the whole time, 9 yards and stuff, or when? At night. You see what I'm saying? And I don't care how you do it in the daytime and how erotic it is, it still ain't as good as at night. That's why things are more romantic at night. Because night is our time. Because night is the most spiritual time, because you don't have that sun out there distracting things. And even if you ever channel, you can channel better at night than you can in the morning, because also in the morning, when everything is up, when that sun is out, you got all your negative thoughts going on. And the best time to channel at night when things is cooled down. And that's when you're using the energy that is inside of you. You understand what I'm saying? That's why when you see the gargoyles, now this ain't vampirism. The gargoyles, they wake up at night because the melanin, which is the sun inside, is more active at night.
The ancient Kemetic people, they worked at night. And they slept during the day or whatever.
That's right. Or they just tried to get out of the damn sun. You know, that's why when you go to Africa, what do the black men do? They sit under the tree all day. They chilling on the stump. So when we got over here, the people saying that you lazy and stuff, that ain't our energy. And so now when you see the black man around the liquor store and all this kind of thing here, the liquor is involved, but in actuality, he's only doing something which he's been programmed to do since he's been on the planet, and that's chill out. And that's why black people chill out during the daytime and stuff, and what they used to before times got so drastic that they had to do all this particular stuff. But in the daytime, when you were working and stuff, that's given to doggone Caesar's what is his, which is the devil. You see what I'm saying? And all the negative energy. A dollar broth is the one that light up this beauty. That's the fake sun there. That's why that sun don't shine outside of the earth and this atmosphere, because it's only a hologram. That's because that's the fake sun. And as long as you love that sun, it keeps you from getting the sun which is on the inside of you. So he traps you up in beauty. He traps you up in beauty, in beauty, and that's what that particular sun is with the dollar broth and all. Now let me get a few more things and all, because I want to I got some few other. I'm just giving you a rendition of the scripture that shows that everything, if you start reading this scripture, surely it's not going to be nothing moralistic as you say. They say, well, what about living long and all? They say, well, the hell with it. They say, why? They say, give under a dollar about which is his. They say, basically, the Gnostic scriptures say, basically, hey, you worrying about the wrong thing with all this obedience. And even with the Jesus that's talking about here, they say, well, what about diet? He said, why do something that you hate to do? You know you like to eat, so eat, drink, and be merry. Now, that's what Jesus is saying in here. I'm telling you, basically, everything that the black man does and the black woman does that you call the lowly, despised group of people that's out here in the streets, other than a foreign substance that they own, is basically what you're supposed to be doing. And basically what it is it's not so much as taking responsibility in this life in so much as it is paying attention to the other realm. So you say, well, I take responsibility based on my kids. Your kids don't need but one thing, something to put in their damn stomach, and they don't need all of that. Your kids are more advanced than what you think. And as long as you put the excuse off on your children, you understand what I'm saying? That's the problem we have in all this, because we train to say that these particular children are things that in actuality need more care than we think they need. You see what I'm saying? Now let's deal with some stuff on the dollar broth. It's going to be in this book. So they talk about the fate of the fool. The fool now look at this. The fool is basically, it's the white man in here and black people who are dead, but they are not permanent fools in here. It says, a wise person relies upon truth. The Savior's answer saying, blessed are those wise people who seek truth or who have sought truth, once have found it and has relied upon it forever, has not feared those who wish to cause disturbance. So they're saying the truth. And so basically, the wise man that they're talking about, that's you. And all. You should associate with your own kind. Okay now. And you understand why the Bible got to be in here, because the Gnostic scriptures say, hey, listen, you should associate with your own kind. And this is what Thomas, the Gospel of Thomas that they took out of the book, says to the Lord. Is it best for us, is it best for the rest of us to rest among our own? Is it, let's see, Lord, no, this. Thomas answered and said, Lord, is it best for us to rest among our own? And the Savior said, indeed, it is useful and good for you, plural. You see what I'm saying? Plural, that's what it says. It is indeed, so they're saying that you're supposed to be with your own kind. Now, there's a difference between the real scriptures and the scriptures that was carved up, which is a ward of the doggone Roman government. And the only reason why you don't know that is because we don't understand the historical concepts of what happened. A book that can be ordered if you want to get the political thing on all that messed up stuff that went down is this book, which was out of print for years. This is one of John Henry Clark's favorite, and it's called Who is This King of Glory? The Critical Study in the Christos Messiah Tradition. Christos Messiah tradition. And it talks about who is this King of glory. And it talks about how the Roman government took all the scriptures and turned them around. And he goes, take this stuff all the way back to Egypt, Islam, and everything. Who is this King of glory is Alvin Boyd Kuhn is his name. Who is this King of glory? As a matter of fact, John Henry Clark told me about that book back in '81. But I had to wait until the out-of-print company, which is Kessinger, put the book out. Who is this King of Glory by Alvin Boyd Kuhn is his name. And it deals with that particular stuff on how the historical thing on how they took those scriptures and made those scriptures other than what they actually say. You should ignore the fool. Thomas's answer said, we can say in the presence of the people. They will say that to the blind person, which is teaching that shall utter the wretched mortals and say, we have come for doing good and not for revealing. Moreover, they will say, if we had been born in the flesh, then we should not become acquainted with our iniquities. The Savior say, truly do not consider these people to be human beings. Now that's saying don't even consider these fools to be human beings. Rather count them as as domestic animals. Now let's go back to the thing before that on what they said. They said if we not had been born in the flesh, we would not have become acquainted with our iniquities. So they're saying that in actuality it's okay to be immersed in beauty and all the things that actually take us from the Christ spirit if we had not been born in flesh. So that's what the doggone Bible tells you, that you're born in sin and you are evil inherently. That's what the Bible says. All through the whole book, they never say that the man is Christ-like other than Jesus Christ. They always say that the man is evil and he needs one man to save them. And here they say, and that's basically what they said in this passage, but the Savior say, truly do not consider these people as human beings. Rather count them as domestic animals. For just as animals devour one another, so also human beings of this kind devour one another. This is on page 406 of the book. We should ignore the fools. Punishment of the fools. By they are excluded from the kingdom, insomuch as they love the sweetness of fire, which is the sun, and servants of death, and pursue deeds of defilement. The perfect desire of their ancestors. So they're talking about a people. It's as plain as day. They will be cast down into the abyss and punished, and the fate belonging to the bitterness of their evil nature. Indeed, they will be flogged until they rush wither, and they will not they will be flogged until they rush wither, and they will not. You have to figure out what they mean by that. And they will recede from their limbs, and not partly, but despair. And they will rejoice at the madness and become dumbfounded. Being they rush towards the dumbfoundedness, which is ignorance, with not understanding their madness, and thinking that they are wise. That's what the white man does. Their body with their heart set upon their own selves, and their thoughts upon their actions. So they are in love with the physical body and their actions. They are just in love with themselves. But is the flame that will consume them. Now they're talking about the kundalini that will burn them up. And I understand they got a TV show on about people burning up now. What's called? Yeah, but they put black people in there and all. And it says, Thomas answered and said, Lord, will each of them be cast down into them, which each of them be cast down? And I am very anxious about them, since many oppose them. The Savior answers and says, what do you think? What do you think? Jude is called Thomas, and the Lord should speak, and they who should listen to. So they go into this whole thing about the punishment of them. But they say, do not even consider them as human beings. Now, here it is in black and white, and now, the beautiful part about this is we can't front no more and say what the Bible says, because this is the real stuff that the Bible came from. Dug up in 1945. You see, dug up in 1945. And all this, these are the real ones. Now, there's two of these. There's the Gnostic Scripture, and then there's the Nyack Hammadi Library by James Robinson. But I would suggest the Gnostic Scripture, because what they do is he is going, since it took them 19 or 18 years, but they have gone in and actually they translated them at first, and you got the raw scriptures in the Nag Hammadi Library, this big book. This one, they came in and they put the headings under what the actual scriptures say, so you just go to the headings and then boom. Sometimes you could read the headings and don't even have to go into what the Christ is actually saying. Go into what the Christ is actually saying. But it's beautiful in here. And this is the beautiful part about this, which makes this different than the Bible. In here the Christ surely states, he says, I am the Redeemer, but I myself have to be redeemed. And then I will redeem those who I come after, and they redeem me. He never ever has a superiority that he is over the people that he is coming to redeem, because it's talking about the Christ which is in you. And it says the Christ is in you. So this is like your inside spirit speaking inside out. And it says, I am the Christ, which is your inner self, saying, I am the Redeemer, but I have to be redeemed. So that's what you're doing now. You're going through the struggle to redeem it. Then it says, I come and I redeem them, and they redeem me, which is saying that, then he even said, then my siblings, we are all at one. So that means we're talking about none other than, they give you in so many words that you're talking about a race of people other than one person, because the Christ is within. And never in here does he come and literally says that he is above the people that he is redeeming, because he is in every one of the people, which is clearly stated in all of the book. You see what I'm saying? So we're talking about pure scriptures if you take the time to sit down and read them, and all, but never read them as if it's outside of yourself. And that's where you mess up. Reading some damn person that you think walked the earth 2,000 years ago, when it is meant for you to get this book now and read this particular book as a doggone pathway to your soul. You see what I'm saying? As a pathway to your soul. Now let's get a few other things on a dollar bra. Few other things on a dollar bra, and then we're going to go into how to kill him, and a few other things we're gonna deal with before we close out tonight. The reproof of a dollar bra arrogance. Their chief is blind because of its power. It lacks the acquaintance, and it is arrogant, and it said of power, it is I who am God. There is no one apart from me. This is what he said. He's so damn arrogant. And you know the Bible does put that in there to let you know who's talking. It is no one apart from me. It is said that I sinned against eternity, and the utterance is got up to incorruptibility. Now it says, then there was the voice that came forth from incorruptibility and saying, you have mistaken Adolabra, which is the God of the blind. So what happened is that Sophia came in and said, Adolabra, don't lie. There is a God before you, and he lives on the earth. And Adolabra is very jealous, and say, I am a jealous God of Adam, and I must suppress him and keep him into slavery, and keep him into slavery, and all. So it's still talking about that particular Adolabra. The passes of Adolabra, passes of power out of Adolabra. Its thoughts is blind, having expelled its power, that is blasphemy, and had spoken. And it's purged down into chaos and to the abyss and its mother, and the instigation and forth the wisdom of the piece of Sophia. I don't even know why I'm reading this kind of stuff, because a lot of this stuff here you have to go in and stop and really see what it's saying, and it don't really deal with in a lecture. You see what I'm saying? Some things can be read and not said, like that, no, and not said like that. Now let's try to get through this one last passage here. It says, next we will consider that the eon and the realm, they say that the earth don't go on time, it go on eons, eon after eon after eon. and it don't go on really time and dates and all this kind of thing. You got the eon of this, the eon. So they said that the earth goes on certain eons. The eon of the mother at first, which is Isis, the eon of Osiris, where the god died, which is us dying, and then the eon of Heru, which is redemption. And those are the eons that you consider, not dates and stuff. And it says, we'll consider the eon realm, the model of the great eons of incorruptibility. They will also go to Sakla. When you see the word S-A-K-L-A, that's another word for a doggone Adalabra, their god, and they will go to the powers, accursing the great men that dwell in their glory. And they will say to Adalabra, what is this power of these people who have stood in your presence, who have been structured from posterity from Cam, or the blackness, and Ayapath and Japhet, which means as the sons of Noah were hell. If one of the sons of Noah was black, that means that his brothers couldn't be nothing but black, and the damn father can't be nothing but black. You know what I'm saying? And Noah is only a biblical representation of the black people who fell from Atlantis in that flood. Not a literal thing of putting 4 or 5 animals in a damn boat and stuff like that type stuff. But it's just a mythical thing that's talking about Atlantis. That's talking about Atlantis and stuff. The people have received back into the other realms, and from which they have come, and have overthrown the glory of your power in the dominion of your hand. For within the realms of the eons, where your rule has been dominant, posterity of Noah thought that his sons has done all will of yourself and all the powers. While also those people are the people who sojourned into glory, have done the pleasing to you, and but rather upset your entire throne. So they're actually saying that whoever these archons, they're talking to their father, Adalabroth, and they're telling him how these people of Cam and Noah have actually came and tore down your stuff and have gone back to their regular realms. So this is one that's also talking about resurrection. Now, this particular book, the Gnostic Scriptures, is talking, it gives you the actual, it gives you all the particular stuff that's actually going on in the Gnostic world. Now, this particular book there, Pistis Sophia is the book that actually, this book was left by the Gnostics after they killed them all. This is the scriptures, some of the leftover scriptures that the Romans used to write the Bible. The other scriptures, they took them and hid them in Egypt in a place called Nag Hammadi, and they was found in 1945. So in actuality, this is the last book of the Gnostic scripts, but the last book it was saved through eons and stuff. It was probably brought up into England by the Moors, and it was saved. But the the earlier book that goes into the Adalabra stuff, that stuff was hid until 1945. This book is dealing with Pistis Sophia is dealing with the Gnostic, the Gnostic unraveling of the books of the Savior. So this particular book is dealing with the stuff on the Savior and what the Savior is supposed to do. And basically, the Savior redeems himself and others by light. Well, at first I said, you imagine a great light around you. Well, that was one particular part, but the real part of light is synonymous to what? Knowledge and understanding. So the more and more you study and understand the mysteries of the universe, and more you study and stuff, the more and more you kill Adalabra by your thoughts. So now, this is the key. There's a lot of stuff that's in the New Age that you have to read with a grain of salt, but there's one mystery that you can always do. That is, you get your ancient scripts, your Gnosticism, your Hermeticism, your ancient Egyptian Book of the Dead, and you deal with a lot of ancient stuff. And if the new stuff don't pan out where they can bear witness to the ancient stuff, you know that that's the white man coming in making some new shit for himself. Always deal with stuff where they include the ancient knowledge, and you'll know that particular stuff that they're explaining now is more truthful. You see what I'm saying? More truthful and all. So that's what you do. You deal with the ancient knowledge, and that's how you actually can determine on whether you are on the right path and stuff. But the key is when it comes to light is based on, let me get my notes here because I want to, Light is based on understanding, and that's one of the main keys. The more you understand, the more you put knowledge into this brain, the more and more your light shines. You see what I'm saying? So the more and more you think of importance of stuff outside that is not of truth and not of knowledge, the more and more you keep your light from enhancing. You see what I'm saying? So the deal is, C. Freeman L. used to say a lot of things. He said, because, there's ways to do things with diet and certain things that you can do physically to enhance the quality of your chakras and the different things spiritually. But there's a way to bypass a lot of things that you have to do physically, like diet and a lot of certain meditation, by just basically understanding. When you understand, you can bypass different things, different realms. Take, for instance, in psychic realms. You got people that don't understand ancient knowledge, and they can only pick up psychic things based on what somebody's mother's doing and what kind of marriage. And basically that's what you have on your psychic hotlines. Those people, see, there's different realms of psychic phenomenon. And based on your level of understanding the great mysteries of ancient, is you greater get to the realms that the other psychics can't get to. Some psychics can only deal with the fourth dimension and the third dimension, which is basically mundane realms. You see what I'm saying? So when you come in and ask them something about something very high spiritual, they can only give you the mundane part of it. You see what I'm saying? Or they won't even pick it up because they can't get on that realm. But the more knowledge you can have, the more you can get on higher realms. So even in the psychic realm, a person as a psychic don't necessarily mean a person has access to the knowledge that's on those realms, because it's gateways. And you can't get on those gateways to try to understand. So certain spiritual entities can't even come and even sojourn with you, not unless you have a certain knowledge of those spiritual entities. You see what I'm saying? So because most of those people are just basic psychics, where a psychic is only conducive to the knowledge that emanates it. So basically, if they don't know of any type of knowledge, they can only do psychic things based on the physical world. So they can do things based on a little bit of things to tell you what's going to happen in the future, a few things of what's going to happen, and a few things that's happening around you in your everyday life, but they can't tell you things on certain realms. And when it comes to some of these some of them, they can't get to that because of racism. So the certain realms ain't going to open up to them also too, because they understand that even if they give them some of that, they can't take what they see, and they always change it around. You see that?
White people are
very limited.
White psychics very limited on the realms they are.
Right, and see, like, take for instance, when I was up in New York, Bill Lilly said, "I'm gonna take you by this white lady," and then he stopped, and I guess he got a channel. He's saying, by the way, she won't even know that you even have knowledge whatsoever, because that realm that you deal on, she won't even be able to even challenge. She can only deal on the realm what knowledge that she has. Even though this woman here was an advanced person that was this head witch. And I was like, well, I don't need to be messing around with her and stuff. I say, and that's the reason why they caught you up in some stuff recently and stuff, because they, because they vampires. You see, and they can get your stuff. But the key is also too, a lot of them, I have met some of them, and they're psychics, but they have no way of knowing that I have any knowledge whatsoever. Although they can see your light and stuff, and they can say, oh, your aura is real strong enough, but they don't know, because they're not on that particular realm. They're not on that particular realm. So the best way to kill him is basically you based on your understanding. So even this, and I've come to find out now, even with the books, it's one thing to read the books, and it's one thing to just, if you just take, for instance, if you just take some time to yourself. A lot of times when we take time to ourselves, we have relaxation. We don't be thinking about nothing knowledgeable. Take time to yourself, but just sit down and think on knowledgeable things. Something that's knowledge on how you're going to get out of this, and what are the things that the stuff that you have learned by now, and therefore you will get the actual channels, or you will get the actual understanding. There's only one problem with getting a certain understanding, because we don't have confidence in ourselves. When the stuff come to us, we just say, oh, that's just some shit. I'm just thinking of some shit. It should be so correct, be so true, and you know it's true, but you be like, oh, that's just me thinking. I'm making this up. That ain't you thinking. That's actually a channel, and you thinking it's something else, because we don't have confidence in ourselves. And I'm guilty of that myself. You see, I'm guilty of that myself, because there's always a constant thing you have to work at, because we've been trained this particular way. So these are things that we also talk about that you have to, that you actually have to do, to get to a certain level. Now, in the Kabbalah, it also says that, in short, the chosen people are the light of the world, which is us. And the light which at the present is mixed with darkness, the Gentile, the children of Esau. 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 That ain't got nothing to do with no issue. That's Esau. This darkness will vanish little by little. First, Israel will look forth as the dawn. Next, she will become fair as the moon. Then as clear as the sun. And lastly, as terrible as an army with banners. Such is the reformulation of Yahweh, Ahava, Jehovah. Then it is accomplished. Not a Gentile will be left to pollute the earth. For Israel will become the messianic shin and unite the tongue of God and the utterance of his name until the entire universe will vanish into absolute light. So that means that the universe is a holographic universe. You see what I'm saying? And this is the meaning of illumination of the Kabbalah. So they're talking about Israel having light, but it is mixed with darkness, so it is mixed. And in A.E. Waite's Kabbalah, they said that they talk about these particular ones that are they call them what did they call these particular ones? They call them intruders, and they say these are intruders that followed Israel in their exodus from bondage, which means in actuality they're talking about us and stuff, where a certain people going to a certain level and all that followed, or either they're talking about people that's here now that have not been sorted out, that have not been sorted out and all. Now, it's interesting because dollar broth in actuality, they say, is weak and is dying. But he is being helped by a group of secret society like the Illuminati. They do rituals and things to keep him afloat. Or they keep him afloat by keeping this thing prominent when it comes to a Christian religion and all this particular stuff. And you notice everything on cable is all these religious shows. And they got about 10,000 black people preaching. They got sisters preaching. They even got a singing preacher. They got some black man. He got an hour-long show. He just sang the whole time. He sang his damn gospel. He sang his thing out, and they just keep this thing afloat the whole time. They keep this thing afloat the whole time, and they can do this and all. So in actuality, he is actually weak. But the key is the only people have to know the light is us, and less than this room, but basically us, who so happens to be serious about what they into. And basically being serious about you into, it doesn't necessarily have to be a 24-hour endeavor. It's just got to be a part of your daily life where you constantly thinking about it when you just doing what you're doing. Because thoughts are things, and that's the key that we're talking about here, is constantly doing it while you are doing what you're doing, because that's the main key. And so we're talking about some kind of balance that we're talking about here, some kind of balance that we're talking about. And so that's what the deal is. Another book is a little small book you can buy, is the Gnostic Gospels by Elaine Pagels. She was one of the ones that first translated the scriptures from Coptic in 1977 also, too. She also got one called Adam, Eve, and the Serpent. Another book is called Jung and the Lost Gospels, inside of the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi Library. The Nag Hammadi Library is the one that they found in 1945. The Dead Sea Scrolls is the one they found in 1947. You see, 1947. That also deals with, that also has a whole chapter on the Dollar Bra called Princes of the World, Myth of the Tyrant Angels. Princes of the World, Myth of the Tyrant Angels. And this particular person, his name is Stephen A. Hoellerer. What's that? Hoellerer? Hoellerer. And they talk about the myth of the of the tyrant angels, which is also a dollar broth and stuff. But remember now, when you're reading the Jesus up in here, this is not the Jesus of 2,000 years ago. This Jesus now is you in the physical body that's getting ready to be redeemed. It has nothing to do with a historical Jesus whatsoever that did not exist. Or if he did exist, he was a false person saying that I am the Christ and you need to follow me. As the scriptures also said also too, in so many words, that there was a false Messiah that came. But the false Messiah that everybody is waiting on came 2,000 years ago. Basically what the Gnostics, and this is the reason why they had to kill these people off. Now here you're supposed to be a so-called spiritual people and supposed to be the light of the world, and you're supposed to be Christianity, supposed to be the way. But seem to me, your whole history from the start of taking somebody's work from them and killing them off so it wouldn't be revealed that you plagiarized their work and changed it around to fit your political enslavement of people. All the way through the Crusades up until now, all Christianity has done on this earth is kill people. Kill people, kill people. You see what I'm saying? Under the banner of the divine destiny and bringing Christ to the rest of the doggone world and the whole 9 yards. Bringing people a book that they had already had 1,000,000 years before the cracker even came with a lie, with a lie. So what we're going to do is right now we're going to go into a question and answer period to get some other juices flowing and all, so we can disseminate some of this particular information here also too. Because remember now, your questions are not questions; they are answers. There are answers that's actually asking for insight or asking for clarity of answers in the first doggone place. So it don't have nothing, so there's no such thing. So that's why the question and answers are actually important, because they're not questions. They're answers that need to be clarified. What's that? And then you, raise your hand. What's that? Okay. A sister went to a Vodun ritual last night in Philly. She called me this morning. And they told them how to make money, how they could do a ritual to, let me see the God. Let me get this right. Which would be equivalent to, remember now, any God you can cross-reference to, I think it's Azuli. No, hold on, let me see. That would be Oshun. Yes, see. Let me just look down here for, down my Roger. Hold on. Azuli. 808, Ogufarelli, Ogoshingo. It's Azuli. Azuli. That would be Oshun. So it's either Azuli or Oshun. One of the two. Azuli, Oshun, which would that be in Isis? Which would that be in Egypt? Aset or Het-Heru? Het-Heru. Hathor Het-Heru. So it's Oshun, Azuli, or Het-Heru. But so, since this is Vodun, I would rather you to put Oshun and Azuli. I want you to put those two, because we don't know what, I think it was coming from the Vodun, which we know Vodun and them was hand in hand, but I would rather for you to put both of them and rather leaving two of them out, because you calling the names. It means the same person, but I would just say put both of them. So it's dealing with, so Hathor would also be the heavenly Mary, for those people that stuck in Christianity or whatever you want to call it. There's the earthly Mary that has the baby, and then there's the heavenly Mary, which would be basically Sophia. Newt. It's all the same thing. One thing about the goddesses, they're all intertwined. You can't really say one without the other when you really talk about it. Because it's all oneness. It's the same thing. It's all oneness. It's like 99 attributes of Allah. It's the same thing. So, so what the deal is, and that's one reason why Christianity is such a slave religion, for the simple fact it does not give you your attributes that you can use to actually spiritually help yourself, like Islam does with the 99 attributes, as well as all other religions give you the attributes that they. Christianity just tell you to be subservient to some particular God that's going to kill you. And my point is I want to say this one thing. My point is this: you really got to be an insecure person to want a whole world to worship you and be up under you, and they don't even get no fruits of the kingdom, not unless they worship you and be subservient to you. That's really the devil. If you God and you created something, why would you be so insecure of the creation of the thing that you created when you got the blueprints of creation? But that lets you know that that one doesn't have the blueprints of creation, because he only created a shell for bondage, but she put the original Adam down here anyway that is above him. You see, this is a concept what you say. So now, she said you get, this is what you do. She said you have to go and you have to buy 2 pieces of parchment paper. 2 pieces of parchment paper. You take those 2 pieces of parchment paper and you write on both pieces of paper your bills and everything that you need money for. You see what I'm saying? Everything that you need money for. I would say basically be moderate or be moderate when you do these things and all. Ask for what you need and not no dream shit. And don't ask for no kind of stuff of some foolishness. You know what I'm saying? So ask for what you need and stuff, you see. Like that now. So don't ask them to give you a damn career in singing or some other dumb junk. Or give you $1 million so you can act a fool and be like RuPaul and the rest of them crazy fools out there. So what you're going to do is so the first thing you're going to do is you're going to get the 2 pieces. You're going to list all your bills on the parchment paper. You're going to take one of the paper and you're going to put honey on one piece. And you're going to fold it up and you're going to put it, that's Oshun, right? Yep. Or Azuli. And you're going to fold it up and you're going to put it in a paper bag. Then you're going to tie that paper bag in a string at the top. And for some kind of reason, you're going to take that string and you're going to either put a thumbtack or you're going to tape it up under your table. Whatever table you got, whether you got a kitchen table, end table, or whatever kind of table. You got what I'm saying? You put it up under your table. If you got a bar in your house, put it wherever you put something. Put it up under a table and let that bag hang down. The other piece you're going to take and you're going to put it on the altar or on a shelf or anything. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to put a pink candle on it and burn it. And basically, they say that this supposed to just give you everything you need. And they say it's a real good one coming from, I mean, these people had to come in there and spend $10 just to get this ritual from some sister that went to Haiti to get this particular ritual. So you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Oh, so you being witness to the stuff and all, because you know Oshun. So those people who need to, how many people need to spell Oshun right? Okay, and Azuli is, let me get, okay. I didn't.
What was it?
E-R-Z, what's that? E-R-Z-U-L-I-E. And that's the particular ritual on that. On that particular thing. So that's all you have to do. And basically, I'm gonna tell you, basically, with people that's doing stuff for the first time, basically it works. It works. And everybody I told the 4-penny ritual to about going to a crossroads on Monday and putting 4 pennies on each corner of each 4 pennies on this corner, 4 pennies on this corner, 4 pennies on this corner, on each corner of the crossroads, and asking Legbar or Elegbar for financial lead. It usually works about a week after, but everybody used to do that, and it actually did work. You know, did it work for you too? Yeah. 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 4 pennies. Well, that'd be 16 pennies, right? Because you got to put 4 pennies on each corner of a crossroad on Monday and ask Elegbar or Legbar. That's Elegbar in Yoruba, Legbar in Vodun, and you ask them for financial lead. Financial lead. Huh? You spell Elegbar for him? E-L-E-G-B-A. Yeah, E-L-E. Yeah, that's and ask them that and stuff. And that usually works. My brother used to do these things, and he would go and try to get these loans and stuff, and he, you know, the loan don't be no more than like $200, and he say, go to the people and say, I want $5,000, and the woman say, I can't give you that, but then she'll end up giving him $1,000 for something that I think something like an old beat-up piece of card. It was only $200 he was supposed to get back. She gave him like $2,000. So he used to work them to death. They stopped working when that's all you about. That's when they stopped working. You just doing rituals to get money. You don't give a damn about nothing, and you start doing rituals like that. That's when they stop working for you. What's that?
In reference to the rituals, to Oshun, it always helps if you do things on the proper time. So Tuesday is Friday.
Right. So that means that is true. And see, the sister, the woman in the Vodun priestess might have gave that, but the sister, when she called me, she didn't know that. I got to call her back because that is right. Now, unless you're dealing with Obatala, everybody, and even him, and even he is what, Tuesday? That's it, not unless you're dealing with Obatala, which is every day.
There's a difference in the traditional Europe, but they got a 4-day week. And each region has a day, and some of them double up. Like Oshun and Ifa is the same day. So the difference depends on where what system you're under.
Right. Right, and so I would suggest to do that Oshun ritual on Friday, and Legba is Monday. Monday. So numbers. So you do it at 5 o'clock on Friday. Well, you know, or either you get in the process of writing your stuff out. You could start it at 5 o'clock on Friday, or writing your stuff out too. You see what I'm saying? All that too and all. But then again, on the other hand, that's what I said in the earlier lecture, is we got to start going back and doing the type of stuff that's going to help us out with the Orishas. You see what I'm saying? Because each person has got at least 4 Orishas around them, helping them the whole time. And so it's your job to try to find out what Orishas is around you, and what Orishas is around you, and pay homage to them, or either just to recognize that they are there around you. You see what I'm saying? But they some trick a bunch of niggas now. I'm telling you.
I'm available for readings if they want to get into that.
Yeah. Also, there's a good book called The Sufi Book of Healing, which is an excellent book to try to work with the 99 attributes of Allah or whatever. See, I believe that in actuality, you know, some people, they love Islam. That is, and some people love this. It's not a matter to say that they should abandon it. They should try to use the esoteric side of their particular part. So what happens is, most of the time, those people, because they love that, is because that in their previous lives, they probably was in those particular schools. So they somehow spiritually are drawn towards that. Some people are spiritually drawn towards the Hebrew thing. That means that you need to deal with the Kabbalah and more Hebrew things. Some people are spiritually drawn towards the Islamic thing. That means that you need to search for Sufism. Christianity, since it's a derivative of both Hebrew and Gnosticism, you need to search for the Gnosticism, as well as the Hebrew thing can also deal with that too. Some people are drawn towards the ancient Egyptian thing, which you need to search towards that type of thing. But on the other hand, it's good all the time to embrace all of it, because you don't want to be sectarian in your mind and stuff, because that's what's messing us up now. So many groups. You see what I'm saying? And with our mind, we always try to be superior over other groups when everything is in fragments. So I'm a person to say that in actuality, we need to penetrate some of the Sufi teachings, which is, a lot of stuff now, but some of the stuff that really needs to be studied now is a lot of Sufism, to the simple fact that it's still a discipline that a lot of people haven't tapped in. Some people get the Sufi Book of Healing. I always tell people to get the People of the Secret there. It's a very scholarly book, but to understand more of the Sufi and mysticism is the People of the Secret, which is actually talking about the Moors. Suf mean woolly-haired one, was another name for the Moors. So I tell them to get the Sufi. I tell them to get the Sufism, as well as getting the Way of the Sufi and the Way of the Sufi and a couple other books. One thing about some Sufi books, they give you spiritual teachings, but they don't give you a lot about the discipline. But each person, whatever discipline you are drawn towards, that's the one. So sometimes you like Christianity. That means that you just got to search for the mystics in Christianity. You see what I'm saying? What's that, brother?
Was any significance to this eclipse?
Well, it's the last eclipse of the they said the last eclipse of the millennium. I would say that it was very significant inwardly than it was outwardly. I think it represents a certain energy, not only on the planet, but a certain energy that is now we have available to us to polarize within us. You see, if you go and read any of these books, even when you read the Bible, because like I said, now I'm not telling you to abandon the Bible, because I just tell you to just get the first 4 Gospels also too, and that way you can be done with the stuff that even though those people who wrote those were doggone masters, Paul was a doggone Gnostic priest. You see what I'm saying? And I would say also, to look at what stages. In every stage, they got a certain stage that not only did they say the world take, but the body takes. Your Revelation is nothing but a book of alchemy. That's what it is. It's a book of alchemy. The red dragon, the green dragon, the white horse, and all that stuff is going on inside of your body also. So I would suggest what stages. So basically, if it was the final moon before the millennium, then that means we're talking about a final phase in history. As right now, we got one thing you had. Now, what are the odds of this? We know that the white buffalo was born on our Indian reservation in 1994. What are the odds? And that was a 1 out of a million chance. Well, it was a 1 out of a 3 million chance that a second one would be born, and a second one was born this year, another white buffalo, which even transcended the Indian scriptures that they didn't even count on. You see what I'm saying? That they didn't even count on. Which also gives rise to there's 2 messiahs in the world. People don't know that Egypt had 2 messiahs. They had Heru and they had Mayat. Mayat is a form of the Messiah too. It's the feminine half. That's why you get the word Horus Marku or Har Marku, which is Heru, Mayat, and Ku, which means pyramid, and it means word made truth. Also, you get Malkut. Malkut, which is the end of the Kabbalah, which is the earth part, is called a kingdom, is called a fallen daughter. It's called a fallen daughter. And it's Malkut, which is a form of Maku, Heru Maku, or Horus Maku, word made truth. And Ku means pyramid, so it's talking about apex. And so the fallen daughter and a form of the Messiah of this in this is both male and female. You get the word in Samaria, you get the word Tiamat. That's Tiamayat, land of Mayat, Tiamat, which is also talking about the Great Mother, but the Great Mother will be in the end. Land of Mayat, Tiamat. You get in Islam, you get the Messiah, which is also feminine, because you get the word Mahdi. It's Mahdi, which is Mayat-di. Mahdi is a form of Mayat, which is the Messiah in Islam. You see, which is a Messiah in Islam. So you get that particular part. So give me some questions. What's that? And then this. Uh-huh. At this particular time, there's no such thing. You will always fall short of sticking with one system. I'll tell you why. Because those systems originated at first was mystery systems in school with complete comprehensive systems. Since the mystery system is closed down, you have a fragment. And so now, the fragment is what you can't pick up on one, you pick up on the other. So the thing about the knowledge is, the knowledge didn't start from different areas all over the world. It was one landmass, and it was different schools that was teaching the same thing. So I would say that the Orishas is the Egyptian system, as well as the Egyptian is the Orisha system. The Kabbalistic is all of that particular stuff, because we got the Kabbalah on the walls of Egypt. I got a picture of that particular Kabbalah with the Pharaoh holding it up. So I would always say that right now, everything is so much in fragments till you'll fall short just going in one discipline. At first, I used to study the Egyptian, and I wouldn't look at nothing Hebrew. I wouldn't look at nothing. I say, this is it. But then I found out that that's fragment too, because Egypt wasn't just this one little discipline with the Book of the Dead and the gods. It was a bad system. You see what I'm saying? So, first of all, I want to say this. There are certain sciences that we used to study, and at a certain time, those sciences stopped. They had a break in them based on people coming in and tearing down the priesthood. One way, so the energy on those sciences, you can get a certain amount of knowledge, but the energy, if you want to get to the energy side, I would suggest to add Yoruba and Vodun in that particular system, because those systems didn't never stop. Those systems, Vodun in Europa is the only system on the planet that you can account from way back in Atlantis that didn't have a stop up until this day. That's why the Orishas work. You see what I'm saying? And I'm going to bear witness to that, because like I say, I healed my niece's heart. She had a half a heart on Friday. I did an Avatala ritual that Friday night, and Monday she had a whole heart when we went to Philadelphia, but the doctor killed her anyway. You see, the doctors killed him anyway. So what
Like where I'm coming from, it's like it's stuck on growth when I try to go into other things, and instead of studying this and getting out into it deep and learning a lot about one system, learning a little about a lot of systems, you're saying after a while it all starts coming together and
yeah,
the whole picture starts.
it will come together, and in actuality, I see what you're saying, and in actuality what's going to happen is this. If you're inclined to do one thing right now, you should do that thing until the energy runs out. You see what I'm saying? But don't think that you're doing it because this is the only thing there is to be. What's that you were to say? Oh, okay. So what I'm trying to say is that the spirit, you got to let the spirit lead you. If the spirit got you into something right now, they're telling you that you got to play it out. It's got to run its course. I'm not saying that you don't supposed to do things, but on the other hand, in doing that, you're supposed to familiarize yourself with other systems also. And then when it comes to the point where as you up against a wall, then you understand that this is not the end all and be all of things. The reason why I have gone very far in such a small amount of time at such a young age compared to most people is because I was not sectarian in my ways. I was only sectarian to a certain amount of time, and I found out that in actuality, the truth, it ain't Egypt either, because you got to consider Atlantis, Lemuria. In Egypt was called Cam, that meant black land. So what are we talking about? So we talking about, and all of this particular stuff, the Tarot came out of Atlantis, the Kabbalah came out of Atlantis, the Keys of Solomon came out of Atlantis, the Nettas came out of Atlantis, and all of this particular things. Now you can familiarize yourself with something, and based on the base, now I can agree with you on one thing. If you got a firm foundation on one discipline, when you go study the other disciplines, you can get what they're saying because you have studied the other discipline to get a firm foundation. You see, so it's best to be rooted in one type of thing also too, and that is good too. Take for instance, also I would say that the best thing we did at first when we studied the Afrocentricity, it was best to study that first before I got into the metaphysics, because when I got into the metaphysics, if I didn't have an Afrocentric background and understanding the history and all that was black, when I got in there, these white people will make you believe that this is a whole other discipline, and it ain't got nothing to do with black or white, and this thing came from some other place that didn't have nothing. But I knew that. I can tell. You see what I'm saying? So I can tell. So when I go in some stuff, so some white Arab telling me that Islam is this, and it started from this, and it started from this, and that, I know better than that. You understand what I'm saying? I understand it's a fundamental black thing from the get-go. You understand what I'm saying? They're telling you it's a black thing when they tell you his father was black, so what the hell that make him but a nigger? And Bilal is black, which was not a slave. The doggone white Arabs make him a slave, but Bilal was his damn teacher. You see what I'm saying? So it's best to be rooted in it's best to be rooted in the Afrocentric form, because there's nothing that came outside of black people. Because guess what? All that is black. There is no such thing as no other knowledge but black knowledge. You see what I'm saying? This sister here in you. Okay.
Two questions. J-U-N-G, what does that mean? And secondly, you had mentioned, I know I'm from Pennsylvania, kind of caught my attention. You had mentioned something to the fact that the women in the knowledge of consciousness versus the men in the consciousness are clashing or something. I don't understand.
Okay, Jung is just a psychiatrist that you learn how to cure these crazy psychotic white people by taking this Gnostic scripts and Egypt and all of that stuff and studying alchemy, and came up with this. And before he died, he said, hey, yes, he told them white people straight up, everything is about them niggers that you oppressing.
So that's a person.
This is a person, Jung. He was a great psychiatrist, and stuff like that. What I meant was I was talking about walk-ins. You're going to find out when you go into consciousness, you're going to have all kinds of obstacles that's going to be in your way. One of the obstacles is they can get through you through your mate if your mate is not conscious. And it doesn't have to do with male or female. It just has something to do with the one that conscious you, that can get through you. And it's best to somehow, in one kind of way, is to get your person to a certain level. If your person rebels against it to the point where as it is hindering you, there's one thing to do. It's called leaving their asses. Basically, kick them to the curb.
Okay, so you find a big conscious group in Philly?
Yeah, there's some sisters called the Sisters of Segment that is a real conscious group that is very conscious and all. But it's Philly. It's just like any other place. You have the ones that are, and then you have the masses that's not. But there's a group they're called the Sisters of Segment. They're really doing some real good stuff and all. You see, also too. They take stuff and run with it and all this kind of thing. You and you. What's that?
Okay, my question is this. One lecture you said something about we should stop praying and doing all praying because we of God, we should just think it into existence, that kind of thing. And what I guess what I want to know is in Santeria and in Yoruba, when you talk to the Orishas, you got to pray and petition them and be humble, come to them in humble prayer. So I guess what I'm wondering is, when we talk to Orishas, do you demand or do you...
Let's put it this way. Okay, there's two things going on here. People don't know that there's a bit of history in Santeria or Yoruba that you see. There's two kinds of Yoruba. There's the ancient mystery system of Ife. Then you would have the fragmented religion that's passed down where the people, based on the influence of Islam and Christianity, started using the deities to worship them. I'm telling you what the Yoruba, the deities came to me themselves and say, we don't want nobody worshiping them. And all I'm saying is this here, it's a different way that I deal with the Orishas than you. If you go, it's a trickster. That's what the whole reason what the trickster is. They talk about psychology when you read the Legba. If you are on the level that you are worshiping them, then that's what you better do. But when you get to the security that you are God too, then that don't work for you no more. And so with me, I can't come with them on the same level that most people that's in the newfound religion come. It don't work for me. The only time I come with them is I got to come with them just like I'm talking to you. I got to come with them on the Flatbush homeboy style, cutthroat style, or otherwise they don't. Now why is that? That's based on my initiation. They say I'm supposed to know better. You see what I'm saying? And the reason why a lot of stuff is in static is the reason why the actual, okay, I'm going to say this, I just want to say this here while it's on my mind, is the reason why a lot of the Nigerians and the Haitians have not been able to transform this thing on an apocalyptic level is because throughout the years it has become a religion with ceremonial practices. Also, it is the most advanced on the planet. You understand what I'm saying? But there's two systems. And it's two systems. So now, my thing is in that ritual, I ain't going to give them no more than a damn libation. You understand? I ain't praying to them, none of that stuff. I might put a few cuss words up in there to dilute that. And I'm telling you how they deal with me. And it just depends on what level you on. I wouldn't suggest that if a level, because most people are not even at the understanding. And it would be a form of arrogance for you to come in and treat somebody some damn way and you new to some shit. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I know. I'm not in the way. I'm not in the way, but in the other way, I'm also saying that also too, I'm Oshun.
But I'm saying to you, they have personalities just like
I know they have yeah.
You can talk to Shango like that, he a warrior.
Right. Right. I understand that, and I know what you're saying, and I'm not really saying no disrespect, because we're talking about a whole nother concept. No. I'm telling you. See, it's on another concept on what I'm dealing with. I'm telling you that, listen, I know for a fact, you dealing with these outside of yourself, it's a different thing. I wouldn't say that based on the I wouldn't say that based on I wouldn't say that based on you dealing with a certain amount of things. And I would say that there should be a certain amount of humility. But what I'm saying is, I'm telling you how they come to me, and I'm telling you how they dealt with me, and they told me what to do. I'm telling you what I'm telling you what they come to me and tell me what to do. I'm saying, ain't nobody been more humble than me. My God, you talk about humility. My God, I've given up my whole life for it, but I'm telling you, at a certain level, they told me, look, man, you either with us and be one of us, or whatever the whole deal is. That's what they told me.
I know what you're saying.
Right.
None of them are outside of you, man. Your chopper.
That's right.
But you don't walk up and be like, bitch, so soon I...
No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that. No, let me make it clear. I'm telling you this is how I deal with them. Let me make this clear to you how I deal with them. I have said this several times. I deal with them the same way I deal with my family members. You understand where I'm coming from? So that's the way I deal with them. I don't deal with them as any type of entity above me or outside of me. You see what I'm saying? Outside of me. Because I'm going to tell you the truth, my spirit is just as old as theirs. That's just the way it is. You see what I'm saying? It's just as old as theirs. You see? So I'm not telling you to what you call it. I'm telling you basically what they told me. They wanted me to deal with them on the level. And you have to get to that level because they was through with me on the other realm. Through with me. I can get none of that stuff to work no more. They say, you can't, it ain't about that. And once you attain a certain amount of gnosis, you are one with those gods. You see, you are one with those type of gods. So therefore, I cannot be apart from them because I am them because we are as, you see what I'm saying? Like that also. So that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about trying to get to a certain level of God. See, you think like a God, that's one thing. Thinking like a human is a whole other thing. And all the type thing. So late in the game is a form of thinking like God. Now, I say this thing too. You got people that's been over there and it's been a religion for hundreds of years now. That's because they lost the gnosis that at one time it was a system to raise up to the Godhead. You see, to raise up to the Godhead. And that's that's what I'm talking about. You know, because there is no such thing. Because my thing is I am the great mother. You see the concept I'm talking about? When you're talking about chaos, chaos is, what I'm saying about chaos is, when you're dealing with chaos, there cannot be no separation because there cannot be ultimately it cannot be a definition. We talk in defining terms to define the indefinable. To define the indefinable. And I understand this stuff, what you're saying about the respect on the what-you-call-it type thing. But take, for instance, and all, where you, naturally, case in point, doing what I do, like I told a brother to do a vote-on ritual, and the brother wasn't right, so they came to him and whipped up on his behind because the brother was, I believe the brother was an agent too, so for a whole week they made him go crazy. This is indefinable, but no way is nothing in this picture separate from the other thing. And to deal with something outside of your own self is to deal with a God inferior than your own self. That's the first thing in the doggone message to the black man. And I understand the humility part based on ego. And I think it's kind of premature for me to tell certain people that they need to do certain things and stuff if you hadn't gotten to that particular level. Yeah, exactly. And it's on one level, but see, then again, I'm explaining that because I have a basic understanding of the type of thing. It's just like when I was talking to Melchizedek, I said, "You a damn woman, ain't you?" And he said, "I like you. You got it." You see what I'm saying? But it's a whole other concept. You see what I'm saying? But I knew what was going down. I said, "You're a woman, ain't you?" I could have said, "You a man too," and he would have probably said, "Yeah, too." But the concept of the spiritual, he said, "I like you." So it's a certain amount of knowledge and understanding, I would say. I wouldn't say do a certain amount of things if you didn't have a certain amount of knowledge and understanding. And I will say that much. There is a certain amount of bypass and a certain amount of things based on knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. But I do know I have been a practitioner of everything in the book. I have tried it. I have tried everything in the world in one night. I went through all of them. And I tell you to God, I tell you, all the stuff, and the same crackers up in New York, they did the same thing, and they burnt down the house, and they exploded. Off the same deities. Crackers say, "Oh, I did that, man, and shoot, we got people that caught on fire up in here dealing with." I said, "Well, they ain't did nothing." But then again, on the other hand, it depends on what level we on. What level we on. This sister here in you. What's that? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And their new album was called Nocturnal. And they were on that city talking about how they do all
Yeah.
Anything they do is at night, and on the album they rap about the Illuminati.
That's good. That's good. You know, we get a group of them that come out and all, and some of them are able to stay, but they end up not being able to sell as much. It's like Paris. He was a disaster in the financial thing because he was talking good stuff. KRS-One was one of the best ones that did what he did and was able to get away with it for a short time, but even he don't sell now. But like Public Enemy, past the second album, they had to really buck dance and throw Professor Griff to the dogs and stuff just to sell one more album after that that didn't do that good. You see what I'm saying? So they virtually sold out big time. You see what I'm saying? And all, sold out big time and all. Well, Arrested Development, they said that one thing about, you know, they were good and all, but that thing wasn't so much buck dance with the white man as it was ego problem. They said the brother's speech was, he got the big head on the second album, and so he had internal strife with the actual band members having to leave and all that kind of thing too also too. And that's one thing about the ego also. So that's one thing that happened. It was more so of ego problems also too, and all. And so some of them and all, but see now, that can't happen with a lot of rap because, see, back when Public Enemy and X-Clan, their stuff, the rapping style is you can turn on the record and actually hear what they're saying. But now with Goody Mob and all them there, you can't see the rap style now. You can't understand what nobody's saying no way. It's in such a chaotic art form, which is a chaos, which is this now, which is a form, which is it's looking like this now, which is a form of the cosmos. It's in such a chaotic art form until now the white man can't even depict it because it's gone to that particular level. It's actually another language. It's literally another language. You see what I'm saying? And Outkast and that whole thing, what they did and all. And so now, you know, and especially with the project type language, it's a whole nother realm and a whole nother language now. So the white man will never be able to catch hold of this particular stuff. You see what I'm saying? Or like Parrish would say, the devil made me do it. He showed a white man. So it was another style of rap that they could come in. So now it's transformed. It's just now, but it's transformed now until it's a limited amount of groups. So now you got to get to the point where it becomes another fashion till you get enough groups doing it. You see what I'm saying? Enough groups doing it. But even your guy, what's his name, the guy that's producing Biggie Smalls is saying their next album, they're not going to do so much of champagne and all this kind of stuff here. And they're going to do so much of that. So when you get enough people doing it, then it becomes that type of languages. But then the beast will have an infiltration. But the beast is not really scared about the new kind and stuff because it's not so much of turning his people on, and it's not getting the mass of the people because, you know, some people just can't understand it in the first place. You see what I'm saying? Like that. What's that, sister?
This is all very new.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I'm wondering, how do you tell the difference in a good spirit or a bad spirit? And how do you get it out of your house?
Okay, first of all, there's several things you can clean your house. There's several ways to clean your house, you know, through incense, through sweeping, based on also getting rum and spitting it out in four corners of the house, putting salt under the doors, black-eyed peas, throwing them everywhere, and burning a black candle, and nothing negative can also come in. One thing about good spirits and bad spirits, there is no way of detecting good spirits and bad spirits but only one way: to have a pure heart. You got to have enough sincerity in your heart that they can't penetrate. I have thousands of bad spirits around me as well as good spirits, but I never even encounter none of the bad spirits for the simple fact that I never encountered the bad spirits for the simple fact that they don't penetrate my vessel, for the simple fact that I'm sincere, my sincerity. You see what I'm saying? So that's the thing also too, to be sincerity. I'm not in here for self-grandizement and instant gratification and all that type of thing. Self-grandizement, I've had several opportunities to go on TV, had several opportunities to go to the white college campuses to give me more notoriety, and then from there I could take it to the point where as I would have to compromise the speech, and by compromising the speech I would have to literally, what I would have to literally do is basically I'd make a lot of money. I mean, the lecture, the sell out, but basically the lecture model for on the college campuses and big lecture models is anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000. So surely even what I'm doing now, I can be enough that I don't even have to beg for rent money. So my pursuing not having money is not necessarily that I don't have the talent to do it. It's just that there's certain ways you can compromise and stuff. And so basically you can also compromise. You can get past that by going to college campus and saying the powers that be, the evil forces, and then changing it. But even with me, I figured that the people, if it's one or two black people in the crowd, they need to know the damn truth. I would much rather for them to go to to get on the road and go to some place to their nearest black neighborhood bookstore or a black college or some other type thing where we can talk amongst ourselves, that I don't have to get up in there and say things that's going to hurt their chances because they the student body and they might not be able to get no money because they brought this man up in there that raised hell. It's just like they had the series of black speakers over at Georgia Tech in 1991, and it was fabulous. Dr. Ben, Maulana Karenga, John Henry Clark, but every last one of them came. Maulana Karenga kind of skated around and did the safe thing for a little while. But Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark went in there and let them niggas have it. And this guy, Obert Shaka, came up in there, and when he got through with them, man, he let them have it. And John Henry Clark said, well, you know, the white race ain't nothing but a mutant race anyway. So he let them have it. And then John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben came in there and talked about how the Queen of England is actually a nigger, because he gave the black lineage from Queen Charlotte, that Charlotte, North Carolina is named after, which was a black woman. And Queen Elizabeth and all of them is direct descendants, close descendants from that, so they are niggers. And them white people got so mad and stuff. So they have never, Georgia Tech, and they had the greatest scholar network that doggone semester, the fall of 91. Or the spring of 92, that was unbelievable. But they've never been able to do it again because the ones up in there didn't compromise. So basically what it is your sincerity. Your sincerity. If you mean-spirited and all, and basically it's your ego. Only thing negative can hang is based on ego. It's based on ego. I really don't have that problem with a lot of negative spirits and all this kind of thing here.
What constitutes a negative spirit? Jumping on the bed in the middle of the night when you're trying to sleep, just like now.
Oh, you've had that, you're saying. It might be you just probably need your house cleaned out. You probably need to, like I said, you need to get you some black candles and stuff like that. And Sister Afrikiti probably knows certain ways to do certain amount of things. So that's probably what you just need. You just probably need a spiritual cleansing. Also, too, you probably need a spiritual cleansing. Also, that's what it means.
Just clean your house out.
Yeah, but cleaning your house out is not necessarily physically cleaning your house. That is a part of it too. But it's also talking about burning incense, lighting a certain amount of candles and type stuff like that. What's that? Yeah, probably get a reading. This Sister Shakura here, the one that was sitting here doing the channels. Basically, you can get in touch with her through Arrow, and she can give you a reading and try to find out just exactly what that spirit is. Also, somebody has some more. What's that, Sister?
Okay, I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
But my main question is, how would one kill the ego? Is that through the understanding the same way you would kill others?
Yeah, and also it's also once you cut out the desires of what you think that is important in this world, you would have no reason to feel you don't have you say what'd you say? One thing to do? Say goodbye to TV Land when? Now? Okay then. It's about to run out. Okay, so we're gonna say goodbye to TV Land. And we're going to continue with the question and answer. One way I